Dear listeners, this channel publishes only full and exclusive audio stories. Please subscribe and like them if you enjoy them. He knew her secret. Before they met. The first time he looked at her. He smiled like he already knew everything. Not just her name. Not just who she was. But the things she had never told anyone. The things she barely admitted to herself. It made her uneasy. The way he spoke to her. Like they had met before. Like he had been there. Watching. Waiting. But she had never seen him in her life. Chapter 1: The Man Who Knew Too Much. There were some evenings that seemed to belong to no one. Not to the city with its distant hum and restless lights, and not to the sea that breathed beyond the cliffs in long, hushed sighs. Not to the people who passed through them either, carrying their secrets in the quiet weight of their bodies. Such evenings existed in a gentle place between waking and dream, where the air itself felt touched by memory, as if something had already happened there and was only waiting to happen again. This was one of those evenings. Elena Vale noticed it first in the sky. It was not dark yet, but the daylight had thinned to a dim silver haze that rested softly over the town. The streets below her apartment window were damp from an earlier rain, and the paving stones shone like old glass. Lamps had begun to flicker awake one by one, casting warm circles of amber into the cool blue dusk. Somewhere far off, a church bell rang the hour, and then the sound was gone, swallowed by the sea wind. Elena stood at the window with one hand wrapped around a cup of chamomile tea she had long since forgotten to drink. She often stood there at this hour. It had become a ritual in the 3 years since she had moved to Blackwater Cove, a town small enough to feel self-contained and old enough to feel haunted in ways no one ever said aloud. She would come home from the bookshop on the harbor road, slip off her shoes, set water to boil, and stand by the window as the day softened itself into evening. On most nights, the habit comforted her. It gave shape to the quiet. Tonight it did not. Tonight she had the strange feeling that something was nearing. Not quickly. Not violently. Just steadily, like a tide. She pressed her fingertips against the cool glass and looked down at the narrow street below. A bicyclist rolled past, tires whispering over wet stone. A couple under one umbrella moved slowly toward the square. Their heads leaned together as if they were sharing a single thought. Then, for no reason she could name, a small shiver moved through her. It was not cold in the apartment. The radiator ticked gently in the corner. The kettle's warmth still lingered in the kitchen. Yet the shiver came all the same, delicate and unmistakable, threading its way down her spine. She drew back from the window. Enough, she murmured to herself, the word almost a smile. She had a habit of speaking softly when she was alone, as if to reassure the rooms around her that she was still there. It was another thing she had not meant to begin doing and had never stopped. The apartment was small but lovely in the way old places sometimes were, with sloping ceilings and floors that creaked politely rather than loudly. She rented the upper half of a divided Victorian house perched near the west edge of town, where the streets grew quieter and the gardens more overgrown. In stormy weather, she could hear the ocean from her bed. In winter, wind found its way through the window frames and made the curtains stir in the middle of the night. The wallpaper in the hallway was faded with pale green vines, and the bathtub groaned whenever it was filled. She loved it. Or, more accurately, she had made herself love it. That was one of Elena's quiet talents, making peace with places, with routines, with absences. She had learned how to soften the sharp edges of loneliness until it resembled serenity. She had learned how to turn unanswered questions into background noise. She had learned how to live in the company of things unresolved. She set the untouched tea on the table beside the sofa and crossed to the mantel, where a small clock with a brass face told her it was nearly 7. In half an hour the bookshop would have closed, and Mara would lock the front door, draw the curtains, and count the till while humming some old jazz song under her breath. Then Mara would text, as she almost always did. "Still alive?" it would say. And Elena would answer. "Barely. Sold a travel guide to a man who asked if Venice was near Vienna." Or, "Yes." A woman cried in poetry again. Or simply, "Alive." Mara liked rituals too. The thought of her friend warmed Elena more than the tea had. She moved through the apartment, lighting the small lamps she preferred to the harsh ceiling fixtures. One in the sitting room. One in the hall. One beside the bed. Their glow settled over everything with a low, honey-colored softness. It made the rooms look less like places where a person slept and ate alone and more like scenes from a life chosen deliberately. She turned on the radio in the kitchen, keeping the volume low enough that it was more atmosphere than sound. A piano melody drifted through the room, slow and tender, interrupted occasionally by faint static. Then she began to tidy, not because there was much to do but because motion helped when the unease arrived. A book back on the shelf. A scarf folded over the chair. A loose earring placed in the ceramic dish by the sink. As she moved, she became aware of herself in pieces the way one sometimes does in solitude. The brush of her dark hair against the back of her neck, the ache in her shoulders from shelving books all afternoon, the dry scent of old paper that still seemed to cling to her cardigan no matter how often she washed it. When she caught sight of her reflection in the kitchen window, she paused. It was faint, layered over the darkening street outside. A slim woman, 29, with tired gray-blue eyes and a face people often described as calm, even when she was not. Her beauty, if it was that, lived in quiet places, in the curve of her mouth when she almost smiled, in the long line of her neck, in the softness she carried as though she had once been much more open and had learned, over time, to conceal it. She had changed her hair last winter, cutting it shorter than she ever had before, just below the shoulders. Mara had claimed it made her look like the heroine of a European film, with terrible choices in men and excellent coats. Elena had laughed. But privately she had wondered whether the cut had not been a kind of shedding. There were parts of her life she never examined too directly. Not because they were tragic. Only because they were unfinished. Her childhood had passed in fragments across different cities, different rented houses, different schools where she was always the new girl halfway through a term. Her mother, Celia, had been brilliant in erratic ways and affectionate in weather-like patterns. Some weeks she made up stories at breakfast and took Elena on midnight walks to look at the moon. Other weeks she disappeared into herself so completely that even the sound of her daughter's voice seemed unable to reach her. Her father existed only in the vaguest outlines. A name on papers. A photograph once, maybe, though Elena could no longer be sure whether she truly remembered it or had invented the memory afterward. There had been no great revelation about any of it. No fight. No clear abandonment. Just blanks. Silences. Closed doors. And then, at 24, there had been the accident. Even now, she rarely thought of it in concrete terms. She remembered rain. Headlights dissolving in water. The scream of break somewhere too late. A hospital room with pale curtains. Mara beside her bed, younger then and stranger, because they had only recently become friends. Celia gone already by that point, carried off months before by an illness she had hidden until she no longer could. What Elena remembered most clearly from that season was not pain, but absence. A small section of her memory from the months before the accident had never returned entirely. Most of it had, in bits and starts. Places. Conversations. Receipts in coat pockets. Faces she slowly learned again. But not everything. There was one period, roughly 6 weeks long, that remained fogged over, blurred at the edges like a dream that dissolved the moment she tried to hold it. Doctors had told her memory sometimes behaved that way after trauma. Mara had told her not to dig unless she truly wanted whatever she found. So Elena had not dug. Or had tried not to. Life was easier when she kept her attention on ordinary things. Invoices, dinner, laundry, customers who preferred hardbacks to paperbacks, storms moving in from the coast. Yet sometimes, in that dim hour between day and night, she would feel the shape of something missing, and it would press gently against her thoughts like a hand at the other side of a door. Tonight that feeling was stronger than usual. She shut the curtain across the kitchen window. Instantly her reflection vanished. The relief was small and foolish, but real. At 7:12, Mara texted. Still alive? Elena smiled and typed back. Questionable. The sky looks like it knows something. 3 dots appeared, vanished, returned. That's why I keep my curtains closed and my standards low. Elena laughed softly. You're impossible. And yet beloved. A pause. Come by tomorrow after work. I made soup and too much bread. Elena stared at the message longer than necessary. Invitations from Mara were never formal. She simply extended them into the world like warm blankets and expected people to take what comfort they needed. I will, Elena typed. Good. Also Mrs. Haddock ordered 3 more romance novels and asked if your mysterious seaman had returned. Elena rolled her eyes. He was not my mysterious seaman. He bought 1 book and sneezed twice. She is shipping you both by force. Tragic. Sweet dreams, strange girl. You too. After that the apartment grew quiet again. The radio murmured. Wind brushed the eaves. Somewhere downstairs, her elderly landlady, Mrs. Winthrop, coughed twice in the heavy theatrical way of people who had become attached to their own presence. Elena washed her cup though she had barely touched the tea. She changed into a soft cream-colored nightdress and a cardigan with missing buttons. She brushed her hair at the dressing table in the bedroom and rubbed lavender oil onto her wrists, a habit learned from her mother years ago. For sleep, Celia had once said, taking Elena's small hand and turning it upward. The body remembers fragrance better than fear. It was one of the few lessons from childhood that had stayed whole. By 10, the town had quieted enough that the ocean could be heard more clearly, a rhythmic hush in the distance like breath through linen. Elena slid into bed with a novel she had no intention of finishing tonight. She read the same page 3 times and retained none of it. At last she set the book aside and turned off the lamp. Darkness settled slowly, familiar and layered. The curtains breathed inward with the wind. The mattress adjusted under her as she turned onto her side. The old house gave a soft settling creak, as though folding itself around its sleeping occupants. Elena closed her eyes. For a while, nothing happened. Then, sometime later, minutes or an hour, she could not have said, she woke with the distinct sensation that someone had spoken her name. Not loudly. Not sharply. Just near enough that the sound seemed to belong to the room. Her eyes opened to blackness. The ocean was still there. The curtains still moved. A car passed outside and sent a brief sweep of light along the ceiling. She lay very still, listening. No footsteps. No voice. No sound beyond the ordinary sounds of night. You dreamed it, she told herself. But sleep did not return easily after that. When morning came, it arrived all at once in silver rain. The window panes were freckled with droplets. The sky above Blackwater Cove had turned the pale color of pearl. Elena stood in the kitchen making coffee while gulls cried somewhere over the harbor. The uneasy sensation of the night before had not disappeared exactly, but daylight had made it seem less powerful, less like a warning and more like an overactive imagination. Rain often did that. It made the whole town softer. By 8:30, she was walking to the bookshop under a black umbrella. The streets smelled of wet stone, salt, and chimney smoke. Shopkeepers were lifting shutters. A florist on the corner arranged buckets of white roses and eucalyptus beneath her awning, their scent fresh and green even through the drizzle. A dog with short legs and immense dignity trotted past in a yellow coat. Blackwater Books stood halfway down Harbor Road between a watchmaker's shop and a cafe that served cardamom buns so warm their perfume drifted out every morning in waves. The shop front was painted a deep blue, almost black, with gold letters on the window and hanging baskets that Mara was forever forgetting to water. As Elena approached, she saw that the lights inside were already on. Mara never arrived early. Elena folded her umbrella and stepped inside. A bell chimed overhead. The familiar smell of paper, dust, and coffee wrapped around her at once. She loved that first breath every morning. It felt like entering another climate. Rows of tall wooden shelves formed soft passageways through the room. A ladder on brass rails glinted in the lamplight. The front table displayed new fiction beneath a vase of half-wilting peonies. Rain tapped gently against the window glass. Mara stood behind the counter, dark curls pinned up messily, wearing red lipstick at an hour when no civilized person should have been forced into lipstick. A stack of invoices lay open in front of her, and she was glaring at them as if by sheer elegance she might make the numbers behave. "You're early," Elena said, slipping off her coat. Mara looked up. "I hate end-of-month inventory and needed time to suffer artistically before customers arrived." Elena smiled and hung her umbrella by the door. "Did you sleep at all?" Like a doomed heiress in a Gothic novel. "So not much." "Exactly." Mara was 34, sharp-witted, soft-hearted, and impossible to ignore in any room she entered. She had inherited the bookshop from an aunt no one ever spoke of in detail and run it with a mixture of chaos and devotion ever since. Where Elena was quiet by instinct, Mara moved through life like music through an open window, warm and noticeable and a little unpredictable. She pointed a pen at Elena now. "You look haunted." "I slept badly." "By choice or by ghost?" Elena set her bag beneath the counter. "I'm not discussing this before coffee." "Coward." Mara disappeared briefly into the back room and returned with a mug already steaming. "Here. I made extra." Elena took it gratefully. "You're the reason I believe in God." No, darling. I'm the reason you believe in female competence. The morning passed in the pleasant, low-key rhythm Elena knew by heart. A retired professor bought a book on maritime history and complained about modern punctuation. Mrs. Haddock arrived in lavender perfume and selected 4 romances and 1 murder mystery, to cleanse the palate. A teenage boy in a school blazer stood for 20 minutes pretending to browse philosophy while clearly waiting for the girl in the cafe across the street to notice him through the window. Rain came and went in quiet veils. Around noon, when Mara went upstairs to bully the ancient office printer into cooperation, Elena found herself alone at the counter. She was wrapping a collection of essays in brown paper for a regular customer when the bell above the door rang. She looked up automatically. The man who entered was carrying no umbrella. For some reason, that was the first thing she noticed. Rain darkened the shoulders of his charcoal coat and silvered a few strands of his hair at the temples. He was tall in a way that did not feel dramatic until he stood still, and then everything around him seemed subtly arranged in relation to him. His hair was dark, almost black, and slightly too long in a deliberate, unbothered way. He looked to be somewhere in his late 30s, perhaps early 40s, though there was something about his face that made age difficult to place. Not youth, exactly, but a kind of composed where that could belong to any man who had lived carefully with private things. He shut the door behind him, and the bell gave a second, softer chime. Elena's hand stilled on the parcel paper. She could not have said why. He was handsome, yes, but not in a polished or obvious way. It was something quieter than that. Something in the stillness of him. The measured ease. The slight reserve in his mouth, as if he smiled rarely and only when he meant it. His eyes were dark too, though in the gray light she could not tell whether they were brown or some deeper shade altogether. He paused just inside the doorway. Then he looked directly at her. And smiled. The gesture was small. Not flirtatious. Not unfamiliar. Not even particularly warm. Yet a cold ripple passed through her so suddenly that she nearly dropped the package in her hands. Because it was the smile of someone who recognized her. Not vaguely. Not from a passing resemblance. But with certainty. With an intimacy so calm it was almost impossible. Elena's breath caught. The man crossed the room at an unhurried pace, glancing once along the nearest display table before stopping at the counter. Up close, she noticed the faint shadow of stubble at his jaw and the rainwater still clinging to his coat sleeve. He smelled faintly of cold air and cedarwood. "Good afternoon," he said. His voice was low and even, with the kind of softness that invited listening rather than demanded it. Elena found her own a moment later. "Good afternoon." For one strange second they simply looked at one another. Then he tilted his head slightly, as if studying an expression she herself had not yet become aware of. "You still wrap books by hand," he said. The words were ordinary. The effect was not. Elena's fingers tightened around the parcel paper. "I'm sorry." He glanced down at the half-wrapped book on the counter, and the hint of a smile returned. "Nothing. It suits the place." She said nothing. Something in her chest had begun to beat too fast. He seemed to notice, or perhaps he noticed everything. "I'm looking for a particular title," he said. "If you have it." "What title?" "A collection of local folklore," he said. "Old coastal stories. Legends, mostly. It was published some years ago. The Drowned Paths of Blackwater County." Elena blinked. It was not a title customers asked for often. In fact, she was not sure anyone had asked for it in the entire time she had worked here. The book was out of print and sat on a narrow shelf in regional history, more curiosity than bestseller. I think we do, she said slowly. In the back section. I thought you might. You. Not this shop. Not maybe. Elena set down the wrapped parcel with care. I can show you. He inclined his head. She came out from behind the counter and led him between the shelves toward the rear corner where local history and maritime records shared space with folklore, ghost stories, and obscure memoirs. Rain whispered at the windows. The shop seemed quieter than usual, as if listening. She became painfully aware of him walking behind her. Not because he did anything inappropriate. He moved with a courteous distance. Yet she felt watched in a way she could not explain, not observed like a stranger in a public place, but seen with peculiar concentration, as though he already knew the outcome of this small errand and was only allowing her to arrive there in her own time. At the shelf, she crouched slightly to scan the spines. There. She touched the faded blue hardcover and drew it out. When she straightened, he was closer than she had expected, though still not too close. Close enough, however, that she had to look up. His gaze was on her face, not the book. She held it out. This one? For a heartbeat he did not take it. Then he lowered his eyes, accepted the book, and ran his thumb lightly across the cover as if greeting something old. Yes, he said. Exactly. Elena folded her arms, not out of defensiveness but because suddenly she needed the feeling of containing herself. Have you been here before? She asked. The question escaped before she had fully decided to ask it. He looked at her again. His expression did not change, but something flickered very quietly beneath it. Yes, he said. When? A long time ago. I would have remembered. His gaze held hers. Maybe. The word landed inside her like a dropped stone. She should have laughed. Or frowned. Or asked Mara to take over. Instead she heard herself say, "Do I know you?" No. The answer came too quickly to be careless. She studied him. Then why do you keep looking at me like that? For the first time, surprise touched his face. Not because she had challenged him, because, Elena realized oddly, he had not expected her to say it aloud. How am I looking at you? He asked. As if, she stopped. As if you've already read the ending. As if you're remembering me. As if something private has just amused you. She did not say any of these things. Instead, as if we've met. He was silent for a moment. Then, with infuriating gentleness, he said, "People meet in more ways than one." A pulse of irritation cut through her unease. That doesn't mean anything. It means more than you think. She took a step back. The bookshop around them remained perfectly ordinary, shelves, lamplight, the scent of old pages, rain on glass. Yet the air between them had changed. It felt weighted now, charged with some subtle pressure she had not agreed to. Who are you? She asked. He looked down at the book in his hand, then back at her. Adrienne Morel. The name meant nothing to her. Or rather, it should have meant nothing. Yet the instant he said it, something in her mind gave the faintest painful stir, like a locked room shifting in the dark. Her breath caught. He saw that too. She knew he saw it because his eyes sharpened with the smallest degree of concern. Or interest. She could not tell which. "Are you all right?" he asked. The question sounded sincere. That made it worse. "Yes," she said, though she was not sure. "Should I be?" He seemed to consider the answer he might give. At last he said, "Not here." A chill moved through her arms. What is that supposed to mean? But before he could answer, the front bell rang again, followed by the cheerful voice of Mrs. Hargreaves from the bakery next door calling, "Mara, I brought the cinnamon loaf you begged for and the gossip you deserve." The spell broke. Or loosened. Some ordinary instinct returned to Elena all at once, bringing with it the absurd clarity of public space. This was a shop. It was midday. There were customers. Mara was upstairs. Mrs. Hargreaves had excellent hearing. Elena straightened, reclaiming herself by degrees. "I'll ring that up for you," she said. Adrian looked at her for a long second. Then he nodded. "Of course." They walked back to the counter together. Mara had reappeared and was currently embracing Mrs. Hargreaves over a paper-wrapped loaf as though no two adults had ever loved cinnamon more. She glanced up at Elena approaching with the customer and gave a quick bright smile. "Welcome in," she said. "Anything I can help with?" "No, thank you," Adrian said. "Your colleague already found what I needed." Your colleague. The phrase sounded innocuous, but Elena almost resented how easily he made it so. She moved behind the register and named the price. He paid in cash, placing the notes on the counter with careful fingers. As she handed him his change, their hands nearly touched. Not touched. Nearly. Still, something electric passed through her, not desire exactly, though perhaps desire's first distant cousin. Recognition without memory. Fear with no clear object. The body's inexplicable knowledge. He slid the book into the inner pocket of his coat. Then, before turning away, he said quietly enough that only she could hear, "You shouldn't walk home by the cliff road tonight." Elena stared at him. Mara, busy slicing the end off the loaf with Mrs. Hargreaves' pocket knife, noticed nothing. "What?" Elena said. "The lower path by St. Bridget's Point," he said. "Don't take it." "How do you know where I walk?" His eyes rested on her face with that same unnerving steadiness. "I know you avoid crowded streets after dark," he said softly. "I know you prefer the sea on your left when you're anxious. And I know the cliff road won't be safe tonight." A wave of cold went through her so forcefully that she gripped the edge of the counter. "How do you know that?" she whispered. But he had already stepped back. "Good day, Elena." He turned then and walked out into the rain. The bell above the door chimed once. Then he was gone. For several seconds she did not move. The shop continued around her in small ordinary sounds. Mara laughing, paper rustling, rain ticking at the windows, the front door shutting softly into place. Yet those sounds seemed oddly distant. Mara looked over at last. "What on earth did he say to you?" Elena blinked. "What?" "You look like you've seen a Victorian child in the attic." Mrs. Hargreaves gasped with delighted interest. "Have you?" "No," Elena said automatically. Mara narrowed her eyes. "Who was that?" He said his name was Adrian Morel. Mrs. Hargreaves frowned. Morel? Not local. No, Elena said. I don't think so. Mara leaned both elbows on the counter. Handsome in a dangerous librarian way. Elena isn't listening, Mrs. Hargreaves said. Look at her. Because Elena was not listening. Or not fully. Her mind had snagged on a single thread and kept pulling. You shouldn't walk home by the cliff road tonight. I know you avoid crowded streets after dark. I know you prefer the sea on your left when you're anxious. She had never seen him before. She was sure of that. And yet. Did you hear me? Mara asked. Elena looked up. Sorry. Mara studied her face and, for once, did not joke. What happened? Elena hesitated. She almost said nothing. Almost dismissed it as odd but harmless. Yet even as the impulse rose, she knew she could not carry it alone for even the rest of the day. It had already begun to settle too deeply beneath her skin. So she said, carefully, he spoke to me as if he knew me. Mara straightened. How? He knew things. Elena swallowed. Small things. But personal. Mrs. Hargreaves lowered the knife at once. Personal how? Elena regretted speaking in front of her, but there was no graceful retreat now. He knew I walk home by St. Bridget's Point. He knew I avoid busy streets when I'm anxious. Mrs. Hargreaves crossed herself with serene efficiency. No. Mara rolled her eyes. Don't start. I am not starting. I am observing. There are men who look civilized and are in fact very poor news. That part is true, Mara allowed. She came around the counter and took Elena gently by the elbow, steering her toward the back room. Come on. In the little office behind the shop, where unsold calendars and shipping boxes lived in uneasy piles, Mara shut the door and turned to her. Tell me exactly. Elena did. Not every word, because some were too strange even repeated aloud. But enough. The title he requested, the way he looked at her, the things he seemed to know, the warning about the cliff road. Mara listened without interruption, her expression sharpening the way it did when something mattered. When Elena finished, silence hung for a moment between the teetering boxes. Then Mara said, Do you think he could have seen you around town? Noticed your habits? I suppose. Elena rubbed at her wrist. But it didn't feel like that. How did it feel? She searched for language and failed. Like he was remembering me. Mara's face softened. That frightened Elena more than skepticism would have. You don't think I'm being ridiculous? She asked. I think you're pale as milk and your hands are shaking. Elena looked down. They were. Mara took both of them in her own. Listen to me. It may be nothing more than a clever man enjoying the effect he has. Men like that exist in dismaying numbers. Elena gave a weak laugh. But, Mara went on, it may also be something genuinely strange, and you are allowed to trust that feeling. The office seemed smaller somehow. The rain outside louder. What should I do? For today? Nothing dramatic. You stay here. You do not go anywhere alone if you don't want to. And tonight I walk you home. That's absurd. It is loyal, and I look wonderful in the rain. Elena's throat tightened unexpectedly. Mara. No. Don't argue. I'm in a heroic mood. She squeezed Elena's hands once and let go. The afternoon unfolded under a veil of distraction. Elena worked. She answered questions, shelved returns, sorted invoices, recommended novels, wrapped gifts. She performed all the gestures of normality. Yet beneath each movement ran a quiet, trembling current. Twice she glanced toward the door with the certainty that Adrian Morel would reappear. He did not. By closing time the rain had stopped, leaving the streets washed and gleaming beneath a low band of cloud. The air smelled freshly cut, as if the storm had sliced something open in the evening. True to her word, Mara locked the shop, tied on a green scarf, and walked Elena home. They took the long route through Lantern Square, where the cafes cast warm gold onto the pavement and violin music drifted from an upstairs window. Mara talked brightly about nothing. A customer's dreadful opinions on Russian novels, a recipe she intended to ruin, an actress she had once kissed in Trieste and still felt morally superior to. Elena listened gratefully. At St. Bridget's Point, where the cliff path descended toward the sea, Mara slowed. The path below was dark already, the railings slick with rain. Wind moved through the coarse grass in silver-gray waves. "Don't say anything," Mara murmured. "What?" "That I'm being dramatic." "I know I am." She looked down the path anyway. Elena followed her gaze. Partway along the lower road, just where it curved out of sight beneath the cliffs, the stone looked darker than the rest. Broken. Even from above they could see where part of the path had collapsed into the black water below. Elena stopped walking. For a moment the world narrowed to a single point. The sea. The ruined edge. The memory of his voice, quiet as breath. "The cliff road won't be safe tonight." Mara swore softly under her breath. Neither woman spoke for several seconds. Wind tugged Elena's hair loose around her face. Somewhere below, waves struck rock in heavy, patient bursts. At last Mara said, "All right." Her voice had changed. Not frightened exactly, but stripped of humor. "All right," she repeated. "Now I'm listening." Elena could not seem to feel her hands. They continued the rest of the walk in silence. At the house, Mara made her promise to bolt the door and text the moment she was inside. Elena did both. She stood in the narrow hallway afterward with her back against the wood, listening to the old house breathe around her. Upstairs, everything was as she had left it. The cup on the table. The folded cardigan on the chair. The lamp casting its low golden pool over the room. Yet the apartment no longer felt quite like hers alone. Not because anyone had entered. Because something had. A knowledge. A presence. The shape of a question. She crossed to the window and looked out through the lace curtain. The street below was empty. For one irrational instant she imagined Adrian standing beneath the lamplight, watching the house with that unreadable calm. But there was no one there. Only rainwater in the gutters. A bicycle chained to a fence. The shifting pattern of branches against the pavement. Her phone buzzed. "Mara. We are either in a romance or the start of a true crime case. Keep me informed." Despite everything, Elena smiled. "Elena. I hate you." Mara. False. Bolt the bedroom window. Elena. Done. Mara. Good. Sleep. Dream of kinder men. Elena set the phone aside. Sleep. The words seemed almost comic now. Still, she went through the motions. Tea. Lavender oil. Curtains drawn. Lamp lowered. She even opened her book again, though the words swam before her. At last, exhausted by thought, she turned out the light and lay in darkness. Wind moved at the windows. The ocean breathed. Her mind replayed the day in loops. His face at the door. That first impossible smile. The way he had said her name as if it belonged to a sentence already in progress. And beneath all that, deeper and quieter, another sensation stirred. Not just fear. Not just curiosity. Something more dangerous. The feeling that some hidden part of her had recognized him first. Hours later, or perhaps only one, Elena drifted into a shallow, uneasy sleep. She dreamed of water. Not drowning. Not panic. Only a shoreline under moonlight, pale and endless, with footprints leading away from her across wet sand. She followed them. The sea was on her left. Wind lifted her hair and carried with it the scent of cedar and rain. Ahead, a man stood where the tide reached the shore. His back was turned. He wore a dark coat, and one hand was in his pocket as if he had all the time in the world. She knew, within the logic of dreams, that he had been waiting there for a very long time. "Elena," he said, without turning. Her feet stopped. "How do you know me?" she asked. The waves rolled in and out. He looked over his shoulder then, but she could not see his face clearly. Moonlight hid as much as it revealed. "I knew you before you forgot," he said. She woke with a gasp. The room was black. Her heart hammered against her ribs. For a moment she did not know where she was. Then the shape of the ceiling returned. The curtains. The radiator. The old house settling into itself around midnight. She turned on the bedside lamp with a trembling hand. Its warm glow steadied the room but not her. On the table beside the bed lay her book, her watch, and a folded piece of paper. Elena stared at it. She had not left any paper there. Very slowly, she reached for it. Her fingers were clumsy. The page had been folded once, neatly, with no envelope. Inside, written in dark ink in a hand she did not recognize, were 7 words. "You were never meant to remember alone." She did not scream. The fear was too deep and too silent for that. She sat frozen in the pool of lamplight while the words seemed to blur and sharpen and blur again. Then, beneath the terror, came something worse. Not the certainty that a stranger had entered her home, but the certainty that he was telling the truth. And somewhere in the oldest, most hidden chamber of her mind, a locked door moved. When dawn finally came, pale and merciful through the curtains, Elena was still awake. And for the first time in many years, she wanted desperately to remember what she had once chosen to forget. Chapter 2, The First Conversation. Morning did not bring relief. It only made the night look more improbable. That was the strange cruelty of daylight. It entered a room with such ordinary confidence, touching the curtains, the dresser, the rumpled bedclothes, the cup in the kitchen sink, and seemed to suggest that whatever had terrified you in the dark could not possibly belong to the same world as spoons and floorboards and the pale steam of coffee. But the folded note still lay on Elena's bedside table. And because it still lay there, the room could not entirely return to itself. She remained sitting against the headboard for a long time after dawn, the lamp still on though it was no longer needed. The paper rested in her hands. She had read the lines so many times that the words seemed to detach from language and become only shape. You were never meant to remember alone. The handwriting was elegant and old-fashioned, slanting slightly to the right, with unusual care given to the loops of the letters. Not rushed. Not angry. Nothing like the frantic scrawl of a threat or the theatrical flourish of a prank. That made it worse. She turned the paper over again, though she had already done so a dozen times. There was nothing on the back. No signature. No mark. The page itself had come from something better than an ordinary notepad. Thicker stock, smooth to the touch, faintly cream-colored rather than white. Her fingertips felt cold despite the warmth of the room. She tried to think rationally. Mrs. Winthrop had a spare key to the apartment, of course. So had the letting office, somewhere. It was possible, however unlikely, that one of them had entered for some harmless reason and left the note by mistake. No. Even before the thought finished forming, she knew it was false. Mrs. Winthrop would leave a casserole, not a sentence like a prophecy. And the note had been placed beside her book after she fell asleep. Of that Elena was as certain as she had ever been of anything. She remembered the table clearly from the moment she turned out the light, watch, book, lamp, nothing else. She closed her eyes. For a few seconds, she allowed herself to do nothing at all but breathe. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. Her mother had taught her that too, during one of Celia's bright lucid seasons. When panic arrives, darling, don't argue with it. Sit it down. Give it tea. Then ask what it wants. Elena had always hated the advice because it was absurd and because, infuriatingly, it often helped. So now she sat with the panic. What do you want? Its answer came at once. Call Mara. She reached for her phone with relief so immediate it was almost painful. Mara answered on the second ring, her voice low and rough with sleep. Tell me you're at least bringing pastries if you're waking me before 8. Mara. Silence. Then, instantly awake, what happened? Elena looked down at the note in her hand. Someone was in my apartment. The words, once spoken aloud, made the air feel thin. Mara did not waste a second on disbelief. Are you hurt? No. Is the door locked now? Yes. The windows? Yes. Good. Stay where you are. I'm coming. You don't have to. I know. I'm still coming. The line went dead. Elena lowered the phone and listened to the quiet that followed. Downstairs, pipes rattled softly. A gull cried. Somewhere in the street, a van door slammed. The town was waking, indifferent and habitual, while upstairs her own life seemed to have tipped slightly off its axis. She got out of bed at last and checked the apartment room by room, though she had already done so once in the dark. The sitting room was undisturbed. The kitchen, too. No drawers rifled through. No windows forced. No mud on the floorboards. No sign of entry, no sign of theft, no sign at all except that one folded page. Whoever had come quietly, deliberately, and with no interest in anything but being known. That thought made the back of her neck prickle. She returned to the bedroom and dressed with mechanical care: wool trousers, a cream blouse, a dark cardigan. Her movements felt disconnected, like actions performed by someone in a play about an ordinary woman having an ordinary morning. She tied her hair back, abandoned the attempt, then pinned it loosely instead. When she looked at herself in the mirror, the woman staring back seemed a shade less familiar than usual. Not transformed. Only shaken loose. Her eyes looked too bright. The skin beneath them too pale. She still had the face she had always had, but it carried a question now. At 8:20 Mara arrived, bringing no pastries but a paper bag of coffee and a fury so elegant it almost passed for style. Elena let her in, and Mara swept upstairs in a camel coat and rain-damp curls, as if on her way to confront Parliament. "Show me everything," she said. Elena handed her the note. Mara read it once. Then again. Her expression, already grave, sharpened further. "You're sure this wasn't here before?" "Yes." "And nothing else is missing?" "I don't think so." "Anything moved?" "Not that I can tell." Mara looked around the bedroom, then the apartment beyond, with the sharp, assessing gaze of someone assembling a threat out of absence. She checked the windows, the lock on the front door, even the narrow hallway cupboard where Elena kept spare blankets and an old suitcase. Finally she came back into the sitting room, set the coffee on the table, and said, "You're not staying here alone tonight." Elena opened her mouth. Mara lifted one hand. "No. I can't just." "Yes, you can. You can stay at mine. Or I can stay here. Pick one." Elena sank onto the sofa. The adrenaline that had held her upright since dawn was beginning to drain away, leaving behind a heaviness in her limbs. "Mara." Her friend's face softened at once. She crossed the room and sat beside her, taking the note from Elena's hand and setting it carefully on the table. "Talk to me," Mara said. And because there was no point pretending composure with Mara, Elena did. She spoke of the dream again, though she disliked repeating it. Of waking to the note. Of that feeling, impossible and persistent, that what frightened her most was not the intrusion itself but the intimacy of the words. Mara listened without interruption, one hand wrapped around her coffee cup. When Elena finished, Mara leaned back and exhaled slowly. "All right," she said. "Let's separate the possibilities." Elena laughed weakly. "Of course you have categories." "I always have categories. It's how I remain so devastatingly stable." "Mara." "Fine." She counted on her fingers. 1. A prank. Unlikely, because no one with a real social life writes like a haunted tutor. 2. Some man has taken a disturbing interest in you and is more observant than he has any right to be. 3. She paused. 3. Elena prompted. Mara's eyes flicked briefly toward the note. 3 is that this is connected to the accident. Or to whatever you don't remember. The room seemed to still around them. Elena looked down at her hands. It was not the first time either of them had thought it. But it was the first time it had been said in this context, in this room, with evidence of the unknown resting between them on the table. "I don't know what that would even mean," Elena said. "No," Mara said quietly. "Neither do I." Outside, rain began again, soft as breath against the window. Elena stood and crossed to it, wrapping her arms around herself. "I keep trying to be sensible about this. to make it small enough to understand. But every time I do, it gets stranger. Mara joined her by the window. What are you thinking? Elena hesitated. Then, that I want to see him again. Mara did not react at once. When she spoke, her voice held no judgment. Because you're curious? Yes. Only curious? Elena turned away from the window. There was no easy answer to that. Adrian Morel had unsettled her more completely in 20 minutes than anyone had in years. He had walked into the bookshop carrying rain on his shoulders and certainty in his eyes, and with a handful of quiet sentences he had disturbed something in her that had been sleeping far longer than she realized. That was fear. But it was not only fear. There had been, too, a pull, dangerous precisely because it did not feel theatrical or fevered. Not fascination in the usual sense. Something lower, deeper, quieter. The sensation of hearing a melody through a wall and knowing, before you can place it, that you have loved it once. Mara watched her face and read more than Elena wanted spoken. Oh, no, Mara murmured. What? That expression. I know that expression. I do not have an expression. You do. It's the one women get right before they forgive a man for being catastrophic. Elena almost smiled. I'm not forgiving him for anything. Good. Don't begin now. Mara brushed her curls back from her face and looked toward the table. We take this to the police if you want. The suggestion was reasonable. Elena knew that. She also knew, with equal certainty, that she could not bear the thought of sitting in a fluorescent room across from an officer explaining that a stranger who knew her walking habits had appeared in a bookshop, predicted a collapse on the cliff road, and somehow left a line about memory beside her bed. No report would hold the shape of it. And worse, handing it to official people would make it feel like something external, something separate from her. Yet every instinct she had insisted the center of it lay somewhere inside her own lost history. Not yet, she said. Mara nodded once. Then not yet. They spent the morning together in the apartment, not because there was much to do but because Mara refused to leave her alone with her thoughts. They drank the coffee. Mara made toast and burned it and accused the old stove of sabotage. Elena found herself laughing once or twice, thinly but genuinely, and the laughter felt like a rope thrown across troubled water. At 10:30, Mrs. Winthrop knocked downstairs to ask whether someone had died or whether the dramatic footsteps were just Miss Mara's normal walking style. Mara went down to reassure her and, with remarkable casualness, asked whether anyone besides herself and Elena had entered the flat the previous night. No one, Mrs. Winthrop said firmly, her voice carrying up the stairwell. And if they had, I'd have known. I hear disgrace through 2 walls and a wool blanket. That ended the last rational explanation Elena had not quite realized she was clinging to. By noon the rain had lifted again. A wan, pearl-colored light spread over the rooftops. Mara checked her watch. We should go to the shop. Elena turned from the sink where she had been washing cups. I can't. Yes, you can. I won't be able to think. Exactly why you should come. Idle minds write very bad fiction. Elena dried her hands slowly. What if he comes back? Mara's face changed in a way both affectionate and fierce. Then this time he gets to meet me properly. Elena let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. They left together. The town looked washed clean by rain. Water still gathered in the seams of the cobbles and shone in the pale light. The florist's white roses had opened further, their petals luminous against the gray day. A boy in boots kicked through puddles while his mother pretended not to be amused. Somewhere a radio played a distant, cheerful tune that felt unrelated to anything human and serious. At the shop, the familiar work helped at first. Routine laid itself gently over Elena's nerves. Invoices. Returns. Dusting the back shelves. The rhythm of small conversations. She almost believed, for half an hour at a time, that whatever had shifted in her life might still settle back into place. Then the front bell rang shortly after 3, and all the blood seemed to leave her body at once. It was not Adrian. Only a man in a fisherman's sweater looking for a map. Still, the shock of that instant told her something she had not wanted to know. She was waiting for him. By late afternoon Mara noticed. Of course she noticed. Elena. What? You're staring at the door like a widow in a station novel. I am not. You are. It's poetic and terrible. Elena tried to focus on the stack of new arrivals in front of her. I just want to understand what this is. Mara was quiet a moment. Then she said, less lightly, so do I. At closing time, when the last customer had gone and the lamps cast their evening hush across the shop, Mara locked the door and turned the sign to closed. Soup, she announced. What? You're coming home with me. I'm making soup. Then we decide whether to burn the note, preserve the note, or use the note to lure a suspiciously well-dressed suspect into confession. Elena looked toward the front window. Beyond it, the street had begun to dim into twilight. Rain clouds hung low over the harbor, their undersides bruised lavender and gray. Something in her resisted going straight to Mara's flat, though she knew it was sensible. I need some air first, she said. Mara narrowed her eyes. Supervised air? Yes. Fine. Supervised air. So they walked together toward the waterfront. Evening had gathered softly over Blackwater Cove. Lamps along Harbor Road cast long pale ribbons on the wet stones. Boats in the marina clicked gently against their moorings. The sea beyond the harbor wall was a darkening sheet of iron blue, breathing in long quiet movements beneath the cloud-heavy sky. The promenade was not crowded. A few couples moved slowly beneath umbrellas. A man in a cap smoked near the railings, staring out to sea with the tragic dedication of someone committed to private thoughts. Mara kept up a stream of deliberately ridiculous commentary about the lives of strangers until, near the old customs house, Elena touched her sleeve. Mara. Mara followed her gaze. Across the road, standing beneath the awning of a shuttered antique shop, was Adrian Morel. He was not looking at them directly. Not yet. He stood with one hand in his coat pocket, head slightly bowed, as if listening to something no one else could hear. The street lamp above him washed a pale glow over the line of his cheek and left the rest of him in shadow. He might have been waiting for someone. He might have been on the verge of walking away. Then, as if some current between them had finally reached him, he lifted his head. His eyes found Elena's. The world seemed to contract. Mara's entire body changed beside her, not with fear, but with attention. That's him. Elena nodded once. Do you want to leave? No. The answer came from somewhere below thought. No, she said. Adrian crossed the street. He did not hurry. Cars moved between them first, then a bicyclist, then a woman carrying lilies. He waited for each interruption with the same untroubled patience he seemed to bring to everything. When he reached the promenade, he stopped a few feet away. Close enough to speak. Far enough that courtesy remained possible. For a moment none of them said anything. Then Adrian inclined his head to Mara first, which irritated Elena by seeming gentlemanly. You must be Mara. Mara went very still. And you must be the reason my friend no longer believes in ordinary Tuesdays. Something like amusement flickered in his face. That is a fair description. Mara folded her arms. You know my name. Wonderful. We're off to a magnificent start. Elena speaks of you often, he said. Elena stared at him. I do not. He looked at her. Not teasing. Not mocking. Just calm. You have. The air in Elena's lungs caught strangely. What does that mean? Mara took one step forward. No. Before we begin the cryptic theater, let's simplify. Did you enter her apartment? Adrian's expression altered, not guilt, exactly, but a kind of inward pause. Yes, he said. Elena heard Mara inhale sharply beside her. Something hot and frightened flashed through Elena at once. You had no right. No, he said quietly. I didn't. Then why did you do it? Because there wasn't time to wait. His voice remained even, but something underneath it had tightened. Mara's eyes narrowed. You're not helping yourself. I know. The sea wind moved around them, carrying salt and cold. Elena could hardly believe the shape of the moment. He stood before her under the harbor lamps and admitted, with quiet clarity, to entering her home. He should have looked defensive. Or manipulative. Or unstable. Instead he looked tired. And that, more than anything, disarmed her. You could have frightened me half to death, she said. I know. You did frighten me. A pause. Yes. Why did honesty from him feel more dangerous than lies from anyone else? She looked away from him toward the water, meeting the steady horizon. Boats rocked gently in the harbor. A gull wheeled once through the darkening sky and vanished. When she faced him again, Mara was still rigid at her side, ready, Elena knew. To call the police or slap him or both. Then speak plainly, Elena said. No more half answers. No more strange remarks. Who are you, really? He looked at her for a long time. His face, in the harbor light, was composed but not cold. Rain had not touched him this evening. His coat was dark wool, tailored but worn at the cuff. There was a faint silver scar near his left temple she had not noticed before. When he spoke, his voice was low enough that only they could hear it over the water. My name is Adrian Morel. That part was true. That tells me nothing. I know. Mara made an exasperated sound. Adrian glanced at her briefly, then returned his attention to Elena. 3 years ago, before your accident, we knew each other. Everything inside Elena seemed to stop. The harbor. The wind. The breath in her chest. Even Mara, beside her, went quiet. No, Elena said automatically. His gaze did not waver. Yes. I would remember. His voice softened. That's the problem. Elena took a step back. The railings pressed cold through her coat where she brushed them. No, she said again, but the word had already weakened. Because something in her, the same hidden thing that had stirred at his name in the shop, was moving now in ways she could not control. You're lying. I'm not. Mara found her voice first. How did you know about the accident? Adrian looked at her. Because I was there after. After what? After the crash. The sea below the harbor wall struck stone with a hollow, heavy sound. Elena felt suddenly as if she had stepped into one of the old stories from the local folklore shelf, not because the scene was supernatural, but because the world had begun speaking a language she half recognized and deeply mistrusted. No, she said, but softly now. You don't have to believe me yet, Adrian said. You shouldn't, not without reason. But you asked for plain truth. Elena's thoughts were scattering too fast to hold. Why didn't Mara ever mention you? Mara turned to her at once. Because I've never seen him in my life. Adrian nodded once, as if he had expected that. We weren't part of the same pieces of your life. What does that mean? Elena demanded. That what happened between us belonged to a time you lost. A private part of it. The words struck her with intimate force. Not because she accepted them. Because she could imagine them being true. And imagination, in certain circumstances, was its own kind of peril. Mara stepped in before the silence could deepen. Suppose, for one unwise moment, I entertain this. Suppose she knew you. Why approach her like this? Why the warnings? Why the note? For the first time, Adrian looked away. His gaze moved toward the water, toward some point beyond the moored boats and black railings and evening cloud. His profile, briefly, seemed older. Because someone else is looking for her too, he said. The words chilled Elena more completely than the sea wind. Mara's voice flattened. No. Adrian turned back. Yes. Stop speaking like a man in chapter 18 of a bad novel, Mara snapped. Who? A faint, unexpected shadow of approval touched his face. As if he appreciated the demand for precision. I don't know if he's here yet, Adrian said. But he will be. He? Elena repeated. Adrian met her eyes again, and the quiet intensity there was almost unbearable. There are things you forgot for a reason. Not because memory failed randomly. Because, before the accident, you wanted them hidden. A pulse beat painfully at the base of her throat. From whom? He hesitated. That single hesitation changed everything. Not because it was long. Because it was the first clear sign that he was afraid. From a man named Silas Vane, Adrian said. The name meant nothing. And yet the instant it touched the air, Elena's stomach tightened sharply, as though her body knew before her mind did. She wrapped her arms around herself. I don't know that name. You don't remember it, Adrian corrected softly. Mara was silent, visibly recalculating the world. The harbor lamps glowed warmer as the sky darkened. Somewhere behind them a cafe door opened and laughter spilled briefly into the cold. Life continued, ordinary and lit and unaware. Elena could hardly feel the ground beneath her feet. If I knew you, she said, forcing the words out steadily, tell me something only I would know. Mara glanced at her, startled. But Adrian did not seem surprised by the challenge. He only studied Elena with that same unsettling quiet, as if measuring how much truth she could survive in one evening. "At your old flat in Kingsmere," he said, "you kept your keys in a blue ceramic bowl by the door, but never your rings. You said rings looked lonely off the hand. You slept on the right side of the bed even when no one was beside you. You hated the scent of lilies because the hospital corridors after your mother died were full of them." Elena's breath stopped. Mara slowly turned toward her. "Elena?" Elena could not answer. Because every one of those things was true. The bowl. The bed. The lilies. Not facts anyone in Blackwater Cove would know. Not things she had ever told Mara in so many words, though Mara likely knew some by observation. But not all. Not the hospital lilies. Not the sentence about rings. It had come from her own mouth, somewhere in a lost room of time. She felt suddenly untethered, as if the dark water behind the harbor wall had risen under her feet. "How?" she whispered. Adrian's face changed, not triumphantly, but with grief so brief and controlled she might almost have missed it. "Because you told me," he said. Something inside her gave way. Not memory. Not yet. But resistance. Mara stepped closer to Elena at once, sensing the shift. "We should sit down." "No," Elena said, though the word emerged weakly. "Yes," Mara said. There was a bench a little further along the promenade, sheltered partially by the overhang of the old customs house. Mara guided Elena toward it with a hand at her elbow. Elena sat, cold and upright, while Adrian remained standing a few feet away as if he understood instinctively that approaching further now would be too much. The sea moved in the dark beyond them. Mara sat on Elena's other side and kept one gloved hand lightly against her sleeve. "Start at the beginning," Mara said to Adrian. "And this time, don't romanticize it." A flicker at the corner of Adrian's mouth suggested he almost smiled. "I'll try." He remained where he was, one hand in his coat pocket, the other resting lightly against the rail behind him. In the harbor light he looked less like an apparition now and more like a man carrying too much history without knowing where to set it down. "I met Elena in Kingsmere," he said. "About 4 months before the accident." Elena stared at him. Kingsmere. The city name was another pressure point. It lay too near the missing stretch of memory, too close to the season after her mother's death and before the crash when her life had seemed, in retrospect, curiously blurred. "At the time," Adrian continued, "you were working briefly for a restoration archive. Temporary cataloging." Elena frowned. That, too, was true. A short contract job she remembered in outline but not in texture. Basement rooms. Dust masks. A supervisor with terrible handwriting. She had left after only a few months. "Our paths crossed because you were researching something that had nothing to do with your job," Adrian said. "What?" "You found a set of letters." The harbor, the bench, Mara beside her, all of it receded slightly. Letters. The word tugged at something. Not memory exactly. More like the outline memory leaves behind when it passes close and vanishes. What letters? Old correspondence. Family papers that should have been sealed. He paused. They contained your mother's name. Elena felt Mara's hand tighten on her sleeve. My mother? Yes. The wind sharpened. Or perhaps Elena simply noticed it now. She never mentioned any archive, Elena said. She didn't know you were looking. Mara broke in. Looking for what? Adrian's gaze remained on Elena. For the truth about your father. The sentence landed so quietly that for a second it made no sound in her mind at all. Then its meaning expanded. Her father. The empty outline. The lifelong question she had turned into background noise because it hurt less that way. She looked at Adrian as though from a great distance. What truth? I don't know all of it, he said. Mara made a disbelieving sound. He glanced at her. I don't. Convenient. I know what Elena found frightened her, he said. I know she believed someone had hidden parts of her family history deliberately. And I know she became convinced that a man named Silas Vane was connected to it. The name again. This time when Elena heard it, a sudden image flashed across her mind, so fast she nearly doubted it. A hand in a black leather glove. Nothing more. Gone at once. She pressed her fingers to her temple. Mara turned sharply. What is it? Nothing. I don't know. Adrian's face tightened with attention. You saw something. Elena lowered her hand. Only a fragment. Of what? I'm not sure. She swallowed. A glove. Adrian became very still. Mara looked between them. That means something to you. Yes, Adrian said. What? But he was watching Elena now with an intensity that made the night seem to draw closer around them. Do you remember anything else? She hated the urgency in his voice. It made her want to defy him. It also made some deeper instinct want desperately to please him, to recover what he was reaching toward. No, she said. Only that. Adrian exhaled slowly, as if steadying himself. Then it's beginning. Mara actually laughed once in disbelief. You are impossible. He accepted the accusation without reaction. Elena looked down at her hands in her lap. They had started trembling again. I don't understand, she said. If all this is true, if I found something, if I knew you, why didn't you come sooner? Why wait 3 years? That question, she realized even as she asked it, mattered more than all the others. Because if he had loved her, or cared for her, or whatever complicated thing had once existed between them, why had he let her vanish into another life with her missing month still buried? Adrian's expression changed. Not much. But enough. I tried, he said. The simple words carried more weight than volume. You disappeared after the hospital, he continued. By the time I found where you'd gone, Mara had already brought you here. The doctors said pushing for memory could do harm. Anne. He stopped. And? Elena asked. His gaze lowered briefly, then rose again. And you asked me not to. The sea seemed suddenly very far away. I what? In the hospital. When you remembered enough to know who I was. His voice had gone quieter still. You told me if the rest never came back on its own, I was to let you live without it. Elena stared at him. That felt impossible. And yet nothing in his face suggested invention. If anything, there was too little self-protection there. Too much resignation. As if the memory of being asked to leave her life had never stopped living inside him. Mara spoke carefully. Why would she ask that? Adrian's answer came after a pause. Because by then she believed remembering might put other people in danger. The wind moved her hair across her face. Elena did not brush it away. At the edge of her thoughts, very faintly, another image fluttered. A room. Lamplight. Someone saying, if anything happens, you don't come after me. The voice might have been hers. Or might have been no one's. It vanished before she could reach it. She shut her eyes. Enough for tonight. But Elena looked at Adrian and heard herself ask, did I love you? Mara went very still. So did Adrian. The harbor noises seemed to recede all over again, leaving only wind and dark water and the three of them in a suspended pocket of night. Adrian did not answer at once. When he did, his voice held no performance. Only care. Yes. The word entered her like ache. She did not know whether it was the truth. But her body reacted as if it were. She felt it in the hollow below her throat, in the sudden heat behind her eyes, in the strange and painful tenderness that rose not from memory but from the shape memory might once have had. And you? She asked, though she already knew. His gaze held hers. Yes. Mara looked down at the promenade stones as if briefly choosing mercy over interruption. Elena could not seem to breathe properly. This should have sounded ridiculous. Manipulative. A story too neatly designed to catch a woman standing at the edge of her own missing past. And yet the opposite of ridicule moved through her. A recognition with no content. A wound with no visible mark. She turned away from him abruptly and stared out over the harbor. Lights from the fishing boats wavered on the water like shaken gold. Clouds had thickened overhead, but beneath them the horizon still held a narrow pale seam where the last of the day refused to die. When she spoke again, her voice came out steadier than she felt. Tell me about the note. Adrian hesitated only once this time. I left it because I knew you were beginning to dream. How? You always do before a memory returns. The answer sent a chill through her. Don't say things like that as though they're normal. They were normal for us. Us. That one word might have undone her more completely than anything else, had Mara not chosen that moment to stand. Right, Mara said. We've had enough truth for one evening, and I dislike him too much to keep freezing for free. Adrian's mouth almost softened. Mara pointed a finger at him. Don't. I'm not charmed. I didn't think you were. Good. She turned to Elena. You are coming home with me. He is not following us. He is not entering any more bedrooms like a morally complicated ghost. Adrian inclined his head. Agreed. Mara looked startled, as if she had expected resistance and was annoyed to be denied it. Elena stood more slowly. She felt wrung out, hollowed and overfilled all at once. Yet as they prepared to leave, she could not quite bring herself to go without one more question. She looked at Adrian. If you knew I asked you to stay away, she said, why come back now? For the first time that evening, he answered without any pause at all. Because you're in danger, he said. The simplicity of it made Mara mutter something dark under her breath. But Elena watched him. From Silas Vane? Yes. And from remembering? His eyes held hers in the harbor light. I don't know, he said. Maybe from that most of all. No one spoke after that. Mara took Elena by the arm, not possessively, just firmly, and guided her away along the promenade. Elena let herself be led for several steps before looking back. Adrian had not moved. He stood where they left him, one hand in his coat pocket, dark against the pale lamps and restless water. The distance between them was already widening, but his gaze remained fixed on her with that same unbearable steadiness. Not possessive. Not demanding. Only certain. She turned away. Mara's flat was above the shop, warm and untidy in a way that always felt deliberate. There were books on every surface, framed art leaning against walls because she never quite got around to hanging it, a velvet sofa the color of moss, and an ever-changing population of half-dead plants she insisted were philosophically thriving. Tonight the place smelled of onion, thyme, and the faint orange blossom perfume Mara wore when she remembered. She made soup. Elena sat at the small kitchen table and watched steam gather on the windows. For a while Mara said nothing, which was how Elena knew she was taking the matter seriously. Finally, while ladling soup into bowls, she said, "Do you believe him?" Elena looked at the rising steam. "I don't know. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have." Mara set a bowl in front of her and sat opposite. Candlelight trembled between them. "Then tell me what you do know." Elena wrapped her hands around the hot ceramic. The warmth helped. After a long silence, she said, "I know he knew things he shouldn't know." "Yes. I know he could have lied more convincingly if lying were the point." "Yes. I know when he said I loved him." She stopped. Mara waited. Elena stared into the soup. It hurt. Mara's face softened with such immediate tenderness that Elena nearly looked away. "Oh, darling. I don't even mean because it was sad. I mean physically. Like hearing something my body understood before I did." Mara reached across the table and laid her fingers lightly over Elena's hand. "That doesn't prove he's telling the truth." "I know. But..." Elena lifted her eyes. "But it doesn't feel like a lie." For a moment neither woman spoke. Rain began again, light and fine against the windows. Somewhere in the building the old pipes knocked softly. Mara withdrew her hand and took a breath. "All right. Then tomorrow we proceed as women of intelligence, skepticism, and deeply conditional bravery." Despite herself, Elena smiled faintly. "What does that involve?" "Tea. Questions. Possibly archives. Also I insist on being present for every conversation with Mr. Morel until I determine whether to stab him with a hatpin." "That seems fair." "It is generous, frankly." They ate in companionable quiet after that. Later Mara made up the sofa for Elena even though Elena insisted she could sleep in the spare room. The spare room contains winter coats, 3 lamps, and my worst emotional choices, Mara said. The sofa is kinder. By 11 the flat had gone soft with night. Elena changed into one of Mara's borrowed nightshirts and lay beneath a woven blanket on the moss-colored sofa while the last candle burned low. The room beyond the kitchen was shadowed and warm, full of books and the rustle of rain. She should have felt safer here. And she did, in practical ways. No intruder would move through Mara's flat unheard. No note would appear without explanation. The locks were sturdy, the stairs creaked, and Mara herself slept like a lightly armed duchess. But safety of the body was not the same as peace of the mind. Her mind kept circling the harbor. The bench. The cold railings. The way Adrian had said yes when she asked if she had loved him. He had not embellished it. Had not used tenderness to persuade her. If anything, he had spoken like a man trying not to disturb a grave. That made remembering him impossible not to want. And wanting it frightened her. She turned onto her side and watched rain move in pale lines down the windowpane. At some point Mara appeared in the doorway in a silk robe the color of old wine. "Are you sleeping?" "No." "Good. I've brought emergency chocolate." Elena sat up. "At midnight?" "That is when emergency chocolate is most legally binding." She crossed the room and sat on the rug beside the sofa, passing up 2 wrapped squares from the kitchen jar. For a few minutes they ate in silence. Then Mara said, very softly, "Do you want him to be real?" Elena knew at once she did not mean real as opposed to imaginary. She meant real as opposed to invented by longing. Real as opposed to convenient. Real as opposed to a trap. Elena considered the question with painful honesty. "Yes," she said at last. Mara nodded, unsurprised. "Because if he's real," Elena went on, "then that lost part of my life wasn't empty." Mara looked down. The words had escaped more nakedly than Elena intended, but now that they were spoken she could not deny them. That missing season had haunted her not only because she did not know what had happened in it, but because memory loss had turned it into a kind of emotional void. A stretch of life with no texture. No continuity. No witness. If Adrian belonged to it, if love belonged to it, then the blankness had shape after all. Dangerous shape. Maybe ruinous shape. But shape. Mara leaned her head against the side of the sofa. "You were never empty, Elena." "I know." Yet something in her voice must have betrayed uncertainty, because Mara looked up at her and smiled sadly. "Some people lose time," Mara said. "That doesn't mean the lost time contained the only important things about them." Elena touched her friend's hair lightly. "You always know what to say." "No," Mara said. "I just say things before cowardice can stop me." They sat together until the rain softened and the chocolate was gone. Eventually Mara went back to bed. Elena lay down again, pulling the blanket to her chin. Sleep came more gently this time, though not immediately. And when it came, it brought not terror but memory's soft outskirts. She dreamed of a narrow staircase lit by amber wall sconces. Of her own hand trailing along a banister polished smooth by age. Of a man behind her, not touching, but near enough that she could feel his warmth at her back. A voice, his voice, saying quietly, "You can still turn around." And her own answering, half laughing, half breathless. "No. If I do that, I won't stop." The dream shifted. A room with tall windows. Rain on glass. A desk covered in letters tied with dark ribbon. Her own fingers breaking the ribbon. And then, so sudden it woke her, another image. A gloved hand closing over the letters before she could take them. Black leather. A silver ring. A man's voice saying, very close to her ear, "These were never meant for you." Elena sat upright on the sofa in darkness, heart pounding. The room around her was unfamiliar for one dreadful second, then settled into Mara's shapes. The bookcases, the armchair, the pale ghost of moonlight on the rug. Rain had stopped. The silence after it was enormous. She pressed both hands to her face and tried to slow her breathing. The dream had been more vivid than the one before. Not symbolic. Not floating. It had texture, sequence, even temperature. Memory was moving. Or someone was moving it. She looked toward the black window. For an instant she had the piercing certainty that somewhere out in the sleeping town, Adrian Morel was awake too. Waiting. Not with satisfaction. With dread. Because whatever the first conversation had begun, it could no longer be undone. And for the first time since meeting him, Elena understood something with painful clarity. The truth she was approaching was not simply about who Adrian had once been to her. It was about what she herself had done. What she had chosen. What she had hidden. And why, after all this time, the past had finally decided it wanted her back. Chapter 3, The Secret She Never Told. The morning after the dream, Elena woke before the light. For a few moments she did not move. The room was still blue with the last hush of night, shadows soft along the floorboards, the air touched by the faint lingering scent of candle wax and thyme from the soup Mara had made. The window showed only a dim pane of silver gray, where dawn had not yet committed itself to becoming day. She lay beneath the blanket and listened. No rain now. Only the old building settling in quiet breaths, a gull crying once in the distance, and somewhere below, in the dark shell of the closed bookshop, a tiny series of clicks and creaks as would answer the change in temperature. The dream had not faded. That was the first thing she understood. Usually dreams dissolved on waking, thinning at the edges until they became nothing more than atmosphere, a feeling, a color, a fragment of sound. But this remained whole. The staircase. The letters tied with ribbon. The gloved hand. The voice close to her ear. These were never meant for you. She sat up slowly. The blanket slipped from her shoulders. Cold nipped lightly at her skin through Mara's borrowed nightshirt. She drew her knees up and wrapped her arms around them, staring into the half-dark. The frightening part was not that she had dreamed it. The frightening part was that the dream had weight. It did not feel invented. It felt recovered. At some point in those missing weeks 3 years ago, she had stood in a room with rain on the windows and letters spread across a desk. She had reached for them. Someone had stopped her. Perhaps Silas Vane. Perhaps not. But the moment existed somewhere behind the locked door of her mind, and now, slowly, painfully, it was beginning to push back. From the bedroom, she heard Mara shift once in sleep, then settle again. Elena rose carefully from the sofa so as not to wake her. The floor was cool under her feet. She crossed the room, found her cardigan draped over the armchair, and slipped it on before going to the kitchen. The kettle was old and temperamental, the matches kept in a chipped ceramic bowl beside the stove. She lit the burner and stood with both palms braced against the counter while the first small gas flame trembled into steadiness. The kitchen window looked out over Harbor Road. At this hour the town was almost tender in its emptiness. Shop signs hung motionless. The cafe across the street was still dark. The paving stones held the last wet sheen of the previous night's rain. A few lamps remained lit, their amber halos paling slowly against the coming dawn. She wondered, not for the first time, where Adrian slept. Whether he had taken a room in one of the inns near the harbor. Whether he had returned after leaving them the night before to some anonymous hotel chamber with one lamp on and his coat over a chair. Whether he had slept at all. It should not have mattered. And yet it did. That was the trouble with a mystery when romance had already begun to thread itself through the edges of it. A stranger might frighten you and still occupy your thoughts in absurdly intimate ways. Not because you trusted him. Not because you had forgiven what he had done. But because somewhere beneath the fear there was recognition, and recognition made room for tenderness long before reason approved it. The kettle began to tremble softly. She made tea. Not coffee. Tea felt safer. More deliberate. As she waited for it to steep, she found herself looking again at the little details of Mara's kitchen, the cracked blue tile above the sink, the dried orange slices strung beside the window, the shelves crowded with books that had wandered upward from the shop below and settled permanently among jars of lentils and paprika. Mara inhabited every space as if it were both stage and refuge. Warmth clung to her things. It was one of the reasons Elena loved her so fiercely. At the thought, a quiet ache moved through her. Mara knew her better than anyone living. And still there were parts of Elena even Mara had never touched. Not from secrecy exactly. From silence. Her father was one of those silences. She had mentioned him in the abstract when necessary, in the same tone one might use for weather in a country no longer visited. She had said, he wasn't around. Or, my mother never talked about him. Or, if pressed too closely, it's complicated, but not in an interesting way. That was the public version. The private version was harder to name. As a child she had once imagined him as a sailor because sailors belonged naturally to absence. They left and returned, they existed mostly as stories told in kitchens while storms beat at the windows. Later she imagined him scholarly, then reckless, then dead, then ordinary, then perhaps not her father at all. Each age had invented what it required. None of it lasted. Celia had offered only fragments. A beautiful man. A dangerous mistake. A person best left in the past. Sometimes all three within the same month. Elena had learned early that questions about him changed the weather in the house. So eventually she stopped asking, or pretended to. But children do not stop wanting because adults withdraw explanations. The want simply goes underground. And in Elena it had lived there for years, deep and stubborn, resurfacing only in odd moments, a family resemblance glimpsed in a stranger on a train, a box of old photographs with one face conspicuously missing, a school form with father's name printed too neatly across a line she left blank. Now Adrian had told her that the missing weeks had not been empty after all. She had spent them searching. Looking into family papers. Following some thread that led toward fear. Toward Silas Vane. Toward him. Her tea had gone untouched. Again. She almost laughed. A sound behind her made her turn. Mara stood in the kitchen doorway, hair wild from sleep, silk robe crookedly tied, looking both disreputable and regal. "You're having the face," she said. Elena blinked. "What face?" "The one that means you've been awake for an hour and are trying to privately solve the universe before breakfast." Mara crossed the room, took the mug from Elena's hands, drank from it without asking, made a small approving sound, and handed it back. "You're improving." "I had another dream." Mara's expression sharpened immediately. "Memory or dream?" "I don't know." "Tell me." So Elena did. She described the staircase lid in amber. The desk. The letters. The gloved hand closing over them. The man's voice. Mara listened with one hip against the counter, arms folded, all traces of sleep gone from her face by the time Elena finished. "That's more than a dream," she said quietly. "I think so too." "Did you recognize the room?" "No. Only the feeling of it." "And the voice?" Elena hesitated. "Not Adrian's." Mara nodded slowly. "Then perhaps your Silas Vane prefers leather accessories and other moral failings." The line might have made Elena smile under other circumstances. This morning it only made her shiver. Mara saw. Her expression softened at once. "All right. We proceed carefully." "With what?" "With this." Mara pushed herself away from the counter and opened a drawer near the sink, pulling out a little leather-bound notebook and a pen. "I refuse to let your half-returning memory become a haunted jumble. We write everything down. Dreams. Fragments. Names. Dates. Anything that comes back. You've become very investigative. I own a bookshop. 70% of my skill set is organized curiosity." She opened the notebook to the first blank page, wrote at the top in bold letters things Elena's past has decided to do to us, and slid it across the table. Elena stared. "Must it have that title?" "Yes. It grounds us." Despite herself, she smiled. That was Mara's true talent, not jokes exactly, but the ability to make terror briefly livable by reducing it to the scale of ink and paper and breakfast. They spent the next half hour at the kitchen table recording everything. Adrian Morel. Kingsmere. Restoration Archive. Letters tied with ribbon. Silas Vane. Gloved hand. Silver ring. The note, "You were never meant to remember alone." When they finished, the page looked both ridiculous and grave, like the beginning of some private conspiracy. Mara tore off a second page and made a smaller list. "Practical matters," she declared. "Do we have practical matters?" "We always have practical matters." 1. You are not alone until we understand this better. 2. If Adrian appears, I am present. 3. We go to your old archive records if possible. 4. We look into Silas Vane, though I reserve the right to hate the name before meeting the man. Elena traced a fingertip lightly along the rim of her mug. "You really believe this could be real?" Mara gave her a look. "Darling, a path collapsed exactly where he said it would. A note appeared beside your bed. Either this is real, or reality itself has become deeply theatrical." By 9 they were dressed and downstairs in the shop. The bell over the door sounded almost comfortingly mundane. Morning light had settled pale and clear over Harbor Road. The cafe opposite was already busy, and the air inside the bookshop carried the familiar mingling of dust, coffee, and binding glue. Elena had always loved the first hour after opening. There was a quiet expectancy to it, the sense that stories were still asleep on their shelves and had not yet been touched into wakefulness by readers. Lamps glowed low. Windows gathered soft reflections. Even the books themselves seemed to hold their breath. Today, however, the shop felt different. Not changed in any visible way. Only slightly porous. As though the ordinary world and the hidden one had come too close together here. Mara handed Elena a stack of returns. "Shelve these before you start staring at the doorway like a tragic weather system." "I'm not." "You are." go alphabetize something. It's medicinal. Elena obeyed. Fiction first. Then essays. Then a stack of old local histories that smelled faintly of mildew and sea salt. Her body knew the motions by heart, and for a while that helped. She slid books into place, straightened spines, ran her fingers across titles she loved without seeing them. But inside, thoughts continued. If Adrian had told the truth, then there was a whole landscape in her past she had once walked and somehow lost. Not just facts, but emotions. Choices. Intimacies. Promises. Perhaps betrayals. Entire conversations erased while everything around them remained. It was like living in a house with one sealed wing and hearing sounds from behind the locked doors. Near 11, a regular customer came in asking for a birthday gift, for a man who believes he hates novels because he has only ever read Men Who Hate Women. Mara took that one with professional delight. An hour later, Mrs. Haddock arrived in purple gloves and demanded news. About what? Mara asked with dangerous innocence. About your tall mystery gentleman, of course. I saw him yesterday from the bakery window and nearly dropped my Battenberg. Elena, who had been wrapping a book at the counter, nearly tore the paper. Mara leaned both elbows on the wood. You saw a man buy a book, Sheila. This does not make him a mystery gentleman. Mrs. Haddock gave Elena a conspiratorial look. All handsome men in dark coats are mysteries until proven otherwise. That is a very poor standard, Mara said. It has never failed me. Elena kept her eyes on the wrapping paper. Her pulse had quickened anyway. Because absurdly, embarrassingly, she half expected Adrian to walk in again at the very moment Mrs. Haddock invoked him. He did not. By early afternoon the day had softened into that drifting lull between lunch and evening when even bookshops seemed to exhale. Mara went upstairs to make calls about a delayed invoice and an event poster she insisted was criminally unsexy. Elena was alone at the counter, making notes on an order sheet, when the bell rang. She looked up. Adrian stood in the doorway. No rain this time. No wind. Only the gray light of an overcast day behind him and that same impossible composure in the set of his shoulders. The shock that moved through her now was different from the first. Less like fear. More like impact. He stepped inside and shut the door. The bell gave its soft, silvery note. Around them the bookshop remained almost empty, save for an elderly man asleep over a gardening manual in the back and a student crouched in poetry pretending not to listen. Adrian's gaze found Elena at once. 100 thoughts crossed her mind, yet what rose first was not accusation. It was memory of the harbor bench. His voice saying yes. She hated that tenderness had already begun attaching itself to the dangerous parts. Mara is upstairs, she said before anything else. I assumed she might be nearby. You don't look worried. A flicker, almost amusement. Should I be? Yes. That seems fair. He approached the counter slowly, stopping at the same respectful distance as before. He wore a black coat again, opened this time over a dark charcoal sweater. In daylight the scar near his temple was easier to see, pale against his skin. Elena noticed it and immediately resented noticing. You came back, she said. You wanted me to. The certainty of the answer made heat rise under her skin. That is not the point. No, he said gently. Usually it isn't. She stared at him. There were men who used charm as a blade, quick and glittering. Adrian did not. Whatever this was, it moved differently, through silence, through memory, through a strange kind of unhurried honesty that disarmed her more than polished words ever could. She folded the order sheet and set it aside. I had another dream. Something sharpened in his face. Tell me. Before she could answer, footsteps sounded on the stairs. Mara appeared a moment later from the back room, saw Adrian, and stopped so abruptly that her earring flashed. Oh, good, she said. The atmosphere was becoming tolerable. Adrian inclined his head. Mara. Don't make me sound like a governess in a period drama. He almost smiled. Mara came to stand beside Elena behind the counter with an expression of lethal poise. State your business. Adrian looked at Elena, not Mara. Did you dream of the letters? Elena's breath caught. How did you know? Because that was the first thing that began coming back for you in the hospital. Mara went still. Elena felt the room tilt fractionally. I told you about them then? Yes. The elderly man in gardening snored once and turned a page without waking. Somewhere outside, a bicycle bell chimed past. The ordinariness of the sounds made the conversation feel even stranger, like a secret being spoken in the middle of a church fair. What did I say? Elena asked. Adrian was quiet a beat too long. Then, that they changed everything. The line passed through her like cold water. Tell me about them. I can't. Not all at once. Mara made a disbelieving sound. Here we go. Adrian looked at her calmly. If I tell her everything before the memory returns enough to hold it, I'll be giving her information without structure. It may feel like truth and still not root properly. Worse, it may overwrite the parts that are trying to come back on their own. You say that like you've done this before, Elena said. His eyes moved to her. With you? Once. The words hit too close. Mara cut in immediately. No. We are not doing that today. No emotional riddles. Specifics only. To Elena's surprise, Adrian nodded. Specifics, then. He reached into his inner coat pocket, and both women tensed visibly. He stopped at once, hands still. It's a photograph. Only when Elena gave the smallest nod did he continue. He drew out a narrow photograph with worn edges and set it on the counter. Elena looked down. For a second she didn't understand what she was seeing. Then the image sharpened. A room with tall windows and bookshelves. A desk. Paper spread across it. Rain blurring the glass beyond. And her. She was standing at the desk, half turned toward the camera, one hand resting on a bundle of letters tied with dark ribbon. Her hair was longer then. Her face, caught in profile, looked focused and a little pale. Across from her stood Adrian. Not touching her. Just watching. Even in the stillness of the photograph, the charged line between them was unmistakable. The room from the dream. The desk. The letters. The world narrowed to the glossy rectangle on the counter. Mara's voice came from far away. Jesus. Elena could not speak. Because she knew the room now, not by name, not by address, but in the intimate bodily way one recognizes a place once inhabited intensely. The scale of it. The amber lamplight just beyond the frame. The smell of paper dampened by weather. The feeling of having entered it with purpose and of being aware, even then, that purpose had already become something else. Her fingers trembled. Slowly, Adrian turned the photograph over. On the back, in her own handwriting, were the words, "Don't let me lose this again." Elena inhaled sharply. The handwriting was hers. Not just similar. Hers. The exact slant, the looped Y, the too heavy pressure on downward strokes when she wrote quickly. She touched the edge of the photograph but not the words. Mara looked between them. "I don't even know what to threaten first." Adrian's voice, when he spoke, was quieter than before. "She wrote it the day before the accident." Elena lifted her gaze to him. "Why would I write that?" "Because by then you already knew someone was trying to take the letters from you." The air in the shop seemed suddenly too thin. The student in poetry rose, bought a small volume of Sappho, and left. The elderly man in gardening continued to sleep. Somewhere above them, the office printer clanked uselessly by itself, as if in sympathy with all troubled minds. Elena looked back at the photograph. There she was. Tangible. Real. Occupying a room she had dreamed only hours ago. Standing across from Adrian with a familiarity that no stranger could fake into being. She had not expected proof to feel so much like grief. "What secret?" she asked. Neither Adrian nor Mara answered immediately. Elena looked up, frustration flaring through the shock. "You said those letters changed everything. You said they had my mother's name. What secret?" Adrian rested one hand lightly on the counter as if grounding himself. "They suggested your father wasn't absent by chance." A dull roaring filled Elena's ears. "What does that mean?" "It means there was reason to believe he was kept from you." Mara inhaled sharply. Elena stared at Adrian. "By whom?" "That's what you were trying to prove." "No." She shook her head once, because this was too large, too immediate, too close to the oldest wound. "No. My mother wouldn't." His expression changed very slightly. Not skepticism. Pain. "Your mother loved you," he said softly. "That doesn't mean she told you the truth. It was the gentlest possible cruelty, and because it was gentle it reached her." Celia. Her laugh. Her perfumes. Her stories. Her sudden disappearances into silence. The way she would stroke Elena's hair on some nights and not seem to see her on others. A woman full of beauty and fractures. Tender, evasive, mercurial. Could Celia have lied about something this large? Of course she could. The terrible thing was not that Elena doubted it. The terrible thing was that some hidden part of her had always known. She looked away sharply, toward the shelves, the register, the safe and comprehensible geometry of books. But even those seemed uncertain now, as if words themselves had loosened from their meanings. Mara reached for her hand under the counter and squeezed once. "What exactly did the letters say?" Mara asked, her own voice steadier than Elena felt. Adrian looked at Elena. "I don't know all of it." Mara's patience snapped. Again with this. "I don't," he repeated, and something in his tone ended the objection before it rose. "We never had them long enough. You found references first, catalog entries, correspondences between two trustees, a family name that matched your mother's maiden line. Then one bundle of original letters surfaced in a private collection. We saw part of one. Enough to know there had been a child. Enough to know there had been payment. Enough to understand someone had arranged a disappearance and called it protection. The words entered Elena's body one by one like cold needles. A child. Payment. Disappearance. She knew, suddenly and inexplicably, the exact feeling of pressing her hands against a desk to keep from swaying. Not now. Then. In that room. The fragment came with such force that she had to grab the counter's edge. Elena? Mara said. She swallowed. I remember the desk. Adrian went absolutely still. The wood, Elena whispered, eyes fixed somewhere beyond the shop. There was a scratch on the corner. Deep. I kept catching my sleeve on it. Silence followed. A living, electric silence. Then Adrian said, very carefully, yes. The confirmation made the memory flare brighter for one instant. The room again. Rain. Her own hand on the desk. A ribbon snapping under her fingers. Then it vanished. She let out a breath that shook. Mara's hand remained in hers. Sit down. This time Elena didn't argue. They moved to the small reading nook at the back of the shop where upholstered chairs sat beneath the local history shelves, and Mara turned the sign on the front door to back in 10 minutes with a kind of regal finality that brooked no objections from the universe. Adrian took the chair opposite Elena. Mara remained beside her on the settee like a glamorous bodyguard. The reading nook had always felt restful to Elena. This afternoon it seemed like a chamber inside a puzzle box. Light from the tall front windows dimmed toward the back, turning everything amber and shadow soft. Dust motes moved lazily through the air. The old clock above the travel section ticked with almost theatrical patience. Elena folded her hands tightly in her lap. Tell me the first conversation we ever had, she said. Adrian looked at her with an expression she could not read all at once. Why that? Because I want something small enough to hold. His face softened. All right. He leaned back slightly, though not in ease. More like a man stepping toward memory by instinct rather than choice. It was at the archive, he said. You were supposed to be cataloging estate inventories. I remember none of that. I know. His gaze stayed on her. There was a basement reading room. Low ceilings. Bad heating. The kind of place that makes everyone look faintly guilty. Mara muttered, finally. A detail. Adrian ignored her with some skill. I was there regarding a separate matter, he continued. A private commission involving property records. You were arguing with the archivist. Elena blinked. Arguing? A hint of warmth touched his mouth. Quite decisively. About what? You'd requested access to a restricted correspondence file, and he told you only blood relatives of the estate line could view it. You said bureaucracy was the religion of the unimaginative. Mara let out an involuntary delighted sound. You did say that. Elena stared at Adrian. Something in the phrase struck against a wall inside her. Not enough to open it. Enough to hear the echo. I did. Yes. And then? He refused again. Adrian's gaze drifted briefly to the shelves, perhaps seeing another room overlaid on this one. You came out into the corridor furious, carrying 3 boxes you absolutely should not have been carrying alone. The bottom one split. Papers went everywhere. Elena closed her eyes. And there, suddenly. Not a full scene, but motion. Her hands losing grip on a heavy box. Loose paper spilling like pale birds across stone floor. A man's shoes stopping in front of her. The scent of cedar and cold air. She opened her eyes abruptly. Adrian was watching her. "You helped me pick them up," she said. His expression changed. "Do you remember that?" "Only, the feeling." "Maybe." Mara made a quiet sound as if trying not to interrupt a fragile process. Adrian nodded once. "Yes. I knelt down to help you. You looked at me like I had personally designed the archive's filing policies." Elena almost smiled. "Almost. What did I say?" "You said, if you tell me to be careful, I'll commit a small crime in front of you." Mara actually laughed. "Oh, that's definitely you." Elena pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh too, and in that effort something else moved. Because with the line came another flash. Her own voice, sharper and younger with grief, in a corridor she could almost see. His hand passing her a stack of fallen papers. His eyes meeting hers for the first time. Not calm then. Interested. Amused despite himself. The fragment was gone before she could breathe into it. But it left behind warmth. No, not warmth. Recognition. Their first conversation. Not yet clear, but no longer entirely missing. "I hated you a little," she murmured, half to herself. The word surprised all 3 of them. Adrian lowered his gaze briefly. "Only at first." Mara lifted a brow. "And after that?" Elena looked at him. It was absurd how much rested in such small things. A corridor. A broken box. A sarcastic line. The angle of his mouth when he almost smiled. The beginning of a history she had once lived inside without knowing it was being taken from her. "What happened after the corridor?" she asked. Adrian was silent long enough that Mara visibly tensed again. "We kept crossing paths," he said at last. "At the archive first. Then outside it. You found out I knew something about the estate records you were trying to access." "How?" "Because I was less careful around you than I meant to be." The line came so softly that Elena felt it more than heard it. Mara, perhaps mercifully, let it pass. "And you helped me?" Elena asked. "At first, no." "Why not?" "Because I thought you were in over your head." An odd flare of indignation rose in her. "And then?" "And then I realized you were going in anyway." Something about the answer felt true in her bones. Reckless, grieving, determined, that version of herself was easier to believe in than the composed woman she had become afterward. She looked down at the notebook Mara had brought from upstairs and opened it to a blank page. Her pen hovered, then moved. The first conversation, basement corridor. Broken box. Papers everywhere. He helped me. I threatened crime. Seeing it written made the past feel marginally less dreamlike. Mara leaned in to read, nodded once, then sat back again. "All right," she said. "Now tell us the part no one has told me, which is how this became." She waved one hand vaguely between them. "All that." Elena felt heat rise again, though there was no reason for it. Adrian did not answer immediately. His gaze met Elena's, and in that look there was so much unspoken history that for a second the shop around them seemed made of paper. "It was gradual," he said. Mara snorted. "That sounds inconveniently romantic." It was. He kept his eyes on Elena. "We met because of the letters. We stayed in each other's lives because neither of us knew how to leave them." The words landed with quiet force. Not grand. Not dazzling. Only devastating in their simplicity. Elena lowered her eyes to the notebook because looking directly at him had become unexpectedly difficult. Somewhere deep in her chest, a space that had been numb for years seemed to stir. She wrote without thinking. "We stayed because neither of us knew how to leave." As soon as the words were on paper, something strange happened. A memory, this time sharper than the rest, rose whole enough to stop her breath. Not the full event. Only a sentence. Her own voice, intimate and half-angry in the dark. "You always look at me like you arrived first." And Adrian's answer, low and immediate. "Because I did." The force of it made her grip the pen too tightly. Ink blotted onto the page. "Elena?" Mara said. She looked up. Adrian's face had gone very still. "What was it?" She could barely get the words out. "I remember a sentence." His hand tightened once on the arm of the chair. "Which one?" She repeated it. For a long moment he did not speak. Then he laughed once, very quietly, not with amusement, but disbelief edged in tenderness. "You said that in my flat." The room blurred slightly. Mara stared at him. "You had a flat." "In Kingsmere." "And she was there." "Yes." Mara put one hand to her forehead. "I need stronger tea." But Elena was no longer really hearing her. "Because my flat had done something to her. It had opened a door, just a little. Not enough to see the room fully. Enough to feel it. A narrow flat with high windows. A lamp left on in the sitting room. Books stacked on the floor beside the sofa. Rain at night. Her coat over the back of a chair. The strange piece of being somewhere that was not hers and yet feeling expected there. A secret life. That was what it felt like. Not illicit exactly. Only hidden from the world that knew her. She pressed her hand to her sternum. The ache there now was not fear. It was longing. Longing for something she had already had and lost without consent. "The secret," she said softly. Adrian frowned. "What?" "The title of this chapter in whatever cruel novel the universe is writing," Mara said dryly. "The secret she never told." Elena shook her head. "No. I mean," she tried to catch the thought before it fled. "There was something I knew before the letters. Something I hadn't told anyone." Adrian leaned forward slightly. "What do you remember?" "Nothing clear." But that wasn't entirely true. Because beneath the new fragments, beneath the fear and the romance and the slow awakening dread, one deeper current had begun moving all morning. A feeling older than Adrian. Older than Silas. Older even than the letters. Something about herself. Something buried not by accident or by injury, but by need. She rose abruptly and crossed to the shelf of local history, where her reflection floated faintly in the glass of the cabinet doors. The movement startled both Mara and Adrian. Elena? She barely heard them. Her own face looked back at her in the darkened glass. Calm looking, as always. Too calm. How many years had she built herself out of what remained instead of what was true? How many silences had become personalities simply because she no longer remembered what they concealed? My mother used to say something, she murmured. Neither of them answered. She used to say I was too observant for my own good. Elena looked at her own reflected eyes. She said some people were born seeing what others missed, and that it made life dangerous. Adrian stood. Mara remained still, watching closely. Elena turned to face them. I always thought she meant I was perceptive. Sensitive. Some vague charming thing adults say about difficult children. She shook her head. But maybe that's not what she meant. A pulse of silence. Then Adrian said very quietly, "Go on." She drew one breath. Then another. I don't think the letters were the first secret, she said. I think they were the second. Mara stared at her. Adrian's eyes darkened with focus. Elena felt the idea taking shape even as she spoke it, rising from some submerged part of her mind with terrifying inevitability. The first secret was me. It sounded melodramatic. Except it wasn't. Because the moment the sentence left her mouth, memory struck. Not in images this time. In sensation. Childhood. Not a scene, but a recurring feeling. The certainty, repeated over and over, of knowing things before they were said. Of sensing the truth beneath people's voices. Of understanding, with a bodily clarity that frightened adults, when someone was lying. Her mother's hand gripping her wrist too hard in a kitchen once, saying, "You mustn't say that in front of people." A teacher's pale face after Elena, age 8, quietly told her, "Your husband isn't in Leeds." A hallway. Whispered arguments. The constant instruction to be polite, to say less, to never tell strangers what you felt about them. Elena gasped and bent forward slightly as if the memories had physical force. Mara rose at once and caught her arm. Sit down. But Adrian did not move to touch her. He looked stricken. You remembered, he said. Elena lifted her head, breath uneven. You knew. It wasn't a question. He knew. And his face answered before his voice did. Yes. The word changed the entire shape of the room. Mara looked between them, bewildered. Knew what? Elena turned toward her slowly. How could she explain something she herself only half understood? It sounded foolish. Impossible. The kind of thing said only in childhood or in the first pages of Gothic stories where no one sensible survives. Yet the memory would not let her deny it. I could tell things, she said. About people. Mara frowned. What things? When they were lying. When they were afraid. Sometimes, Elena swallowed. Sometimes things they hadn't told anyone. The silence that followed was complete. Then Mara said, with extraordinary care, Elena. Do you mean intuition? No. The answer came too fast, too certain. Because intuition was too mild a word for the electric knowing now returning to her body. It had not been magic, not exactly. It had lived in glances, in the weight of a room, in the way certain truths struck her whole. But it had been stronger than ordinary perception. Enough to frighten Celia. Enough, perhaps, to make certain people interested. Or dangerous. Adrian spoke at last. That's why the letters mattered. Mara turned on him. Then explain. He did. Slowly. Carefully. As Elena dug into her family history, she began noticing inconsistencies long before there was evidence. Names people avoided. Dates that felt wrong. Men who reacted to her questions before she'd asked the right ones. His voice stayed level, but his eyes never left Elena. She thought at first it was grief making her obsessive. Later she realized it was the same thing her mother had always warned her about, the way she reads what others conceal. Mara sat back down, very slowly. Elena felt as if some internal architecture had begun to rearrange itself while she stood inside it. Fragments kept coming now, not whole enough to trust entirely, but too consistent to dismiss. Celia drawing the curtains in the middle of the afternoon. Celia kneeling to Elena's eye level and saying, "Never tell anyone how much you know. Men will either fear it or try to use it." A dinner party long ago where Elena, not yet 10, leaned toward a laughing woman and asked, "Why are you wearing your sister's ring if she isn't dead yet?" The silence afterward. The broken glass. Her mother's fury. She sat down abruptly because her legs no longer felt reliable. Mara looked pale for the first time since all this began. "Why have you never told me any of this?" Elena's answer came in a whisper. "I forgot." But even as she said it, she knew that was only partly true. She had forgotten the framework, the explicit memories, the warnings. But the habit of concealment had remained. It had shaped her adulthood even without explanation. Her caution with strangers. Her dislike of crowds when anxious. Her instinct to step back from people who wanted too much too quickly. She had built a life around a secret she no longer remembered she was keeping. That understanding made her dizzy. Mara reached for the notebook and, with hands less steady than usual, wrote in large letters across a new page. First secret, Elena always knew too much. Elena let out a breath that was half laugh, half despair. Mara looked up. I know. But if I don't write it down exactly, my own mind will start lying to me. Adrian's gaze shifted to the page, then back to Elena. Your mother tried to protect you by teaching you to hide it. And failed, Elena said. His expression gentled. Not entirely. Something in his tone made her look at him more closely. You never thought I was mad, she said. A strange stillness touched his face. No. You believed me. Yes. The simple certainty of it sent a warmth through her so sudden and so sorrowful that she had to look away. Of course this was how it happened. Of course she had fallen in love, or begun to, with the first person who looked at the strangest part of her and did not flinch. The realization came like a bell struck underwater, muffled, inevitable, impossible to unhear. Mara saw it too. Elena knew she did, because Mara's eyes closed briefly in pained understanding before she spoke. Well, Mara said softly. That's catastrophic. No one disagreed. Outside, the light had begun to change. Afternoon dimmed toward evening, and with it the shop's windows turned more reflective. Lamps cast warmer pools across the shelves. Somewhere in the front room, the old clock struck 5. The sound seemed to mark something. Not the end of the conversation. The end of denial. Elena sat with the notebook open on her knees, Adrian across from her, Mara at her side, and understood that the mystery she had thought external, some stranger, some note, some old danger returning, had always been braided with something more intimate. She had spent her life carrying a capacity she could not fully name. She had learned to bury it. Then, in the lost season before the accident, she had used it to find something people desperately wanted hidden. Letters. A father. A disappearance. Payment. And somewhere inside that pursuit, she had met a man who knew how dangerous her knowing was and loved her anyway. Or because of it. The thought was too large to examine directly. So she returned to the smallest piece. "The secret I never told," she murmured. Adrian's eyes lifted. She looked at him. "It wasn't just the letters, was it? It was that I knew what people hid. And I hated it." His face changed with quiet recognition. Sometimes. Sometimes you hated it. Sometimes you used it like a knife. A slight, almost invisible warmth entered his voice. And sometimes you were afraid it made you monstrous. Mara inhaled. Elena felt the truth of the line like a hand closing around her heart. Because yes. That too was returning. The childhood guilt. The adolescent restraint. The lifelong caution. The fear that seeing too much in others was a form of trespass, even when unasked for, even when involuntary. She had not merely hidden the ability. She had been ashamed of it. Ashamed enough that, when the accident took part of her memory, perhaps she had unconsciously welcomed the clean silence left behind. For years she had mistaken that silence for healing. Now she understood it had also been amputation. Her eyes stung unexpectedly. She looked down, annoyed at herself, but tears gathered anyway. Mara's hand found the back of her neck at once, warm and steady. "Hey." Elena laughed weakly through the first tear. "I'm crying in regional history. There are worse genres." Adrian said nothing. When she finally looked up at him, his expression held no triumph at having been proved right. Only sadness. And something gentler than sadness. Not pity. Recognition again. As if this, too, he had seen before. That undid her a little more than she wanted. She wiped her eyes and took a breath. If I remembered this much now, why didn't I remember it after the accident? Adrian answered carefully. Because the mind protects in layers. You lost the explicit memories. What remained was the habit of concealment without the reason for it. By the time you woke fully, your first instinct was still to shut certain doors. And you let me. Yes. The honesty hurt. Not because it was cruel. Because she could imagine now what that permission had cost him. Mara, perhaps sensing the same thing, spoke more gently than before. Did she really ask you to stay away? Adrian looked at her, then back at Elena. Yes. Why? His voice lowered. Because she believed if anyone connected us to the letters, you'd be safer without me near you. A fragment rose then, sudden as lightning. A hospital room. Her own voice hoarse, weak, furious with fear. No more. If they find you, it's done. Adrian's hand gripping the rail of a hospital bed. Elena. Promise me. The memory vanished, leaving behind a pulse of grief so immediate she pressed one hand to her mouth. Adrian saw. You remember that, he said. She nodded once, unable to speak. Mara went utterly silent. For a long moment the three of them sat inside the soft lamplit hush of the shop while dusk gathered at the windows and some old hidden story slowly took on breath again between them. At last Mara rose. Right, she said, voice very composed. I'm locking the door for real. Then I'm making tea. Then nobody says anything world-ending for at least 10 minutes. She swept toward the front of the shop with queenly determination. Elena remained where she was. Adrian did too. The distance between them in that dim reading nook felt at once too great and not nearly enough. I'm sorry, he said quietly. She looked up. For what? For letting you wake alone to this. The line entered her softly and stayed. She stared at him. There were 100 things she could have said. You shouldn't have entered my apartment. You should have told me sooner. You should have protected me differently, more, less, not at all. Instead what came out was, I think I was lonelier than I knew. Something flickered across his face, pain, perhaps, or love so restrained it looked like pain. I know, he said. And somehow that was the most intimate answer of all. Mara returned with tea in mismatched cups and the firm energy of a woman refusing to let anyone drown beautifully in emotion without snacks. The evening deepened around them. They talked more, though not in the same way. The sharp revelations had left everyone quieter. They went over practical questions, where Adrian was staying, whether he had seen any sign of Silas in town, whether anyone from the old archive might still be reachable. Mara wrote names. Elena asked for dates. Adrian answered what he could and admitted what he could not. But beneath all the logistics ran the same new knowledge. The secret she had never told anyone, not even Mara, not fully, not safely, had always been herself. Not just her search for the letters. Not just her fear of the truth. But the strange dangerous knowing she had carried since childhood, the thing her mother had trained her to hide, the thing that made men fear her or want to use her, the thing Adrian had seen and understood and never tried to make smaller. When at last the shop was fully closed and the streets outside had darkened to velvet blue, Elena stood near the front window with her tea cooling in her hands and watched reflections gather in the glass. Behind her, Mara was arguing with the kettle. Adrian stood a few feet away, not speaking. In the window she could see the layered images of them all, her own pale face, Mara's quick gestures, Adrian's stillness. Three figures held together by a story that had begun before memory and was now, inexorably, beginning again. You knew my secret before we met, she said softly, looking at their reflections rather than at him. The line hung there between fact and wonder. Adrian answered from behind her. Yes. Did that frighten you? No. She turned then. Why not? His gaze met hers in the dim shop light, steady and deep and sorrowfully familiar. Because, he said, the first true thing I ever knew about you was that you were frightened of your own tenderness more than your knowing. And I trusted that more. The answer struck somewhere beneath all her defenses. Not because it was flattering. Because it felt like being seen with impossible precision. Tears threatened again. She hated him a little for that. Hated herself more. Hated the universe briefly and without focus. Mara looked up from the kettle, took one glance at Elena's face, and announced to no one in particular, I truly am going to poison somebody before this is over. That broke the tension just enough for Elena to laugh. And in the laugh, Thin though it was, she felt something ease. Not the danger. Not the grief. But the terrible isolation of carrying a secret unnamed. Now it had a name. Now it had witnesses. Now, at last, she was no longer remembering alone. That night, back upstairs in Mara's flat, sleep came late but not cruelly. The city beyond the windows had gone quiet. The sea moved somewhere in the dark beyond the houses, slow and endless. Mara had fallen asleep in the armchair beside the sofa with a book open face down on her lap, unwilling to leave Elena entirely unwatched even now. Elena lay under the blanket and stared at the ceiling. The day moved through her in overlapping layers. The photograph. Her own handwriting. The corridor at the archive. The old warning from Celia. The first secret. And beneath all of it, like a line drawn in silver through dark cloth, Adrian's voice. I trusted that more. Just before sleep took her, one last fragment came. Not a dream. A memory. Very brief. Very clear. She was standing in rain outside a building she now knew must have been the archive. Adrian was beside her, holding an umbrella badly because the wind kept trying to turn it inside out. She was laughing, actually laughing, and in her hand was a sealed envelope. She looked at him and said, with fierce certainty, if this says what I think it says, everything changes. And he answered, then let it. She woke only once in the night after that, not from fear but from the odd, aching sweetness of realizing one terrible thing. Whatever the secret in the letters turned out to be, whatever danger was coming, whatever Silas Vane had once wanted and still might want. By the time she lost her memory, she had already chosen. Not just the truth. Adrian. And somewhere ahead of her, still hidden in shadow, waited the memory of why. Chapter 4, The Way He Looked at Her. The next morning, the town woke beneath a sky the color of faded silk. No rain fell, though the air still carried the afterscent of it, that cool mineral softness that seemed to gather in the mortar between stones and along the harbor railings, in damp gardens and alleyways where the sun did not yet reach. Blackwater Cove looked rinsed and strangely delicate, as if someone had washed the whole town in gray light and set it out to dry. Elena stood at Mara's kitchen window with a cup of tea warming both hands and watched the street below begin, slowly, to belong to people again. A delivery van stopped at the cafe. The florist lifted her shutters. A man in a navy scarf crossed Harbor Road with a newspaper tucked beneath his arm and paused to greet the baker as though their exchange were one small ceremony in a much older pattern. Everything looked normal. And that, Elena thought, was becoming the strangest thing of all. 3 nights ago she had been a woman with a quiet job, a small apartment, a past she had trained herself not to prod too hard, and a life arranged around manageable silences. Now there was a man from the lost part of her memory walking the same streets she did, an old danger with a terrible name edging back into relevance, a note on her bedside table that should not have existed, and the newly remembered truth that she had spent her whole life hiding a way of knowing things she could neither explain nor fully control. Yet the milk was still delivered. The bell above the bookshop door still rang. The bakery still opened at 7. It felt almost offensive. Behind her, Mara appeared in the doorway wrapped in a robe and carrying her own mug. If you're going to stare into the middle distance like a tragic governess, at least tell me what revelation you've had. Elena glanced back. Only that the world is annoyingly committed to being ordinary. Mara came to stand beside her. That is one of its worst habits. They drank in silence for a moment. Elena had slept more than she expected to, though not deeply. Her dreams had been restless but not violent. Doorways, rain on glass, the sense of someone walking half a pace behind her with patient attention. Not frightening exactly. Only persistent. She woke twice with Adrian's voice in her head and no clear memory of the sentences themselves. It unsettled her less than it should have. That, too, unsettled her. Mara studied her face over the rim of her mug. You look less haunted. I feel more haunted. Excellent. Balance. Elena huffed a laugh. Mara's tone softened. How bad is it? Elena looked back out at the street. It's not fear exactly. No? No, she hesitated, because saying it plainly made it more real. It's that everything he says seems to touch something before I can think about it. Mara was quiet for a moment. Then she said, You mean the way he looks at you? Elena turned her head slightly. What about it? Mara gave her a look that suggested Elena was either being disingenuous or had sustained a much more severe head injury than previously recorded. Darling. What? He looks at you like a man who has already survived losing you once and has no intention of doing it politely a second time. The words landed with absurd accuracy. Elena looked away first. There was no point pretending she had not noticed. She had noticed from the beginning. It was there in the shop, in the harbor light, in every pause that seemed too full to be empty. Adrian looked at her with a stillness that did not ask for attention and yet held it effortlessly. Not the hungry gaze of men who like to be seen wanting. Not the flattering brightness of easy charm. Something quieter. More dangerous because it felt disciplined. As if he were always, at every moment, holding back. And yet the restraint itself had become intimate. I don't know what to do with that, Elena said. Mara drank the last of her tea. Nothing. For now. Observe. Distrust. Possibly wear prettier coats. Mara. What? I'm not dead. You may be in emotional peril, but aesthetics still matter. By 9:30 they were downstairs opening the shop. The day unfolded in the familiar motions of work, though by now familiarity had become a thin veil rather than a true shelter. Elena arranged a display of new hardbacks near the front window. Mara balanced on the rolling ladder to alphabetize biographies and nearly died twice, for literature. A little girl came in clutching 2 coins and left with a book of fox stories and the radiant gravity of a child newly entrusted with ownership of a world. For stretches at a time, Elena almost disappeared into the rhythm. Then, all at once, some stray detail would disturb the surface. A man's dark coat glimpsed through the window, and her heart would lurch before the stranger passed on. The scent of cedar from a customer's cologne, and memory would press lightly at the back of her thoughts without resolving into shape. The phrase private collection from a radio interview drifting in from the cafe next door, and she would see, for half a second, a room with rain at the windows and letters tied in ribbon. Memory was no longer a wall. It was weather. At 11, when Mara went upstairs to wrestle with invoices, Elena found herself alone in the regional history aisle, reshelving an illustrated volume on old manor houses, when she felt it. Not heard. Not seen. Felt. The awareness came over her with such immediate certainty that she froze with the book in her hands. Someone had entered the shop. Someone watching her. Not in the ordinary way customers watched employees they intended to question about gardening books or train timetables. This was quieter and sharper. A gaze landing before a footstep did. She turned. Adrian stood at the end of the aisle. He had made no effort to approach silently, and yet she had sensed him before sound. That realization moved through her with unnerving force. Perhaps because it felt like the old hidden talent, the thing she was only beginning to remember in herself, waking more fully now that it had been named. He wore a dark coat again, though open at the throat today, and one hand rested in the pocket as if to keep himself from reaching for anything else. The shop's low golden light softened the planes of his face but did nothing to lessen the unsettling exactness of his attention. For a moment neither of them spoke. The book in Elena's hands seemed suddenly too heavy. Then Adrian said, quietly, "You felt me before you saw me." It was not a question. Elena's pulse beat hard once beneath her ribs. Yes. His expression altered very slightly, not surprise, but concern mixed with something almost reluctant. Has that started happening often? She set the book back on the shelf because she needed both hands free. Since you came back? More. He absorbed that without visible alarm, though she could see him thinking behind the stillness. Is that bad? She asked. Not necessarily. That's a terrible answer. It's an honest one. She almost told him to stop being honest in that maddeningly careful way, because it made anger difficult to sustain. Instead she stepped out from the shelf and faced him fully. There were no other customers nearby. Rainless light glowed through the front windows. Somewhere in fiction, a chair scraped softly across the floor as someone sat down. The shop remained itself. But the space between them had acquired its own atmosphere, private and charged. You said yesterday that my mother warned me not to tell people what I could sense, Elena said. Did I tell you because I trusted you? His gaze stayed on hers. No. The answer startled her. No. You told me because you were furious with me. Before she could stop it, a laugh escaped her. That sounds more plausible. A faint warmth touched his mouth. There it was again, that almost smile that never fully committed, as though smiling cost him more than it did other people. Or mattered more. Elena found herself watching it too closely. Why was I furious? She asked. Because I saw through one of your lies. A small electric shiver ran through her. Not from the content of the words. From the way he said your lies, not accusingly, but with an old, intimate knowledge that made the lie itself sound like a shared object, something once handled between them. What lie? That you weren't afraid. The air seemed to shift. Elena looked at him, and for one heartbeat the aisle disappeared. A fragment rose. Stone corridor. Archive lights too dim. Her own voice hard and dismissive. I'm not frightened of men with sealed files and inherited money. Adrian, closer than he should have been, answering softly, no. You're frightened of being right. The fragment vanished so quickly she could not even close her hand around it. But the force of it left her breathless. He saw. What did you remember? He asked. She shook her head once. Only a line. In the archive. He waited. She repeated it. His eyes darkened, not in menace, but in recognition so immediate it almost hurt to witness. Yes, he said. That was the first time you told me what you could do. Elena leaned back against the shelf behind her, suddenly aware of the smooth spines pressing lightly against her shoulders. "How?" "You looked at me for about 5 seconds too long," he said. "Then you said, you aren't afraid of me, and you should be." A warmth rose to her face, half embarrassment, half something harder to name. "I said that?" "Yes." "And you?" For the first time, the almost smile became something real, though still brief and shadowed at the edges. "I said, if I should be, why are you still standing here?" Her chest tightened. Because there it was again. That shape between them that seemed always to have been built out of challenge and calm, her instinct to withdraw wrapped around his refusal to be pushed away, their intimacy beginning not in sweetness but in recognition sharpened against secrecy. No wonder she had remembered the way he looked at her before almost anything else. Not because looking was incidental. Because it had always been the first language between them. Footsteps sounded from the back room. Mara's voice floated out before her. "If either of you are saying something life-altering without me, I'll set fire to a shelf." She appeared a moment later, saw Adrian, and set one hand on her hip. "Marvelous. It's becoming a residency." Adrian inclined his head. "Mara. Don't use my name like you earned it." His attention returned to Elena, but only after the smallest pause, and she felt that pause more keenly than she wanted to. As if even his restraint around Mara was calibrated through care for her. Mara crossed her arms. "Well? Why are you here?" "To ask Elena not to go back to her apartment today." The sharpness in his tone, though slight, made both women still. "Why?" Mara asked at once. "I'm not certain yet." He glanced toward the front windows. "But I don't like the feeling in town this morning." Mara looked unimpressed. "Feeling?" Adrian met her gaze evenly. "You can call it instinct if you prefer." Elena frowned. "You sense something?" "Yes." "About me?" "About proximity." The answer was unnervingly vague, and yet something in Elena responded to it before her skepticism could. A tightening low in the body. The same sense she had felt when he entered the aisle before she saw him. Not proof. But echo. Mara saw Elena's face and made an aggravated sound. "I hate when the alarming ones are sincere." Adrian accepted that in silence. Elena pushed herself off the shelf. "Are you saying Silas is here?" "I'm saying it's possible." "That's not enough." "I know." There it was again, the refusal to defend uncertainty by making it sound more complete. No dramatics. No inflation. Just the shape of what he knew and what he didn't. It would have been easier, Elena thought irritably, if he were more obviously manipulative. Mara's gaze moved between them. "We aren't hiding upstairs all day because you had a mood." "Then don't," Adrian said. "But don't let her be alone." The line landed between them with quiet force. Mara held his gaze for a beat longer, then said, "I already wasn't planning to." Adrian nodded once. The strange thing, Elena thought, was that he seemed neither relieved nor surprised. As if he had already counted on Mara's loyalty and built his own plans around it. As if he knew her, too, not by friendship but by her role in Elena's life. That should have comforted her. Instead it deepened the feeling that she was living inside an already written story and only now catching up to her own pages. Around noon the shop grew busier, and Adrian remained. Not hovering exactly. He browsed. bought nothing. Stood sometimes by the front display, sometimes near travel, once in the local history section where he had first requested the folklore book. But wherever he moved, Elena remained aware of him in a way that felt both absurd and involuntary. It was not only his presence. It was the quality of his attention when it landed on her. And by afternoon she began to understand something she had only sensed before. It was not that Adrian looked at her as if he wanted something from her. It was that he looked at her as if he was making sure she still existed. The realization came while she was kneeling to restack a pile of paperbacks by the window. She glanced up without thinking and found him watching her from across the room near philosophy. Not staring. Not possessing. Not even particularly expressive. Just watching with a concentration so quiet it might have gone unnoticed by anyone less attuned to him. And beneath that concentration was relief. Not fresh. Old. As though some part of him was always braced for her to vanish. The knowledge passed through her with painful clarity. Something in her chest softened before she could stop it. She stood too quickly and nearly knocked into the display. Mara, passing behind her with a stack of invoices, raised one brow. You've either remembered a murder or had a hormone incident. Elena took the papers from her just to have something to do with her hands. Neither. Liar. Mara followed Elena's glance, saw Adrian near philosophy, and exhaled through her nose. Ah. What? You've noticed it. Elena tried for ignorance and failed immediately. Noticed what? The way he looks at you. Mara lowered her voice. As if the room only fully arranges itself once he's found where you are. Heat climbed Elena's neck. Mara. I'm serious. I know. Mara looked at her more gently. That's why it's a problem. Elena swallowed. Because yes. If Adrian had only unsettled her, she could have defended herself cleanly. If he had only charmed her, she could have distrusted him on principle. But this attentive restraint, this sense that he had loved her in silence so long it had become the structure of him, was harder. It asked nothing and therefore made refusal feel theatrical. The afternoon thinned toward evening. Light shifted from gray to gold, then to a softer dimness that turned the windows reflective. Customers came and went. A storm threatened but did not arrive. The whole day seemed to hold itself in suspension. At 5:30, a woman entered the shop whom Elena did not recognize. At first there was nothing notable about her. She was perhaps in her early 50s, well dressed in a navy coat, elegant in the way of women who moved with practiced discretion. She wore gloves despite the mild weather and carried a small black handbag. Her hair, pinned neatly at the nape, was silver blonde. She paused only briefly at the threshold before stepping inside. Yet the moment Elena looked at her, something cold and immediate passed through her body. Not memory. Not exactly. Knowing. The woman's smile at Mara when asked if she needed help was perfectly pleasant. Her voice when she said she was only browsing held no outward tension. But underneath both, Elena felt a pressure like wire drawn tight. This woman was looking for something. Or someone. And she was lying about why she had come. The certainty struck so cleanly that Elena's fingers tightened around the receipt book in her hands. Across the room, Adrian had gone still. He had noticed too. Not the same way, perhaps, but enough. The woman moved slowly through the aisles, pausing with a deliberate aimlessness that looked practiced. She touched the spines of books she did not seem to see. Once her gaze lifted and passed over Elena, calmly, politely, almost without weight. Yet the instant it did, Elena felt something beneath the woman's composure. Recognition deferred. As if the woman knew her face from somewhere else and was waiting to confirm it. Adrian crossed the room. Not quickly. Only enough to place himself in the woman's line of sight as he pretended to examine a book on architecture. His movement was subtle, but Elena saw it, and the sight stirred something complicated inside her. Not simply gratitude. Something warmer. More dangerous. Protection had become visible. Mara, who missed very little, drifted closer to the counter and lowered her voice. That woman makes my teeth itch. Elena kept her eyes on the receipt book. She's lying. Mara looked at her sharply. You know that. Yes. About what? I don't know. But she didn't come for books. The woman turned at the end of history and, with serene precision, made her way toward the front table where local titles were displayed. Her gloved hand hovered over the drowned paths of Blackwater County. Then she looked up at Elena and smiled. It was a flawless social smile. No malice in it. No warmth either. Do you carry any books on private family estates in the county? She asked. The question pierced Elena with such immediate force that for 1 second she could not breathe. Private family estates. Not a strange request, perhaps. But not innocent here. Not now. Mara answered first, cheerful and cool. Several. Local history, second aisle left. The woman inclined her head. Thank you. She took 2 steps in that direction. Adrian said, without raising his voice, you'll find the indexed surveys more useful than the histories. The woman stopped. Turned. Their eyes met across the shop. Something passed between them then, too fast, too hidden for Elena to read fully, but unmistakable in effect. The woman's expression did not change. Adrian's did not either. Yet the air itself seemed to sharpen. You think so? The woman asked. Yes. Her gaze flicked to Elena once, then back to him. How fortunate that there are still people in town who know where to look. I've always found that depends on what one intends to find. A beat. Then the woman smiled again. Quite. She selected a random hardcover from the display, carried it to the counter, paid in cash, and left. The bell chimed softly behind her. Only when the door shut did Elena realize she had been holding her breath. Mara set the money down with visible displeasure. I loathed that instantly. Adrian was already moving toward the window, not openly enough to be absurd, but enough to watch the woman cross the street and disappear into the dusk. Who was she? Elena asked. I don't know, he said. The answer might have been reassuring if not for the way his shoulders stayed tense after he gave it. Mara noticed too. But she's connected. Elena felt the truth of that in her bones. Silas? She asked. Adrian turned from the window. Not him. You're sure? Yes. How can you be sure if you don't know who she is? His gaze held hers. Because men like Silas don't come first. They send weather. The line should have irritated her. Instead it lodged in her with cold precision. Weather. A woman in gloves, asking for estate histories. A lie in a pretty voice. A shop suddenly too small for coincidence. Mara spoke first. That's it. We close early. There was no argument left in anyone. She locked the door before the sign said 6, drew the curtains, and made the front of the shop look final in the efficient, almost ceremonial way of a woman claiming territory. Upstairs, she said. All of us. Adrian hesitated. Mara narrowed her eyes. Do not become noble on my staircase. He almost smiled again. I was only deciding whether you meant it. I never speak idly in danger. The three of them went upstairs to Mara's flat, where dusk had already deepened the rooms into lamplit refuge. Mara lit 2 lamps, then a third for defiance, and set water to boil with enough force to suggest that tea itself might be considered an act of war. Elena stood near the sitting room window, fingers pressed lightly to the curtain edge. From up here Harbor Road looked both near and theatrical, small figures moving beneath street lamps, shop fronts glowing, the dark glimmer of wet stone and the far suggestion of the sea beyond the roofs. Somewhere out there, the elegant woman was continuing her evening. Somewhere, perhaps, the person who sent her knew exactly where Elena was. The thought should have made her colder than it did. Instead, another feeling kept rising, intrusive and quiet. Awareness of Adrian in the room. Not even near her. He stood across from the hearth, one hand resting lightly on the mantel, as though uncertain whether to fully settle into Mara's space. He had taken off his coat. Without it he looked somehow more dangerous and more human at once, less armored, the line of his shoulders clearer, the weariness in him easier to see. She turned before she could keep staring. He caught the movement. Their eyes met. And there it was again, that look. Not dramatic. Not pleading. Only a depth of attention so precise it almost erased the rest of the room. Elena understood suddenly why that look had become one of the first things memory gave back to her. Because it was not the expression of a man trying to be loved. It was the expression of a man who already had loved, and was now living in the aftermath of it. Mara arrived with tea on a tray and looked between them both with despairing intelligence. I'm exhausted by this on your behalf. Neither of them answered. They sat. Mara claimed the armchair by right of ownership. Adrian took the straight-backed chair near the window. Elena remained on the sofa, hands around her cup, the steam blurring and clearing her view in small breaths. For a few moments only the sounds of teaspoons and the clock on the mantel filled the room. Then Elena said, "Tell me when you first looked at me like that." Mara nearly choked on her tea. Adrian did not move. The lamplight touched one side of his face and left the other in shadow. He seemed, for a second, not so much startled as arrested, as if the question had reached some place he kept under rigid control. Mara recovered first. Well, if we are doing this, at least let me have a biscuit. She rose, muttering to herself, and vanished into the kitchen. Elena set down her cup before she dropped it. I'm serious, she said. I know. Then answer me. He looked at her for a very long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was low enough that the room itself seemed to lean in. The corridor at the archive wasn't the first time I saw you. Something in her stilled. No. No. When was it, then? You were in the reading room 2 days earlier. At the far table near the window. You had a cardigan the color of smoke and 3 files open in front of you. You were reading one thing and taking notes on another because you'd lost patience with chronology. A strange, involuntary warmth moved through her. The detail of it. The exactness. The fact that he remembered not simply that he had seen her, but how she had sat, what she had worn, the disorder of her attention. She wanted to dismiss it as fixation. Instead it felt like witness. He went on. I noticed you because you looked calm while you were furious. The line made her exhale a small, humorless laugh. That sounds familiar. It was. His gaze stayed on hers. The archivist came over and told you the documents you wanted weren't available. You thanked him very politely. Then, after he left, you wrote something in the margin of your notebook. What? A pause. Then, with the faintest shadow of that private almost smile, cowards always become administrative first. Elena closed her eyes. There, another flash. Her own hand writing fast in black ink. The pressure of anger disguised as neatness. A sense of being watched from somewhere in the room and refusing to look up. She opened her eyes again. You remember too much, she said. For the first time, something openly painful moved across his face. I know. The answer hung between them. Not boastful. Not sentimental. Only true. Elena looked down at her hands in her lap. And that was when you started looking at me differently? No. She raised her eyes again. When, then? He sat back slightly, his fingers resting against the arm of the chair in stillness that did not quite hide tension. When you finally looked up and saw me watching. Her pulse gave a hard, uneven beat. What happened? You frowned first. Despite everything, she smiled faintly. That sounds right. Then you looked straight at me in a way most people never do. Not because you knew me. Because you were reading me. The room seemed to grow quieter. What did I see? She asked. His gaze did not waver. Enough to unsettle me. Elena felt a shiver move down her arms, slow and exact. Did I tell you? Yes. She waited. His voice lowered even further. You said, you're not here for property records. You're here because someone frightened you, and now you're pretending you came for paper. The sentence entered her like a held breath finally released. Not because she remembered saying it in full. Because she remembered the truth behind it. A man across a reading room. His stillness too practiced. His attention too concealed to be casual. Grief in him. And danger nearby. And the immediate instinctive certainty that he had come not only for documents, but for shelter in the ritual of documents. She pressed her fingers lightly against her temple. And was I right? She asked. Yes. The word carried no decoration. Mara returned from the kitchen holding a tin of biscuits and stopped halfway in, clearly deciding whether to announce herself or retreat in tactical embarrassment. She chose, heroically, to proceed. Well, she said, sitting down again. At least your subconscious had standards. Elena took a biscuit without tasting it. Adrian's gaze, though less direct now under Mara's scrutiny, still remained attuned to her in that same impossible way. She could feel it even when not meeting it. The attention had become almost tactile, like warmth from a nearby fire. She should have found it intrusive. Instead it steadied some small unstable part of her. That realization frightened her more than the rest. "Why didn't you leave then?" she asked him. "At the archive?" "Yes. If I unsettled you." He looked at her. "Because you were right. And because you didn't look away." The room seemed to tilt, just slightly. She had no reply ready for that. Mara, surprisingly, did not interrupt. Perhaps because even she understood that the conversation had drifted into some old current too quiet to survive mockery. Elena rose at last and crossed to the window again, more to create distance than because she wanted the view. Harbor Road glittered below in scattered reflections. Night had fully arrived. A few people moved beneath umbrellas, though no rain had yet started. The sky beyond the roofs held the metallic stillness that often preceded storms. Behind her, the room remained hushed. She knew Adrian was watching her. Not by sight now. By the certainty in her body. "The way you look at me," she said softly, still facing the window. "It's why I began to believe you." No one spoke at once. Then Adrian said, "I know." She turned. "Don't answer everything that way." A faint, tired warmth touched his mouth. "I'm trying not to answer the things you aren't ready for." "How do you know what I'm ready for?" The question sharpened more than she intended. His expression changed. Not defensive. Sad. "Because I learned the cost of being wrong." The words quieted her instantly. She thought of the hospital fragment. "Promise me." His hand on the bed rail. The feeling of fear not only for herself but for him. For what being near her might do. She had asked him to stay away. And now here he was, back in the radius of whatever had once nearly destroyed them, watching her with the ache of someone who remembered the whole map while she still walked through fragments. Mara set down her teacup. "I'm going to say something practical because otherwise the room will become unbearable." Elena almost smiled. "Please. We need information." Mara pointed a biscuit at Adrian. "Not just longing and architecture of glances. Names. Places. Something we can act on tomorrow." Adrian inclined his head. "Agreed. What's the next place?" Mara asked. "If the archive started it, where did it go?" For a moment Adrian was quiet. Then he said, "To Briar House." The name struck Elena strangely. Not like recognition. Like a distant bell. "Briar House?" Mara repeated. "A private estate north of Kingsmere," Adrian said. "The collection with the letters was briefly housed there before transfer." Elena's fingers tightened around the curtain edge. And then, all at once, a new fragment came. Night. Rain. A long gravel drive. Headlights cutting through trees. The silhouette of a house too large to be welcoming. Her own voice, low and tense. "If anyone asks, we were never here." She drew in a sharp breath. Both Mara and Adrian looked at her. "What?" Mara asked. "The house." Elena pressed her hand against her chest. "I remember arriving." Adrian stood at once. Not toward her. Just up, involuntarily, as if his whole body answered the shift before his mind did. "What do you remember?" he asked. "Only the drive. Trees. Headlights." She shut her eyes. "And saying something to you." About not being there. Yes. His voice had gone rougher than before. Yes. Mara looked between them. So we go there. No, Adrian said immediately. Mara stiffened. Excuse me? Not until I know whether it's active again. That's not a sentence. It means if Silas has reopened any connection to the estate, going there blind would be stupid. Mara crossed her arms. We are not very rich in alternatives. Adrian's attention remained on Elena. There may be another way. A woman named Judith Funn. She managed part of the Briar House records transfer. Elena frowned. Do I know that name? You did. Another faint bell of almost recognition. Not enough. Mara reached for the notebook they had begun and flipped to a fresh page. Excellent. Judith Funn. Briar House. Possibly evil weather woman. We are assembling a very tiresome cast. She wrote while Elena sat back down, though her thoughts were no longer in the room entirely. Briar House. A gravel drive. His voice in the car, lower than usual because the night itself had seemed to demand secrecy. Her own body leaning toward danger not from recklessness alone but because he was beside her. That, Elena understood with a sudden painful certainty, had been part of it too. She had trusted him not merely because he believed her, but because beside him, her fear had never been treated as weakness. It had been treated as information. No wonder she had loved him. The realization did not arrive like drama. It arrived like gravity. Slow. Total. Already in effect before she named it. She looked up before she could stop herself. Adrian was watching her again. And this time she did not look away. In the hush of Mara's lamplit sitting room, with stormlight thickening beyond the window and the old clock marking out the minutes as though they still belonged to ordinary life, Elena let herself see what had been there all along. The patience in him. The restraint. The grief. The almost unbearable relief every time she met his eyes and remained. That was the way he looked at her. As if her existence answered something broken in him. As if loving her had become indistinguishable from guarding the fact that she was still here. It should have frightened her more. Instead, to her own dismay, it made her want to reach for him. She did not. But the wanting itself was enough to change the room. Adrian saw it. Of course he saw it. His face remained almost perfectly still, yet something gentled there. Some minute easing at the edge of his mouth, some change in the gaze itself that felt less like triumph than pain tempered by tenderness. Mara looked up from the notebook and groaned softly. Oh, for heaven's sake. Elena flushed. What? I can hear the violins and I resent it. That broke the tension just enough for Elena to laugh under her breath. And in the laugh, some dangerous thread between all of them loosened without snapping. They spoke for another hour after that. Practicalities, mostly. Judith Funn. Briar House. The woman in gloves. Whether anyone in Kingsmere could still be trusted. Whether Mrs. Winthrop should be told anything beyond, Elena is staying elsewhere because the weather is emotionally unfavorable. Adrian knew an address in town where messages could be left for him without using his hotel. Mara disliked that he had anticipated the need for secrecy and liked, secretly, that he had anticipated it well. At one point Mara went to fetch more hot water, leaving Elena and Adrian briefly alone by the fading fire. Neither of them spoke at first. The quiet between them had become something dense and habitable, neither easy nor unbearable. At last Elena said, "Were you always this careful with me?" He considered the question. No. No. No, a shadow of memory crossed his face. At first I was worse. How? I argued with you too often. Told you not to do things as if you might obey. She smiled before she could stop herself. That does sound worse. It was. And then? His gaze lowered briefly, then returned. Then I learned that what you wanted most wasn't protection. It was honesty. The simplicity of that answer moved through her with a deep, private ache. Because yes. Even now, even lost inside all this uncertainty, that felt true. What if honesty hurts? She asked. It usually does. And you still choose it. With you? Yes. The fire shifted softly in the grate. From the kitchen came the muted clink of Mara rearranging cups with the righteous violence of a woman choosing not to overhear. Elena looked at Adrian in the low amber light and thought, with both fear and longing, that memory had not brought him back into her life. He had been carrying it alone all along. That changed something in her, though she could not yet name exactly what. When Mara returned, the storm finally began. Rain struck the windows in a long silver rush. Wind moved down Harbor Road and rattled the sign below the shop. The whole flat seemed to draw a little closer around its warm interior lamps, as though instinctively protecting what it held. Right, Mara said. No one is going anywhere in this. Adrian rose anyway. Mara looked at him as if personally betrayed by weather and masculinity. Sit down. I should check the street. You should not. I won't go far. Elena surprised herself by speaking before Mara could. Don't. The word came out quieter than command, but not far from it. Adrian looked at her. And there, again, was that look, sharper now, touched by something that might once have been the beginning of obedience and had never entirely left him. He sat back down. Mara blinked once. Well. That's useful. Elena, who had not meant to reveal that kind of influence quite so plainly, focused very hard on the rain. But her pulse had quickened. Not with power. With recognition. She had asked him not to go, and he had stayed. Not because Mara insisted. Because she had. Another tiny piece of their lost history, invisible but solid, seemed to settle into place. Later, when the storm had deepened and the town beyond the windows was little more than blurred lamps and black roofs under rain, Mara made up the sofa again for Elena and, after only mild protest, the armchair for Adrian. You are both sleeping where I can see you if the universe becomes literary, she announced. Adrian accepted this with less resistance than Elena expected, which only proved how tired he must be. By midnight the flat had gone dim and soft. Mara had retreated to her bedroom. The fire burned low. Rain kept up its steady whisper at the windows. Elena lay beneath the blanket on the sofa, staring into the half-dark. Across the room, Adrian sat in the armchair, coat folded over the back, sleeves rolled once at the forearms, a book open but clearly unread in his hands. He looked up after a while and found her watching. Try to sleep, he said quietly. She should have. Instead she asked the question that had been circling her all evening. Did I ever tell you I loved the way you looked at me? He became very still. The room itself seemed to pause around the question. Then, after a long moment, he closed the book and set it aside. "Yes," he said. Her breath caught. "When?" A faint line appeared between his brows, not from reluctance but from the weight of choosing the answer. "The night before Briar House." The rain whispered harder at the windows. "What did I say?" He looked at her in the low lamplight, and whatever he saw in her face made his own expression soften into something almost unbearably tender. "You said," he answered, "it would be easier if you wanted less from me." The line landed in her like a hidden key turning. Because even before he went on, she knew. She knew the shape of her own next words in that lost room, knew them with the body before memory supplied them, knew them from the ache already rising in her chest. "Still," she whispered, and then? His voice was so quiet she nearly did not hear it over the rain. "And then you said, but you never look at me like I'm something to possess. You look at me like I'm something you're trying not to lose." Elena shut her eyes. The force of recognition was immediate and overwhelming. Not the full scene. Only the emotional truth of it, complete as weather. A room lit by one lamp. Her own exhaustion. His stillness. The dangerous nearness of wanting to be loved without being taken. And the terrible relief of finding, in his gaze, exactly that. Her throat tightened. When she opened her eyes again, he was still watching her. Not asking anything. Not moving toward her. Only there. And suddenly she understood that this, too, was part of the reason she had come back toward him so quickly even through fear. Because his way of looking at her had always contained a kind of mercy. A refusal. A promise not to reduce her. It was, perhaps, the first place in her life where being fully seen had not felt like being captured. "You really did love me," she said, almost to herself. His answer came after a beat. "I do." The present tense entered the room and remained. No one reached for it. No one tried to soften it. Rain moved at the windows. The fire sighed once in the grate. Somewhere in the sleeping building below, wood settled into itself with a soft creak. Elena lay very still beneath the blanket, her heart beating too hard and too deep. She should have been afraid of those words. Maybe she was. But fear was no longer the only thing there. Because now, layered through all the danger and mystery and the terrifying return of memory, there was something else moving steadily closer. The possibility that whatever they had been before had not ended. Only waited. She turned onto her side and, after a long hesitation, let her gaze rest on him one last time before sleep. He was still there in the armchair, one hand lifted lightly to his mouth, watching the dying fire with the look of a man pretending not to keep vigil. The way he looked at her had frightened her before she understood it. Now it frightened her differently. Because now she knew that if she remembered everything, she might not only recover the past. She might want him again with all the force of what had once been unfinished. And somewhere beneath that thought, quiet as the storm and just as inevitable, another realization was waiting for her. She already had. Chapter 5, A Past She Couldn't Remember. The storm passed in the night. By morning, the town wore that particular brightness that sometimes followed heavy rain, as if everything, stone, roof slate, window glass, even the sea itself, had been polished while no one was looking. Sunlight moved through the clouds in pale shafts, touching chimneys and gutters, glancing off puddles left in the street. The air was cold enough to feel deliberate. Elena woke before anyone else. For one suspended moment, she did not know where she was. Then Mara's sitting room returned in layers, the moss-colored sofa beneath her, the woven blanket tangled around her legs, the faint scent of burnt wood and old paper, the soft cream curtains lifting slightly at the edge where the window did not quite meet its frame. And then she remembered the last thing Adrian had said. I do. Not did. Not once did. Not I did then, and perhaps only the memory remains. Present tense. The room seemed to tighten around that knowledge even now, in the pale calm of morning. Elena lay still, looking at the ceiling while her heart arranged itself around the line again and again. It should have felt too large to hold. Instead it had the terrible, delicate weight of something that had already been true long before it was spoken aloud. Across the room, the armchair was empty. His coat was gone too. For one brief instant, something in her sank. Then she saw the note on the small table near the hearth. Not folded like the other note. Not ominous. Only a torn page from Mara's invoice pad with a few neat words written in dark ink. Went to check the street before the town wakes. I'll return by 9. Lock the door. A. The simplicity of it undid her more than she liked. She sat up slowly and read the message again. No mystery in it. No layered warning. Only care. Perhaps that was why it moved her. Because for the last few days so much of his presence had been tied to fear, secrecy, danger, the past. Yet under all of it there ran this quieter current, practical tenderness. Stay off the cliff road. Don't go back alone. Lock the door. It was possible, she thought with a strange ache, that she had once fallen in love with him partly because his way of caring had not made her smaller. A floorboard creaked down the hall. Then Mara's voice, thick with sleep and grievance. If either of you have become morning people, I'm disowning the pair of you. Elena smiled despite herself. A few minutes later Mara appeared in the kitchen in a robe and socks, hair pinned in some makeshift arrangement that suggested she had fought her pillow and not entirely won. She found Elena already lighting the kettle and stopped in the doorway. You're making tea. Yes. You're staring into the distance. Also yes. Mara narrowed her eyes. Did you remember something, or are we merely in the advanced stages of being in love with a suspicious man? Elena nearly dropped the match. Mara. What? I'm asking as a friend and a citizen. Elena turned back to the stove because it was easier than facing her. I'm not. Don't insult me this early. The kettle began its soft warming hum. Mara came closer and peered at her face with indecent clarity. Ah. So both. Elena laughed weakly and reached for the tin of tea leaves. I hate you. No, you don't. No. Exactly. Mara leaned against the counter. For a moment she said nothing, and when she spoke again the humor had gentled. What did he say after I went to bed? Elena hesitated. Not because she meant to hide it, but because saying it aloud seemed like placing something fragile in air where another voice might change it. Still, this was Mara. So she said, quietly, I asked him whether I'd ever told him I loved the way he looked at me. Mara went very still. Then, after one heartbeat, well. That is catastrophic. I know. And? Elena kept her eyes on the rising steam. He said yes. Mara said nothing. Elena, she asked finally, and softly now, are you all right? The question surprised her. Not because it was unkind. Because she didn't know. I don't think so, Elena said honestly. But not in the way I expected. Mara came closer and touched 2 fingers lightly to her arm. Elena exhaled. It's not only him. It's the feeling that my life has been folded over. Like there's a whole second life pressed against this one, and I can feel the shape of it but not open it all at once. Mara nodded slowly. A past you couldn't remember. The phrase hung there, simple and exact. Yes, Elena said. The kettle whistled softly into readiness. They drank tea by the kitchen window while the town below brightened fully into day. A postman passed. The cafe awning was rolled out. Someone laughed in the street and the sound floated upward in a way that felt almost indecently cheerful given the state of Elena's soul. Adrian returned a few minutes before 9. He knocked once. Waited. And when Elena opened the door, he stepped inside carrying cold air and the faint smell of the sea. He looked as though he had not slept much, though she suspected that was no new condition. There were shadows beneath his eyes this morning, and his hair had been pushed back carelessly as if by restless hands. Yet his attention sharpened the instant he saw her. Not the whole room. Her. It happened so automatically that she doubted he even knew when he did it. Nothing on the street, he said. Then, after the smallest pause, did you sleep? The question, in any other mouth, might have sounded routine. In his, it felt intimate. He nodded once, as if taking inventory of what could be accepted and what remained unsolved. Mara, from the kitchen, raised her mug. Good. You're alive. Now come and tell us whether we're going to Kingsmere, Briar House, or prison. Adrian crossed the room. Morning light from the window found the pale scar near his temple and made it more visible than usual. Elena noticed herself wondering, not for the first time, when he got it, and whether she had once known the story by heart. That was the strange new rhythm of her life. Every visible thing about him seemed already halfway connected to an answer she had lost. They sat at the kitchen table with Mara's notebook open between them. Judith Fun. Briar House. Woman in Gloves. Silas Vane. Elena stared at the names as if they might rearrange themselves into sense. We don't go to Briar House yet, Adrian said. Not blind. Mara sighed theatrically. I was almost excited to trespass. We should speak to Judith first, he continued. Where is she? Elena asked. Kingsmere. The city name pressed against her thoughts again, heavy with blurred edges. Before the accident, Kingsmere had been only a place she once lived. After the accident, it became the place she had deliberately not revisited. Too large. Too full of unfinished associations. Too close to the missing stretch of time. She had told herself it was because the city held grief. Her mother's illness, the hospital, the crash, the confusion after. Now she understood that was not the whole truth. Part of her had stayed away because some deeper instinct knew the city still contained doors best left unopened. Mara read her face at once. You don't have to decide this minute. Yes, she does, Adrian said. Mara turned to him slowly. Would you like to repeat that with your bones intact? He met her glare without flinching. We've run out of the luxury of postponement. The directness of it might have angered Elena on another day. Instead, it exhausted her because she knew he was right. The woman in gloves had not come by chance. The questions about family estates were not casual. Something had already begun moving toward her. If she wanted the past to stop arriving in pieces chosen by other people, she had to go where it had started. Still, that understanding did not make the prospect of returning to Kingsmere any less frightening. She looked down at the table, at the grain of the wood, at the small crescent stain from some long-ago cup of coffee. Anything but their faces. "I'm afraid," she said. The admission settled heavily and honestly between them. Mara's hand moved at once over hers. Warm. Immediate. Adrian said nothing for a moment. Then, quietly, "I know." And because he did not rush to reassure or contradict, because he let the fear stand in the room as something real and not shameful, Elena found she could keep breathing through it. Mara squeezed her fingers. Afraid of what? Elena closed her eyes briefly. How to answer? Not of one thing. Of many. Of returning to streets her body might remember before her mind did. Of seeing the archive and feeling whole months of her life standing just beyond reach. Of Judith Fun saying something in an ordinary tone that shattered the shape of everything she believed about her mother, her father, herself. And beneath all of it, another fear, more private and somehow more difficult. Of remembering Adrian completely. Because fragments were one thing. Fragments could ache and haunt and lure. Wholeness was different. Wholeness meant consequence. If I remember all of it, she said slowly, I won't be able to go back to the person I was last week. No one answered immediately. At last Adrian said, no. The simple certainty of the word should have chilled her. Yet there was something almost merciful in hearing it spoken plainly. No false comfort. No promise that the truth would leave her untouched. Mara exhaled through her nose. Well. I hate integrity in men. It makes things terribly inconvenient. Elena laughed once, faintly. That decided it, perhaps more than anything else. By 10:30 they had arranged the day. The bookshop would stay closed with a handwritten sign in Mara's elegant slanted script, closed for inventory and emotional reasons. Back tomorrow. Mara insisted on coming. Adrian had clearly expected no other outcome. Elena packed with mechanical care in the small hours before they left, a change of clothes, a brush, the notebook, the photograph, the original bedside note wrapped carefully in one of Mara's scarves. She did not know how long they would be gone. Perhaps only a day. Perhaps longer. The uncertainty made every folded garment feel symbolic. Before they left, she walked alone for a moment through the sleeping lower floor of the bookshop. The lamps were off. Morning light fell cool and silver through the front windows. Shelves stood in hushed rows, patient and orderly, as if stories knew better than people that everything important eventually returned in its own time. Elena trailed one hand lightly along the counter. This place had held her together. After the accident, after Celia's death, after every unnamed ache she had chosen to turn into routine, the shop had offered shape and repetition and gentleness. It had asked little of her beyond presence. She loved it for that. Standing there now, she understood with fresh sadness that the life she built in Blackwater Cove had not been false. Incomplete, perhaps. Protective to the point of numbness. But not false. She was not betraying that self by going back. she was only refusing to let the missing part of her remain buried by fear. When she stepped outside at last, Mara was locking the front door while Adrian waited beside a dark car parked half along the curb. It was not new, but well kept, practical, understated, the kind of car belonging to a man who disliked drawing attention to himself and somehow drew it anyway. "You have a car," Mara said, eyeing it with suspicion. "I do. This is upsetting. You should be less competent." "I'll work on it." Mara turned to Elena. "See? He jokes. It's unnatural." The drive out of Blackwater Cove took them along the cliff road before turning inland. The sea stayed visible for a time, silver blue beneath drifting clouds, breathing slowly under the morning light. Fields opened then folded into woods. Stone walls appeared and vanished. Villages flickered by in brief sequences of slate roofs, church towers, and dogs watching from doorsteps with complete theological certainty. Mara sat in the front passenger seat because, as she said, "If this turns into a kidnapping, I'm nearer the steering wheel." Elena sat in the back. At first she was grateful for the distance. It gave her room to think, room to watch the changing land through the side window, room to study Adrian in the rearview mirror without being entirely obvious about it. Yet the mirror had its own problems. Every time his eyes met hers there, something moved. Not dramatic. Only that same quiet recognition, as if the space between them altered under attention alone. She stopped looking after a while because not looking was easier than absorbing the effect repeatedly. The road curved inland through a stretch of tall dark pines. Then, all at once, memory struck. Not a scene this time. A route. Her body knew a bend before they reached it. Knew the church that would appear beyond the rise. Knew the narrow bridge over a stream lined with alder trees. By the time it happened exactly so, Elena's hands had gone cold. "I know this road," she said. Mara twisted in her seat at once. "From before?" "Yes." Adrian's gaze lifted briefly to the mirror. "How much?" "Not much. Only," she swallowed. "Only I know what comes next." "What comes next?" he asked. "There's a lay-by after the bridge. You stopped there once because I was sick." Silence. They reached the bridge. Crossed it. And 50 yards later, the lay-by appeared on the right exactly where she said it would. Adrian slowed, then pulled in without asking. The engine quieted. Outside, sunlight moved through pine branches in cool shifting ribbons. The smell of damp earth and resin drifted in when Mara cracked the window. No one spoke for a moment. Then Mara said very softly, "Well." Elena stared out at the gravel. A new fragment stirred. Not enough to become whole. Enough to leave her breath shallow. Rain on the windshield. Night, not day. The yellow wash of headlights against tree trunks. Her own hand braced against the dashboard. Adrian sang her name once, sharply, and then more gently when she did not answer. "I wasn't sick," she whispered. Adrian turned halfway in his seat. "No." The certainty of his answer made her look at him. "You remember?" "Yes." "What happened here?" His face altered in a way she had begun to recognize, not resistance exactly, but caution shaped by care. Elena's pulse quickened. "Tell me." "You had just read one of the letters." Mara inhaled quietly. Adrian continued, his voice measured. We'd left Briar House. You were silent for nearly 20 minutes. Then you asked me to pull over. The windshield in Elena's mind darkened with remembered rain. What did the letter say? She asked. I only saw part of it. And? It mentioned your mother by name. And a sum of money transferred under condition of permanent separation. The words passed through her like ice. Permanent separation. Not absence. Not loss. Separation. Made. Chosen. Purchased. Her throat tightened so sharply she had to look away. The pines outside shimmered in morning light. Their trunks stood straight and indifferent. Somewhere nearby, water moved faintly beneath the bridge they had crossed. Mara turned in her seat and reached for Elena's hand in the back. Elena let her. What did I do? She asked. Adrian's gaze had gone distant, fixed not on the road or the trees but on some memory only he could see. You asked whether people can spend their whole lives mourning someone who was never actually dead. The line entered the car and sat there, unbearable in its quiet. Elena felt something deep inside her open painfully. Because yes. Yes, that sounded like her. Or the woman she had been then. Grieving, furious, intelligent enough to understand implications before proof had fully arrived, young enough still to be wounded by hope. And then, she asked. You cried. The simplicity of it undid her. Not because crying was shameful. Because she had no memory of ever crying in front of him and yet instantly knew it must have happened more than once. He said it not like a revelation. Like fact already tender from handling. She looked out the window again and blinked hard against a pressure behind her eyes. Mara, bless her, said lightly, well. Completely monstrous of you. Elena laughed through a breath that was nearly a sob. I know. They did not stay in the lay-by long. Just long enough for Elena to write in the notebook with trembling fingers. Road to Kingsmere. Lay-by after bridge. I asked if people can mourn someone not dead. Rain. One letter. Money. Permanent separation. When the words were down, some tiny part of the panic eased. Not because the truth was less terrible. Because it now had a place to live outside her body. They drove on. The nearer they came to Kingsmere, the more the landscape changed. The woods thinned into suburbs, the roads widened, and the old rhythm of coast and village gave way to traffic lights, terraces, bus stops, and the subdued grandeur of a city built to believe in itself. Stone facades rose in pale rows. Church spires pierced the brightening sky. Water from last night's storm still glimmered in the gutters. The city struck Elena first not as memory but as atmosphere. A pressure at the base of the throat. A sharpening of the senses. The feeling of stepping back into a conversation that had continued, quietly, in her absence. She had expected the place to feel entirely foreign or entirely familiar. Instead it felt like both at once, which was somehow worse. Adrian drove with visible concentration. Mara, perhaps sensing the shift in Elena, stopped making jokes and contented herself with a running commentary on architecture whenever silence became too full. They passed a square lined with black iron railings and sycamore trees. A florist. A narrow street descending toward a canal. And then, as they turned onto a broad avenue flanked by old sandstone buildings, something in Elena's chest seized. Stop, she said, Adrian slowed immediately, pulling to the curb with no question. Elena was already looking out the window. Across the street stood a building she knew before she understood that she knew it. Tall windows. Dark stone. 2 carved lions flanking the entrance steps. A brass plaque mounted beside the door. The city archive. Her hand moved to the glass without thinking. Memory came not in a clear scene but in overlapping impressions. Fluorescent basement light. Dust motes in narrow sunbeams. The cold smell of paper and damp stone. A corridor. Adrian kneeling to help gather scattered files. Her own voice sharp with grief and temper. The first dangerous certainty that he was not what he seemed. She could almost feel the weight of the boxes in her arms. "I worked there," she whispered. Adrian looked at her in the mirror. "Yes." Mara turned fully in her seat. "Do you want to go in?" "No." The answer rose at once. And yet beneath it, another. "Soon." "Not yet," Elena said. Adrian nodded as if he had expected exactly that. They drove on. Judith Van lived, it turned out, in a narrow Georgian row house on a quiet street west of the center. The houses stood shoulder to shoulder in pale dignity, each with black railings, clipped shrubs, and steps that seemed designed to make visitors question themselves before knocking. A plane tree lifted bare twisting branches over the pavement. Adrian parked 2 doors down. No one moved to get out at once. Elena looked at the house. Number 18. Green door. Brass knocker. Lace curtain in the upper left window. Nothing about it suggested revelation. That, she thought, was becoming another cruel habit of the world. "Last chance to flee," Mara murmured. Elena exhaled slowly. "No." They crossed the pavement together. Adrian knocked. For several seconds there was no answer. Then footsteps approached, measured, unhurried, with the quiet confidence of someone who had long ago stopped hurrying to doors unless truly necessary. The door opened. The woman standing there was perhaps in her 60s, with silver hair pinned low and a face still fine-boned enough to suggest the beauty of her youth without vanity. She wore a dove-gray cardigan and a long dark skirt. Small gold spectacles rested low on her nose. There was nothing remarkable about her at first glance except her stillness. Then she saw Adrian. And everything in her changed. Not visibly to a stranger. But Elena felt it at once. Recognition. Alarm. Old guilt. Judith Van's eyes shifted to Elena. The color left her face. For one suspended second no one spoke. Then Judith said, very softly, "Oh." The single syllable struck Elena with such force that she knew before the woman said another word that this meeting mattered far more than any of them had admitted aloud. Judith's hand tightened once against the edge of the door. "I didn't think," she began, then stopped. "No. Of course. Come in." The hallway beyond was cool and dim and smelled faintly of books and lavender polish. A runner carpet muted their footsteps. Family photographs in dark frames lined one wall, though Elena did not yet dare look closely at them. Judith led them into a drawing room at the back of the house. Tall windows overlooked a small garden where rain-dark roses still held a few late blooms. Bookshelves covered one wall. The furniture was old and carefully kept. A fire burned low in the grate, lending the room an understated warmth that might once have made it inviting. Now it only sharpened the unease. Judith did not ask why they had come. That told Elena more than any greeting could have. "Tea?" Judith asked. "No," Adrian said. Judith gave him a single cool look, then returned her gaze to Elena. The older woman's composure had mostly returned, but the pulse at her throat betrayed her. Elena noticed it instantly. Not by sight alone. By that old waking faculty in herself, that ability to feel the truth pressing beneath manners. Judith had expected this possibility for years. And dreaded it. "Elena," she said at last. "You don't remember me." It was not a question. "No," Elena said. Judith nodded once, as if the answer cost her nothing and too much. "I'm sorry." "For what?" The older woman's fingers, folded neatly in front of her, tightened slightly. "For many things." Mara sat down in one of the armchairs without invitation, crossing her legs with the serene aggression of a woman prepared to become very rude on behalf of someone she loved. Adrian remained standing beside the mantel. Elena stayed where she was until Judith gestured faintly toward the sofa. Only then did she sit. The room was very quiet. Outside, water dripped slowly from the roses in the garden. Inside, a clock ticked once, then again. Judith drew a breath. "How much do you know?" Adrian answered before Elena could. "Enough." Judith's eyes flicked toward him, unreadable. "Then perhaps you know that enough is rarely the same thing to everyone." Mara said dryly, "You'll forgive us if we're done with elegant evasions." Something almost like weariness passed through Judith's face. "Yes," she said. "I imagine you are." Her gaze returned to Elena. "I was one of the archivists attached to the Briar House transfer. I also knew your mother." The room contracted. Elena felt it in her lungs. "In what way?" Judith's expression altered, something between sorrow and caution. "Not socially. Through records. Through requests that should never have been made and papers that should never have been hidden." Elena leaned forward slightly before she could stop herself. "My mother hid papers." "Yes." The answer came without hesitation. A deep, cold silence followed. There it was. A fact. Small enough to grasp. Large enough to split the world. Judith continued before anyone could interrupt. "After your mother married, certain documents relating to her family line were removed from open access. That happens more often than people imagine when money is involved and reputations feel fragile. Later, when your father disappeared from the official record attached to you, more papers vanished." Mara's face had gone very still. Elena heard her own voice as if from far away. "Disappeared from the official record." "Yes." "Meaning?" Judith looked directly at her now, and Elena felt, not only through sight, but through that painful old faculty, the woman's pity, guilt, and fear of being too late. "Meaning your father's absence from your life was not incidental," Judith said quietly. "It was arranged." The words settled into the room with no drama at all. And because they came so quietly, they changed everything. Elena did not gasp. Did not cry out. She simply sat very still while her entire past seemed to reassemble itself around a wound she had carried all her life without being allowed to name. Arranged. Not lost. Not wandered away. Not dead in some vague romantic tragedy. Taken out of reach by design. Something in her chest began to ache so deeply it was almost calm. She heard Mara say something sharp and incredulous. Heard Adrian ask a question. Heard Judith answer. But for a moment none of the words remained. Only that one. Arranged. A past she couldn't remember had become, in that instant, a past someone had worked very carefully to erase. And now, at last, she was standing at its door. Chapter 6, The Truth Behind His Words. When they left Judith Funn's house, the sky above Kingsmere had turned a pale, translucent blue, the kind that appeared only after rain had washed every edge of the city clean. The pavements still shone in places. Water trembled along the curb in silver threads. A woman in a camel coat passed them with a bouquet of white tulips held against her chest, and for one irrational second Elena wanted to stop her and ask how a person kept walking after their life had just split open. But of course the woman would not know. No one on the street would know that Elena had just learned her father had not drifted out of her life through chance, tragedy, or even ordinary cruelty. He had been removed from it. Arranged away. Erased by design and then covered over so thoroughly that she had spent years grieving in absence without understanding that absence had been built for her. She stopped on the pavement without meaning to. Mara, one step ahead, turned at once. What is it? Elena looked back at the green door of Judith's house. It had already resumed its stillness, as if nothing grave had passed through it in the last hour. Brass knocker. Black railings. Lace curtain. Perfectly ordinary. I thought, Elena said slowly, that if I ever found out the truth, it would feel like clarity. Adrian, who had paused a little apart from them, said nothing. It doesn't, she went on. It feels, she searched for the word and hated how helpless it sounded. It feels inhabited. Like everything I thought was empty has someone standing in it now. Mara's face softened at once. That makes terrible sense. Elena let out a breath that almost passed for a laugh. Cars moved quietly at the far end of the street. A bus sighed to a stop 2 blocks away. Somewhere a dog barked twice and was answered by another farther off. The city continued around them with the infuriating steadiness of places that did not care what one particular heart had just learned. Adrian stepped closer, but not too close. There's a cafe at the corner, he said. We should sit somewhere for a little while before we decide anything else. Elena turned her head and looked at him. His voice was calm. His posture was calm. Even his face seemed composed, though she had begun to understand that composure in him was often a surface laid carefully over more difficult things. Yet beneath all of it, she could feel the truth of what he was saying. Not simply practical concern. A measured attempt to keep her from walking forward while still in shock and calling the movement choice. For the first time since leaving Judith's drawing room, she let herself really look at him. He knew. Not just the facts. Not just the names, the old letters, the danger circling them now. He knew what it was to see her receive a truth too large for the body all at once. And suddenly, with painful clarity, she understood that this too was part of what lay between them. The reason his words always seemed to arrive one step before she was ready for them was not because he enjoyed mystery. It was because he had once already watched the same truths tear through her. The thought made her chest ache. Mara glanced between them and exhaled softly. Yes, she said. Cafe. Tea. Something with sugar. I'm becoming too emotionally refined for an empty stomach. They walked to the corner together. The cafe sat beneath a dark green awning striped with rainwater, its windows slightly fogged from warmth within. A brass bell rang as they entered. The room smelled of coffee, cardamom, wet wool, and something buttery just out of the oven. There were only a few people inside. A man with spectacles reading the paper, two students bent close over notebooks, an older woman in a plum hat stirring tea with the solemnity of prayer. The ordinariness of the place was almost a mercy. They took a table near the back, half sheltered by a shelf of old bottles and potted herbs. Mara ordered for all of them before anyone could object: tea, coffee for Adrian, and a plate of almond cakes, in case the truth continues to be hostile. Elena was grateful not to choose. For a while none of them spoke. Elena sat with both hands wrapped around the hot ceramic of her cup and watched steam blur the world just above its rim. She felt oddly suspended, as if her thoughts were happening somewhere slightly behind her body and she had to wait for them to catch up. At last Mara leaned back in her chair and said, carefully, "All right." The phrase held no lightness. All right meant, we begin sorting. Elena looked up. Mara rested her forearms on the table. Let me say this plainly so I don't become melodramatic. Judith confirmed 3 things. 1. Your father was intentionally removed from your life. 2. Silas Vane was involved. 3. Whatever was done to him is tied to whatever you are. She said the last part gently. Not because she doubted it. Because saying it bluntly still felt dangerous. Elena lowered her eyes to the tea again. To whatever I am. Mara's voice softened further. You know what I mean. Yes, Elena thought. She did. Since childhood she had lived in quiet negotiation with something she was not meant to name too clearly. A way of knowing. A pull toward the concealed. A certainty that often came before evidence and then, maddeningly, found evidence after. For years she had reduced it to instinct because instinct was acceptable. Perception was acceptable. Sensitivity, even, if said with affection and no precision. But now the old euphemisms were peeling away. What did you know? She asked Adrian without looking at him. Before today. Not what you guessed. What did you know? Across the table, he set down his coffee carefully before answering. I knew your father's disappearance was not natural, he said. I knew Silas Vane had some role in it, though not the full structure. I knew the letters you found suggested more than a family estrangement. And I knew that by the time you understood what you were looking at, you believed the situation was connected to your own ability. My own ability. He spoke of it with no disbelief. No hesitation. No need to soften the language. She lifted her gaze at last. When did I tell you that? His eyes met hers. Not once. Several times. The answer settled heavily. Mara, who had taken up one of the almond cakes as if she meant to interrogate it, paused. Several times? Adrian nodded. Elena could not stop looking at him. Something in his face changed very slightly when she met his eyes directly, a minute easing she would have missed a week ago and now could not unsee. The feeling in the room between them altered too, some private thread pulled gently taut. Why would I need to tell you several times? She asked. A shadow passed through his expression. Because each time you said it, he replied, you were trying to convince yourself more than me. The truth of that landed so cleanly she felt it in her throat. Of course. Of course she had not moved through all this with certainty and confidence, blazing out her strange knowing like a banner. She would have doubted herself. Feared herself. Needed language repeated back to her until it sounded less like madness and more like fact. "What exactly did I say?" she asked. He was quiet for a moment. "Then, the first time, you said you had a talent for stepping on truths people buried poorly. The second time, you said that was a joke and what you really meant was that hidden things bothered you until they became visible. The third time," he stopped. Mara glanced up. "Go on." Adrian's gaze stayed on Elena. "The third time, you said you thought your mother had spent your whole life teaching you to look away from what you could do, and that you were tired of obeying a fear that was no longer hers to carry." The cafe around them blurred at the edges. Not literally. Only in that strange inward way that happened when a sentence touched the exact shape of something one had not yet remembered but had always known. Elena looked down at her hands. There was a faint dusting of sugar on one knuckle from the almond cake she had not realized she'd touched. She remembered, suddenly and vividly, being perhaps 12 years old and standing in a grocer's shop with Celia. The grocer was smiling too brightly. His wife was in hospital. He was pretending she was not. Elena had known without knowing how. She remembered saying quietly, after they left, "He's afraid she won't come home." And her mother stopping so abruptly that the shopping bag struck her leg. "Don't do that," Celia had said. Not unkindly. Worse. Fearfully. Elena looked up too fast, the fragments still hot in her chest. "I was little," she said. Both Mara and Adrian looked at her at once. "My mother knew when I was little," Elena continued. "Not just that I noticed things. She knew it was stronger than that. I said something once about a man in a shop. About his wife. I couldn't possibly have known and I still knew." Adrian's face had gone very still. "Yes," he said. Mara stared between them. "You remember that?" "Only now." The older woman in the plum hat rose, paid, and left, carrying her teacup scent and her quiet dignity out into the bright street. Someone at the counter laughed softly. The normal world went on arranging itself around their table. Elena pressed her thumb into the warm ceramic of her cup until the heat hurt a little. "Tell me what my mother did," she said. "Not your interpretation. The truth." Adrian leaned back slightly. For the first time since Judith's house, he looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. Not reluctant, exactly. Careful. As if he were handling something that had cut both of them before. "Your mother loved you," he said. Mara sighed. "That is not going to satisfy her." "I know." His eyes remained on Elena. "But it matters." "Why?" "Because if I only tell you what she withheld, you'll turn her into something simple." She wasn't simple. The answer disarmed Elena more than it should have. Celia. Beautiful and impossible. Tender at breakfast and unreachable by evening. Capable of fierce affection and devastating silence. A woman who had turned fear into style because style was easier to survive. No, she had not been simple. "Then tell it properly," Elena said. He nodded once. "She knew early that you perceived things in ways other children did not. You knew when adults were lying, but not in the ordinary way children sometimes do. You knew before there was evidence. You knew what had not been said. At first she tried to treat it as sensitivity. Then as imagination. Then as a habit you'd outgrow. Elena swallowed. And when I didn't? She became afraid. His voice softened. Not of you. Of what other people would make of it. Of what it might mean if they noticed. Mara leaned one elbow on the table. So she taught her to repress it. Yes. How? Adrian looked at Elena. By calling certainty rudeness. By calling insight guessing. By rewarding silence. By making you feel that speaking what you knew caused distress. He paused. Eventually, you learned to doubt the first clear impression and trust only what could be defended after. The words slipped into place like old glass in an old frame. Elena felt suddenly as if she were seeing the architecture of herself for the first time. Her caution. Her tendency to say maybe when she meant no. Her way of observing people with frightening precision and then pretending not to. Her dislike of crowded rooms, where too many moods and motives pressed close at once. Even the peculiar fatigue that sometimes followed long social evenings, which she had always blamed on introversion or nerves. None of it had appeared from nowhere. It had been trained into shape around something older. Her throat tightened. I thought I was careful by nature, she said. You are, Adrian replied. But not for the reasons you thought. Something in Mara's expression softened with sudden pain. She reached across and took Elena's wrist lightly. Oh, darling. Elena looked at her friend and found, to her embarrassment, that tears had gathered without her permission. She shook her head once, annoyed at herself. I'm not even upset in the right place. There is no right place, Mara said. There's only the place it lands. Adrian said nothing. He did not reach for her. He did not offer comfort that would require response. He simply stayed exactly where he was, and the steadiness of that nearly undid her more than any tenderness could have. She drew a slow breath and looked at him again. What did you mean, she asked quietly, when you said there were things you weren't ready to tell me all at once? He held her gaze. That some truths can only be born in order. Mara made a small dissatisfied sound. That sounds like you practice speaking beside fireplaces. He almost smiled, but the smile did not last. Elena heard the sentence again inside herself. Some truths can only be born in order. And the strangest part was that she believed him. Not because she wanted to. Because something in her remembered the cost of sequence broken too quickly. A flash came then, swift and bright. A staircase. A door closing hard. Her own voice raised for once, sharp enough to cut. You should have told me sooner. Adrian's voice from somewhere close and low and strained. I was trying to tell you in the order you could survive. The fragment vanished. She went very still. What? Mara asked. I remembered a line. Adrian's eyes sharpened at once. Which one? She repeated it. For a moment he simply looked at her. Then he lowered his gaze briefly to the table, and when he looked back there was no surprise in him, only the ache of recognition. Yes, he said. That was in my flat. The way he said my flat sent a small shiver through her, not from the idea of the place itself, but from the intimacy contained in how naturally it entered the conversation, as though some part of her already knew the dimensions of those rooms. What happened? She asked. You had just read a copy of one of the letters, he said. Not the original. A transcript. It confirmed there had been payment. Not only to separate your parents, but to ensure no legal trace remained linking your father to you after a certain date. Mara closed her eyes for a second. God. Elena stared at him. And you knew that before Judith just told us? Yes. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Because the first thing you said after reading it was that you wished you had never started looking, and the second thing you said was that if you were right about the rest, you might not survive knowing it in one piece. The cafe seemed suddenly too small, too warm, too full of harmless lives unfolding in parallel. Elena looked out the window. Sunlight had reached the opposite pavement now, making a puddle shine like polished metal. A woman passed with a child in red boots. The child dragged one toe through the water and laughed when it splashed. Her own reflection floated faintly in the glass over the street scene, pale face, dark eyes, mouth set in that composed line people always mistook for serenity. She turned back. So I was afraid. Yes. Of what? He was quiet for a moment. Of being the reason your father was taken. The words entered her and remained. Mara's hand tightened around her wrist. No. But Elena barely heard her. Because the instant Adrian said it, something old and terrible stirred. Not memory exactly. Understanding. A child overhearing adults fall silent when she entered. A young girl saying things she could not have known and watching faces change. A mother who loved her and feared what loving her might cost. Later, much later, letters and records and family papers beginning to suggest that her father too had known too much, seen too much, perhaps done more with such knowledge than anyone around him found tolerable. And then the most dangerous possibility of all, that what happened to him had happened not only because of what he knew, but because of what she might become. Elena drew her hand free from Mara's and pressed it lightly to her sternum. The ache there was physical now. I thought it was me, she said. Adrian did not answer immediately. Mara did, furious and immediate. No. But Elena looked only at Adrian. His expression had changed. Not disagreement. Pain. I thought, she repeated, because it mattered to hear it spoken aloud, that if my father was removed, it was because I existed. Across the table, his coffee sat untouched. He leaned forward slightly, not enough to invade, just enough that his voice did not have to rise. You thought, he said carefully, that what happened to him might have begun before you were born, but that your existence turned it irreversible. The precision of the answer took her breath. Yes. That was it. Not a childish fantasy of blame. Something far more subtle and poisonous. The feeling that she had been born at the center of a danger no one would explain and then taught, quietly, all her life, to make herself smaller around it. Mara stared at him, then at Elena, horror and pity passing visibly over her face. And no one thought to tell me any of this while I was becoming her best friend? I didn't know, Elena said softly. Mara's expression broke a little. I know. The almond cake sat forgotten between them. The students at the front had begun discussing something in low, excited voices, one of them drawing diagrams in the margin of a notebook. The sound was so ordinary it bordered on cruelty. Elena folded her hands again because they needed somewhere to go. Tell me about Silas, she said. Adrian's gaze sharpened. Mara muttered, I hate him already. Elena almost smiled, but her eyes remained on Adrian. "What is he?" she asked. The question was not accidental. Not who. What? Because in the last few days Silas Vane had begun to feel less like a man and more like a design moving through other people's decisions. Adrian understood exactly what she meant. "He presents himself," he said, "as a legal and administrative consultant to old family estates, private trusts, archival transfers, disputed inheritances. In practice, he does whatever the powerful need done quietly." "Such as removing men from records," Mara said. "Yes. And children from the truth." "Yes." Mara sat back, fury and fascination wrestling visibly for dominance. "I hope he's very unhappy." Adrian's expression remained unreadable. "I don't think unhappiness is a category he concerns himself with." Elena watched the light shift along the rim of her cup. "Did I meet him?" she asked. The answer came after a pause. "Yes." That single word chilled her more than anything else yet. "When?" "At Briar House. Once. Possibly twice. Possibly." There were still blanks even for him. That frightened her too. What was he like? Adrian did not answer at once. For the first time, something in his face resembled dislike openly enough to be seen. "Polite," he said. "Immaculately controlled. The sort of man who makes cruelty sound administrative. He speaks as though every decision is merely the natural conclusion of a process no one else understands well enough to dispute." A pulse of recognition moved through her, though she could not place it in image. Mara shivered theatrically. "I preferred him as a foggy villain." "He still is," Adrian said. Elena looked up sharply. Some hidden note had sounded beneath his words. Not humor. Not exactly warning. Old knowledge. "What happened at Briar House?" she asked. Mara opened her mouth, perhaps to say not all at once, but Adrian answered before she could. "It was where you first saw enough of the pattern to know it wasn't a family misunderstanding. It was where you realized the records involving your mother's line had been separated deliberately from related legal correspondence. And it was where you understood someone was monitoring access to those records even after transfer." The cafe became very quiet in Elena's perception, though she knew it had not actually changed. All sounds seemed to move farther away. "Was he there when I understood that?" "Yes." "And you?" "Yes." Something in her pulse shifted. "What did I do?" His voice softened. "You stayed very calm." Mara made a disbelieving sound. "That is never reassuring." "No," Adrian agreed. Elena's eyes did not leave his. "What did I do?" "You asked him one question." She waited. At last he said, "You asked whether it was common practice to preserve legal evidence of removals after the removed person was meant to cease existing." The line landed between them like a lit match. Mara went still. Elena felt a flash. A long room with windows going dark in rain. A man in an impeccable coat turning toward her with a smile too mild to trust. Her own voice, level enough to conceal rage. And behind that voice, the certainty that he had underestimated her. The fragment dissolved. She exhaled slowly. "And what did he say?" "That old families make strange arrangements for survival." The sentence was so bloodless that she instantly hated him. Good, she thought dimly. Hatred, at least, was clear. Mara took a bite of almond cake with all the grace of vengeance. I hope he falls down a well. Elena looked at Adrian. And after Briar House? His expression altered again, becoming harder to read, which by now she knew meant the answer mattered in a more private way. We argued. The word moved through her like warmth through cold hands. Not because arguments were pleasant. Because she believed it immediately. Of course they had argued. Of course the path between them had not been smooth and moonlit and full of perfect understanding. It would have been sharper than that. Two people both accustomed to seeing too much, neither easily reassured, one full of control and one full of fear disguised as audacity. What about? You wanted to continue immediately. I wanted you to stop long enough to understand what you were risking. And I didn't like that. No. A flash. His flat. Rain at the windows. A lamp burning low. Her coat still on because she had not intended to stay. Her own voice, furious and exhausted. You keep trying to protect me from the fact that I'm already in it. She closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, Adrian's face told her she had remembered enough of it to be visible. You said that, he murmured. Yes. Mara, watching them both, let out a soft groan. You two are intolerable and evidently have been for years. Elena laughed despite everything, and the laugh startled her by how needed it was. It loosened something in her ribs. Then, just as quickly, the ache returned. What did you mean, she asked Adrian quietly, when you said some truths can only be born in order? What was the order? He leaned back and folded his hands once, as though arranging the answer physically before speaking it. The order was this, he said. First, that your father had not left voluntarily in the way you were told. Second, that records concerning him were altered or removed. Third, that your mother knew more than she ever admitted. Fourth, that Silas Vane had some continuing role in managing the concealment. And only after that, only after you had something to stand on, came the part about you. Elena listened carefully. The part about you. Mara's voice was softer now too. And what exactly was that part? Adrian looked at Elena before answering, as if checking whether she wanted the truth spoken in front of her or directly into her. Elena gave the smallest nod. He said, that your father may not have been removed only because of what he knew. He may have been removed because of what he could pass on. The room tilted. Not outwardly. Inside. Mara inhaled sharply. No. But Elena had already gone very still. Because the sentence fit. Horribly. Beautifully. In the way certain truths did. Her father knew too much. She inherited a way of knowing too much. The dangerous thing was not one man. It was continuity. Blood. Legacy. And someone, somewhere, had seen that and made a decision. The teacup in her hands had gone cold. She set it down carefully. Did my mother know that? She asked. Adrian's answer came slowly. She suspected. Suspected? She knew there was something in your father that frightened people. She knew there was something in you that echoed it. Whether she understood the full connection, I don't know. Elena looked toward the window again. The child in red boots was gone now. The puddle remained, bright and irrelevant. She remembered Celia brushing her hair at night with long, absent strokes. Remembered the smell of face powder and cigarette smoke in old scarves. Remembered once asking, at 7 or 8, "Am I like him?" Her mother had gone still. Then smiled too quickly and said, "No, darling. You're far more difficult." At the time it had seemed witty. Now it felt like evasion wrapped in affection. "I loved her," Elena said quietly. Mara reached for her hand again. "You still do?" "Yes." Her throat tightened. "That's the problem." Adrian did not interrupt. He knew enough, she thought, not to intrude on love complicated by betrayal. For a long time they sat there while cups cooled and daylight shifted. Eventually Mara said, "What happened after you argued?" Elena almost thanked her for the question. It was easier to move forward than to remain inside her mother's silence too long. Adrian rested his forearms on the table. "You kept going," he said. "But more carefully. You started making duplicate notes and leaving them in different places. You stopped using your own name when requesting certain records. And you became convinced someone was following the movement of every document connected to your family. I was right." "Yes." "How do you know?" He met her eyes. "Because they were." A quiet shiver passed through her. Mara looked around the room with sudden suspicion, though they both knew it was too late for general paranoia to help. "How closely?" "Closely enough that by the time Briar House happened, I no longer believed this was only archival interference." Elena heard the distinction. Only archival interference. As if there could have been a harmless version of any of this. "How did you know they were watching me?" she asked. "You changed first." She frowned. "What does that mean?" "You stopped sleeping. You stopped going straight home. You started choosing crowded streets some nights and empty ones on others, as if varying the route itself gave you room to think. You began turning around in the middle of conversations because you thought someone had just said your name." She stared at him. Because with each sentence, the memory of being that woman drew nearer. Not fully visible, but close enough to feel. Tired. Alert. Angry. Brilliant with fear. She had not simply been curious then. She had been hunted by understanding. "I remember not sleeping," she said slowly. "Not the nights themselves. Only the feeling. Like my thoughts had become louder after midnight." Adrian nodded. "Yes." Mara glanced between them both, then looked pointedly at Elena. "This man knows your insomnia in bullet points." I remain unimpressed, but I am forced to admit it seems real. That drew another small laugh from Elena, and again the relief of it surprised her. The server came to ask whether they wanted anything else. Mara ordered more tea on principle. Elena watched the woman leave and felt, briefly, the ordinary rhythm of the world passing close enough to touch. Cups. Saucers. Sugar bowls. The murmur of strangers. It was almost dreamlike, to sit inside such normality while discussing how one's life had been engineered from the beginning. When the fresh pot arrived, Mara poured with ritual seriousness. "No one says anything devastating for 60 seconds, she announced. No one argued. Elena rested back in her chair and let the warmth of the room seep gradually into her hands again. Adrian watched the street now, not out of distraction but habit, she suspected. The line of his face in profile was thoughtful, more worn than she had first understood him to be. There were things in him that did not belong to age so much as to endurance. She wondered suddenly what the last 3 years had looked like for him. Not in grand outline. In detail. What kind of mornings? What kind of apartments? What routines built around a loss no one else could see? Whether he had gone on with work as if nothing essential were missing from the map of his days. Whether he had tried not to imagine her in another town, alive but inaccessible, carrying on inside an absence that had once included him. The thought hurt in a way she had not prepared for. When the 60 seconds ended, it was she who broke them. What happened after the accident? Adrian's gaze shifted from the window to her face. The question entered the space between them with a different quality than the others. Less investigative. More intimate. Not because the accident itself was romantic, but because this was where his silence had begun. Mara sensed it too. She leaned back without speaking. Adrian took a moment before answering. You were unconscious for 2 days. Elena did not react outwardly, though the fact struck her as both known and not known. Hospitals were blurred in her mind, all pale curtains and antiseptic and the grief of emerging into a life rearranged by injury. When you woke, he continued, you recognized Mara first. Then, much later, me. Mara made a faint sound. Much later. Elena turned to her. You were there the whole time? Yes, Mara said. I'd have had to be physically removed. The answer, so immediate and unadorned, filled Elena with sudden gratitude. She reached out under the table and squeezed Mara's fingers once. And when I recognized him, she asked, looking back at Adrian. His expression changed. Not much. Enough. You were relieved, he said quietly. Then frightened. A fragment hit her with startling force. Hospital sheets. Gray dawn at the window. Adrian standing near the bed, exhausted, coatless, one hand in his pocket because the other wanted somewhere to go. The crushing, immediate certainty of knowing him and not knowing enough. She shut her eyes briefly. What did I say? He looked down at his untouched coffee and then back up. You asked whether anyone else knew I was there. Mara frowned. Why? Because by then she remembered enough to know being connected to me was part of the danger. Elena felt a pulse at the base of her throat. Yes. That felt true too. Not the details, but the shape. The old instinct toward protection turning immediately outward. Fear not only for herself, but for anyone standing too close to what she had uncovered. And then? His voice lowered. Then you asked what you had forgotten. The cafe seemed to recede again. What did you say? I asked what you remembered first. And? He held her gaze. You said my name. Then the rain. Then the letters. Then that there was a man your mother was afraid of. Silas, Elena thought. Not because he said it. Because she knew. A softness of horror settled over her skin. That was enough to scare you, Adrian continued. Not because you thought I was lying. Because you thought if the rest returned, it would put everyone around you back inside something unfinished. Mara's expression had gone pale. And that's when she asked you to stay away, she said. Adrian nodded once. Elena stared at him. The room felt suddenly full of all the words she had never meant to say and all the ones he had obeyed anyway. What exactly did I ask? She whispered. For a long moment he did not answer. The truth of it, she realized, was still painful to him even now. At last he said, "You told me that if your memory returned on its own, I could come back when it did. But if it didn't, I was not to force your life open for my sake." The line entered her so quietly that it took a second to understand why her chest hurt. Not to force your life open for my sake. It was the sort of sentence she would say. She knew that immediately. Precise, almost cruel in how carefully it tried to protect everyone at once. Mara's eyes had gone bright. "That's unbearably noble. I dislike it." Elena could not speak. Because she understood now what the last 3 years must have required of him. Not only distance, but restraint. To know where she was, to know he could walk back into her life at any time and explain everything, and to refuse because she had asked him to protect her even from his own truth. The realization made him feel at once nearer and more unreachable. "You listened," she said finally. "Yes." "Why?" He looked almost startled by the question. "Because I loved you," his face said before his voice did. But what he answered aloud was softer. "Because you had the right to choose what returned to your life, even if the choice was made in fear." The truth of his words settled over the table. There it was. Not his mystery. Not his withholding. Not even his return. This was the truth behind his words. Every silence he kept had not been indifference. It had been obedience to a promise made by a woman half broken in a hospital bed, asking him not to make her life more dangerous than it already was. Elena felt suddenly ashamed of every private accusation she had leveled at him in the last few days. That he was enjoying his advantage. That he liked to keep her uncertain. That he spoke in fragments because fragments made him powerful. No. He had spoken in fragments because full truth had once cost too much. A tear slipped free before she could stop it. She turned her face slightly away. Mara reached instantly for her napkin and pressed it into her hand with such efficient tenderness that Elena laughed softly through the sting. "Thank you." "I'm furious on everyone's behalf," Mara replied. "It's my love language." The second tear came anyway. Elena wiped it away and looked across the table at Adrian. "You shouldn't have had to carry that alone." Something in his face shifted then, very slightly. Something old and tired and almost unbearably gentle. "No," he said. "But I did." Silence followed. Not empty. Full. The kind of silence that comes when truth finally sits down among the people who have been circling it for too long. At last Elena asked, "Why now?" He understood at once. Why come back now? Why break the promise now? Why step across the line she had once drawn around her own forgetting? "Because you were already remembering," he said. "And because someone else knew it." "The woman in the bookshop." "Yes." "And whoever sent her." "Yes." Mara set down her cup. "So this isn't just about Elena going back into the past. The past has already started coming toward her." Adrian's gaze remained on Elena, but he nodded. "Yes." The answer chilled her more than the rest. Because he was right. The path collapse. The note in her apartment. The woman in gloves. Judith's fear. None of it belonged to passive memory returning. Something external had begun moving too. She looked down at the notebook Mara had brought from Blackwater Cove and opened it to a blank page. For a moment she simply held the pen. Then she wrote, slowly and with care. He kept away because I asked him to. She stared at the sentence after writing it. Then beneath it. He came back because someone else had already come first. Mara read over her shoulder and made a low approving sound. Good. Put that one in a frame. Elena smiled weakly and wrote a third line. Truth in order. Or it breaks the person carrying it. This time, when she looked up, Adrian's expression had softened in that almost imperceptible way she was learning to recognize. There. That was what she had wanted all along, she realized. Not simply facts. Not even certainty. The order of things. The internal logic. The shape in which the truth could be lived without destroying the one who had to live it. And because he knew that shape, because he had seen her break against disorder before, he had returned not merely to tell her what was hidden, but to help her carry the sequence of it. The realization was so intimate it made her look away. Mara, perhaps mercifully, stood and announced she needed air before she started setting legal institutions on fire through sheer resentment. I'll be right outside, she said. 2 minutes. Do not become unbearable while I'm gone. She crossed the cafe and stepped out beneath the green awning, where she remained visible through the window, lighting a cigarette she almost certainly did not need and exhaling with the posture of an empress betrayed by history. That left Elena and Adrian alone for the first time since Judith's house. The table felt suddenly smaller. The sounds of the cafe seemed softer. She looked at her cooling tea. Then at him. You said I recognized your name in the hospital. Yes. Was I glad? The question was more dangerous than she intended. Not because she feared the answer. Because she wanted it. His expression changed with exquisite care. You were, he said. That was all. Not embellished. Not dramatized. Yet the word touched something so tender in her that she had to look down again. Even after everything, she asked softly. Yes. The cafe window hummed faintly as a bus passed outside. Mara, under the awning, was speaking to no one and gesturing with her cigarette at the weather as if personally offended by all of existence. Elena folded and unfolded the napkin in her hands. I keep feeling, she said, like there's a version of me standing just behind my shoulder. Not dead. Not gone. Just waiting for me to catch up. Adrian listened without interrupting. She knew things I don't, Elena continued. She loved people I only partly remember loving. She made promises, and decisions, and probably mistakes I can't yet see clearly enough to judge. And everywhere I go now, she's there first. He was silent a moment. Then he said, she's not a different person. Elena looked up. She's you, he said. Only carrying more of the map. The line entered her quietly and stayed. A map. Not another self. Not a stranger inhabiting her outline. A self with more coordinates. More roads. More dangerous landmarks. For some reason, that made breathing easier. You speak like someone who's had to think about this alone for a very long time, she said. A faint shadow crossed his face. I have. Something in her chest pulled sharply then. Not pity. Never pity. Something more dangerous. A tenderness that wanted to move toward him. She did not let it. Instead she asked the safer question. When did you decide to love me? The words left her before she could reconsider them. He went still. Not frozen. Only arrested in place for one brief, unguarded second. Outside, Mara turned her head toward the window and visibly decided not to come back in yet. Bless her. Elena held his gaze. You know, she said quietly, you don't have to answer. Yes, he replied. I do. And then, after a pause that seemed to gather several years into it, he said, the first time you were afraid in front of me and tried to turn it into contempt. She stared at him. What? You were furious at Briar House. Furious at the records, at the family involved, at me for being cautious. But underneath that, you were frightened. Really frightened. And instead of becoming smaller, you became sharper. His voice remained low. I remember thinking there was something almost unbearable in watching someone refuse to surrender dignity to fear. Elena forgot to breathe. The answer was not flattering in any simple way. It did not place her on a pedestal. It saw her exactly where she was weakest and named the strength she had used to hide it. That was much more dangerous. And that was enough, she asked. No, for the first time, a real almost smile touched his mouth. That was only the beginning. She felt warmth rise under her skin. What was the rest? The rest, he said, was every time you made room in yourself for truth even when it hurt you. Every time you refused the easy lie. Every time you wanted comfort and chose accuracy instead. His gaze did not leave hers. And every time you looked at me as if you already knew I would disappoint you if I became less honest than you needed. The silence between them after that was immense. Not awkward. Simply full. He had given her the truth. Not polished. Not poetic. The actual shape of it. And suddenly she understood why his words always struck her so deeply. Because they were never merely words. They came from a long practice of seeing her clearly and refusing to simplify what he saw. That was the truth behind his words. He had not returned with mystery. He had returned with discipline. With the hard tenderness of someone who had once been asked to stay away and had done so, and who now, when the danger moved first, had come back not to overwhelm her with revelation but to guide the weight of it into her hands in the order she could survive. Mara re-entered the cafe then, bringing cold air and the scent of smoke and rain-damp stone with her. Well, she said, sitting down. Have I missed anything devastating? Elena looked at her and, to her own surprise, smiled. Yes, she said. But less than before. Mara narrowed her eyes at them both. I hate that sentence. Adrian picked up his coffee at last. Outside, Kingsmere moved under clear light toward afternoon. Inside, the truth had changed shape. Not smaller. Not safer. But more legible. And for the first time since Judith spoke the word arranged, Elena felt not only the terror of what had been done, but the beginning of something steadier beneath it. Understanding. Not all at once. Not painlessly. But in order. And this time, she thought, looking from her notebook to Adrian's hands around the coffee cup to Mara's fierce watchfulness across the table, she was not the only one carrying the map. Chapter 7, Why He Found Her. They did not leave the cafe at once. The city outside the window had deepened into afternoon, the light thinning from clear silver into something softer and more slantwise, touching the upper windows of the buildings across the street and leaving the pavement below in cooler shadow. People passed in fragments through the glass. Coats, umbrellas folded under arms, the swing of shopping bags, the private urgency of other lives continuing without the smallest awareness that, at one table near the back, 3 people had just rearranged an entire history. Mara ordered another pot of tea because she claimed, revelation dehydrates the innocent, and then, when the second pot arrived, announced she was no longer innocent and required it anyway. Elena sat with the notebook open in front of her and the pen resting idle between her fingers. She had stopped writing for the moment. Not because there was nothing more to write, but because everything seemed to belong to a larger pattern she could feel more clearly than she could yet describe. Words laid down one fact after another, but the truth itself lived somewhere between them, in tone, omission, sequence, pressure. In the way Judith's voice changed when she spoke of Celia. In the way Adrian chose precision over comfort. In the way her own body responded to certain names as if memory lived in muscle long before it returned to language. Across from her, Mara broke a small almond cake in half, stared at it with moral disappointment, and said, "All right. I'm going to ask the vulgar question because no one else will." Adrian lifted his coffee cup but did not drink. "Which one? Why are we still sitting in a cafe if a powerful man with an enthusiasm for elegant crimes may already know where Elena is?" Elena looked up. It was not, she realized, the wrong question. Only the first blunt one in some time. Adrian set the cup down again. "Because if he knows," he said, "moving too quickly will tell him more than stillness. And because panicked movement narrows judgment." Mara gave him a look. "You say things like a man who has spent entirely too much time with old maps and moral burdens." "Yes," he said calmly. Mara turned to Elena. "You see? Deeply suspicious." Elena almost smiled, but her attention remained on Adrian. "And if he doesn't know yet?" she asked. "Then I'd prefer not to inform him by behaving like we do." The answer made sense. Infuriatingly, quietly, completely. That was becoming another pattern. His caution did not feel like retreat. It felt like memory applied to danger. She rested her fingertips on the notebook. "Judith said now that I've started remembering, it won't stop." "No," Adrian said. "It won't." Mara sighed. "I hate when everyone says yes at the same time. It gives the apocalypse structure." But Elena barely heard her. Something about Judith's warning had remained lodged beneath everything else. Not because memory returning frightened her, though it did. But because the return now seemed less like an accident and more like a current she had stepped into. Something in her had already turned toward completion, and completion, she suspected, would not be gentle. She looked down at the page where she had written truth in order. Then, beneath it, she added another line. "The order matters because memory is not a flood. It is a door." Adrian saw the words as she wrote them. His expression changed almost imperceptibly. "That sounds like something you said before," he murmured. She lifted her eyes. "Did I?" "Yes." Mara leaned across the table. "Excellent. Say more things your previous self said. It feels efficient." Elena frowned slightly, trying to catch the sensation before it vanished. "I don't remember saying it. Only that it feels right." "That's how it often started," Adrian said. The phrase made her still. "What does that mean?" "When your memory was returning before," he said, "it didn't come all at once. It came as sentences first. Phrases. Ways of thinking that reached you before the full scene did. Mara sat back. All right. That is both useful and chilling. Elena drew a slow breath. Before? You mean after Briar House? He nodded. In the weeks before the accident. The city seemed to recede again, not in sound but in significance. She had known this process once before. She had begun remembering something even then, something older or deeper than the letters themselves. Or perhaps the letters had only opened the way toward it. What was I remembering then? She asked. His gaze held hers. You. The single word entered her softly and settled heavily. Not the facts, he continued. Not just the records. You were beginning to remember yourself before your mother taught you to turn away from what you knew. Mara was quiet now too. Elena looked at her reflection in the window without entirely meaning to. It floated faintly over the street outside, a transparent woman superimposed on traffic and sunlit stone. Calm looking. Composed. The face of someone many people would call self-possessed. And yet how much of that composure had been architecture built around refusal? Around not looking directly at the part of herself that frightened others first and then, eventually, frightened her too? My mother made me smaller, she said. The sentence came out more quietly than she intended. Adrian did not answer at once. Mara did. She tried to. Elena looked at her friend. Mara's mouth softened. There's a difference. It mattered, that difference. Not because it absolved Celia. Because it prevented simplification. Elena leaned back and closed the notebook. The cover felt warm from her hands. All right, Mara said, brushing crumbs from her fingers with ceremonial resignation. We have names. We have the beginnings of a pattern. We have exactly enough information to be dangerous and not enough to be wise. Which means, tragically, we need a plan. Elena looked at Adrian. And you already have one. He did not smile. A provisional one. That means yes, Mara said. He accepted that with a slight inclination of his head. There are 3 immediate questions. Mara made a small triumphant motion. At last. Numbered danger. 1, he said, what Judith did not say. 2, whether Briar House is still accessible in any meaningful way. And 3, why someone approached Elena now instead of waiting. Unless they didn't know where she was until recently, Mara said. That's possible. Elena frowned. How would they find me now if they hadn't before? Both of them looked at her. And suddenly she knew. Not in detail. In shape. Because memory did not only return through scenes. Sometimes it returned through the inevitability of a question. I started dreaming before he came back, she said slowly. And before the note. Adrian's eyes sharpened. Yes. So maybe something changed in me before anything changed outside. He did not answer. He didn't need to. Mara, watching both their faces, muttered, I dislike when the human nervous system becomes part of the evidence. Elena opened the notebook again and wrote. If I changed first, then someone felt the change. The words looked absurd and exact. She underlined nothing. She no longer needed emphasis to tell her which lines mattered. The server came to clear the cups, and Mara ordered one final tea, for the road, or the emotional road, whichever is longer. When the woman left, Mara leaned across the table. I propose something difficult, she said. Elena raised a brow. Only one? I'm conserving strength. Mara folded her hands. We should find out why Adrian found you. Not why he came back now. Why he found you in the first place. Silence followed. Not because it was an unreasonable question. Because it entered a room already heavy with truths and touched one of the most private among them. Elena looked at Adrian. He did not look away. There it was again. That same impossible steadiness. The truth behind his words had always been restraint. She understood that now. But restraint itself had its own history. It had to come from somewhere. A man did not simply appear in the right rooms at the right times of another person's life without some prior force drawing the line. I want to know, Elena said quietly. Mara sat back with the weary dignity of someone who had just done the necessary thing and hated being right. Good. Adrian was silent for a long moment. The cafe around them blurred into background again, cups, spoons, footsteps, the murmur of ordinary afternoons. What mattered now sat only at their table. At the archive? Elena asked. Or before? Before, he said. The answer sent a small, cold shiver through her. Mara muttered something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like "of course it is." Elena's fingers tightened on the pen. How far before? Several weeks. She stared at him. You knew me for weeks before we met. Yes. The phrase should have felt sinister. Some part of her insisted it ought to. But her body's reaction was stranger than suspicion. It was the sharp, painful impression of a corridor she had once walked in the dark, now receiving a line of light under the door. Why? She asked. His gaze remained on her face, and she had the strange feeling that he was not choosing whether to tell her but choosing where to begin so as not to wound the order he had spoken of. Because your name had already come up in connection with Briar House, he said. Something inside her dropped very slightly. Not because she understood, but because this sounded less like romance than machinery, and the shift from private feeling to larger design always frightened her. My name? She repeated. Yes. In what context? He folded his hands loosely around the coffee cup, though it had long since gone cold. I was doing unrelated legal work for a trust connected to several old family properties. Briar House was one of them. It wasn't my primary concern, but the name surfaced in a side ledger. An inquiry request flagged for unusual access review. Elena's mouth went dry. Mine. Yes. The answer arrived without decoration. Mara leaned one elbow on the table. So he found her because paperwork got nervous. That is one version of it, Adrian said. I hate that it's probably accurate. Elena could barely hear them over the pulse in her ears. She had imagined, if she had imagined it at all. That meeting him began in the corridor with the broken box and the raining papers and the first sharp exchange. But no. Before that, in another room, on another day, her name had already passed through his hands. It altered the emotional geometry of everything that followed. What did you think when you saw it? She asked. The question came out softer than she intended. He answered just as softly. That someone was trying very hard to prevent you from seeing something. The reply touched something in her. Not because of its content. Because she could hear, beneath the professional phrasing, the beginning of the moral line that must have brought him toward her in the first place. Curiosity, yes. But not curiosity alone. Recognition of coercion. An instinctive refusal of quiet injustices made bureaucratic. And that made you interested. Yes. Only interested? Mara closed her eyes briefly, as if praying for patience and style in equal measure. Adrian did not smile. At first, he said. Elena looked at him. There were 100 possible responses, but she asked the most dangerous one anyway. When did that change? Outside, sunlight shifted further west, catching the edge of the awning and turning the damp green fabric almost black. He answered after a pause. When I saw you in the reading room. The line went through her like remembered weather. Not fully a memory yet. More the contour of one. Light from a high window. Dust suspended over long tables. The awareness, sudden and complete, of being looked at with interest too disciplined to be casual. What about me? She asked. The smallest shadow of warmth touched his face. You were angry at a file. Mara laughed softly despite herself. Elena's mouth parted. At a file? Yes. His gaze remained steady. You were reading with the sort of concentration that usually belongs to duels. You had 3 sets of notes and had already decided, from the look of you, that the archive's administrative system was morally suspect. Mara pressed a hand to her heart. Romance. Elena ignored her. Because now, suddenly, the image sharpened. Not the whole room. A hand. Her own hand flattening one page while the other wrote quickly in the margin of a notebook. A sentence. Cowards always become administrative first. She inhaled. Oh. Adrian saw at the instant it reached her. You remember. The sentence, she said. I wrote it. Yes. And you read it? Not then. Later? A pause. You tore the page out and left it behind. I found it after you left. Mara put down her cup with exaggerated care. That is absurdly intimate. Elena could not argue. The page. A sentence written in irritation and left behind without knowing who would pick it up. The idea that he had kept it, because of course he had, though he had not yet said so, made something strange and warm move through her embarrassment. You kept it, she said. He did not deny it. Yes. Why? This time he almost did smile, though the smile remained brief and tired at the edges. Because it was the first proof that you thought about fear the way I did. The answer was so unexpected she nearly forgot to breathe. What does that mean? It means, he said, that most people think fear reveals weakness. You wrote about how it reorganizes systems. You saw cowardice not as feeling, but as structure. That interested me. Mara sighed toward the ceiling. I'm trapped in an intellectual courtship and I loathe it. Elena laughed then, helplessly, and the laughter cracked something open just enough to let air in again. But she did not lose the thread. So you read my name, she said. You saw the inquiry. Then you saw me. Then what? Then I tried not to involve myself. Mara snorted. Obviously a catastrophic failure. Yes. Elena watched his face closely. There were men, she knew, who would tell a story like this as if fate had set fire to them and they nobly followed the flames. Adrian did not. He spoke of it as one might speak of whether one respected enough not to romanticize. "Why did you fail?" she asked. "Because I saw what you were already beginning to uncover." He paused. "And because someone else noticed you too." Her body went cold. "Who?" "At the time, I didn't know. I only knew your file request had been flagged too high for something so ordinary, and that a name connected to the review process had turned up before in work involving private removals." "Silas." "Yes." Mara swore quietly. Elena looked down at the notebook again. The page seemed suddenly too small. "So you approached me because I was in danger." "That was part of it." "Part of it." There it was again. That discipline of language, that refusal to collapse several truths into one because the simpler version felt easier. "What was the other part?" she asked. He held her gaze. "I wanted to know if you understood what they were afraid of." The answer moved through her with startling force. "Not because it was romantic. Because it wasn't. At least not first. It was colder, stranger, more precise." He had approached her because he believed she was standing at the edge of some hidden structure and he needed to know how much she had already seen. "And did I?" "Yes." The word came quietly. "How quickly?" He looked at her for a long second, and something in his expression softened into memory. "Quicker than I expected." The cafe receded again. She could feel it now, the shape of those first meetings before affection had gentled them. Suspicion, intelligence, attraction sharpened by danger, both of them listening behind one another's words for what was not being said. "And you kept coming back," she said. "Yes. Even before we." He saved her from finishing the sentence. "Yes." Heat rose unexpectedly to her face. Mara, who noticed everything, looked delighted and appalled in equal measure. "I'm going to become unbearable about this if either of you gets any more subtle." Elena ignored her with difficulty. Because another thought had begun moving. Not how he found her. Why he stayed. She had thought, until now, that danger and attraction had perhaps arrived together. But what if there had been something else first? A recognition not of romance, but of resemblance. Two people who understood concealed systems, who felt structure beneath speech, who mistrusted official versions of events because official versions so often served the wrong people. "What did you think of me?" she asked. The question was rawer than she intended. He answered after a pause. "That you were too intelligent to be managed politely." Mara laughed into her tea. Elena stared at him. He went on, quieter. "That your grief had made you reckless in a way that was almost elegant. That you had spent most of your life making yourself socially tolerable while seeing far more than was convenient for anyone around you. And that if no one told you the truth soon, you would go looking for it alone and likely find something worse than what was hidden." The words entered her carefully and stayed. The words entered her carefully and stayed. There was no easy compliment in them. Only the appalling intimacy of accuracy. No wonder she had loved him. Not because he had admired her. Though perhaps he had. Because he had recognized the structure of her mind without trying to blunt its edges. Mara rested her chin on one hand and said, "I'm sorry to report that this is convincing." "No one asked you to report," Elena muttered. "I report where beauty and danger intersect. It's civic duty." The server brought the bill. Mara reached for it. Adrian reached too. They gave one another a look of mutual contempt refined by good manners. Mara won by speed and said, "Consider this your tax for emotional opacity." When they stepped outside, the day had cooled. The rain-scrubbed brightness was fading now into a gentler, pearled afternoon. Wind moved along the street and caught lightly at Elena's hair. Somewhere nearby, church bells rang the half-hour. For a moment they stood together beneath the awning, the city moving around them in mild indifference. Then Mara tucked the notebook under her arm and said, "I need an hour not spent in the company of revelations. I'm going to the hotel to bully the Linens into submission and possibly write down every reason I distrust old men with administrative power." She looked at Elena. "Do you want to come?" Elena hesitated. She was suddenly, sharply aware of Adrian beside her. Aware too of the fact that they had not been truly alone since the first day at the bookshop. Not in any room where the air could deepen without witness. Not in any space where she could ask the questions too delicate or too selfish to ask in front of Mara's loving eyes. Mara saw the hesitation and, being Mara, understood it instantly. Her expression did not change much, but some tiny wicked softness entered it. "No," she said before Elena could answer. "You don't." "Fine. I will sacrifice myself to privacy and thread count." "Mara," Elena began. Mara kissed her cheek. "Don't thank me. I'm judging both of you." Then, to Adrian. "Bring her back alive and only moderately emotionally compromised." He inclined his head. "I'll do my best." That is exactly the sort of answer I dislike from men. With that she turned and strode away down the pavement, scarf bright against the pale buildings, already taking out a cigarette she almost certainly did not intend to smoke and would anyway. Elena watched her go until she turned the corner. Then she was alone with him. The silence that followed was not awkward. It was almost too full to move through casually. The city around them seemed to recede by degrees, until only the two of them remained standing under the dark green awning while late light gathered in the wet street. "What now?" she asked. His eyes were on her already. "There's somewhere I want to show you." A shiver passed lightly down her spine. "What sort of somewhere?" "My flat." The words entered the air between them and changed it. Not because the invitation was improper. Because of everything attached to it. The memory fragments. The arguments. The transcripts. The rain at the windows. The old lines she had remembered about telling him he always looked at her like he arrived first. "My flat." He had said it before. But then it had belonged to memory. Now it belonged to the immediate future. "You still have the same flat?" she asked. "Yes." "You went back there after?" He understood what she meant. "Yes." Something in her chest tightened. He had gone back there after the accident. Alone, perhaps. Or alone enough. To the rooms where their conversations had happened, where he had watched her learn too much too quickly, where she had loved him and feared him and trusted him enough to send him away. The thought made the air feel thinner. "All right," she said. He nodded once. They walked. Kingsmere in late afternoon felt like a city holding its breath between errands and evening. Shops were beginning to light their windows, though the sky was not yet dark. The canal caught strips of pale gold between buildings. Pigeons gathered in churchyard corners with the solemn entitlement of old citizens. The streets grew narrower where they turned away from the main avenues, then broader again near terraces faced in soot-softened stone. They did not speak much at first. The quiet between them was no longer uncertain, but it was delicate. Elena was aware of everything at once. The measured rhythm of his footsteps beside hers, the weight of the notebook under her arm, the fact that each block brought them closer not only to a place but to a portion of her life she had once inhabited without question and had since lost almost entirely. As they crossed a small square lined with plane trees, she said, "Were you looking for me after the accident?" He did not pretend not to understand. "Yes." "How long?" His answer came after a pause. "Long enough." "That's not a number." "No." She turned her head slightly toward him. "Do I not get numbers with you?" "Only when they help." The reply almost made her smile. "Almost." "How long?" she repeated. He looked ahead as he walked. "Months in earnest. Longer in other ways." The line went quietly through her. "Did you know where I was?" "Eventually." "And you stayed away?" "Yes." "Even knowing where I was?" "Yes." The repetition of that small word did strange things to her. Not because it was evasive. The opposite. Because each yes held more than many people put into whole speeches, and because she was beginning to hear in it not economy but discipline. He did not elaborate when the elaboration would make her responsible for comforting him. That too was part of the truth behind his words. She looked away first. A memory brushed close. Not a scene. A feeling. Standing in a doorway with her coat on and her bag in hand, looking back at him and knowing that if she stayed another 5 minutes, she would ask him for more than she could afford to keep. The feeling vanished before it became usable. They turned onto a quieter street. The buildings here were taller, narrower, more residential. Iron railings flanked small descending stairwells. Curtains glowed softly in upper windows. A cat sat on one wall as if carved there by disapproval. Adrian stopped outside a dark stone building with a blue-black door and a brass number half polished by years of weather. "This one," he said. The sight of it struck her oddly. No memory arrived in full, yet her body responded as though it had reached a place once important. Not with comfort exactly. With recognition too deep for immediate language. The proportions of the windows. The narrow step. The faint scratch near the lock. Her chest tightened with the almost memory of walking up here in rain with cold fingers and too many thoughts. He opened the door and stood aside. Elena entered. The hall smelled of old wood, dust, and the ghost of someone's dinner on another floor. Their footsteps echoed lightly on the stairs as they climbed. Second floor. Left turn. Another short flight. Then he unlocked a gray-painted door at the top landing and opened it. The flat was quiet. That was the first thing she felt. Not empty. Quiet in the particular way a space becomes when it has held too much inwardly and learned not to echo. A narrow hall led into a sitting room where late daylight fell pale and slanting through 2 tall windows. Books lined one wall from floor to ceiling in dark, overfilled shelves. A worn sofa faced the hearth. Papers sat in exact stacks on a long table near the window. A lamp with a cream shade stood beside an armchair, unlit in the remaining day. There was no clutter in the careless sense, but there were signs of habitation everywhere. A scarf thrown over the arm of the chair, a cup on the mantel, a coat half folded on the back of another chair as if removed in thought and forgotten. And beneath all of it, immediate and undeniable, came recognition. Not a memory. A feeling of return. Elena stopped just inside the doorway. "I know this room," she whispered. He closed the door softly behind them. "Yes." Her eyes moved slowly over everything. The books. The windows. The way the light gathered in the worn grain of the floorboards. The narrow table with its piles of papers and one fountain pen laid parallel to the edge as if order itself were a form of self-defense. Then her gaze stopped. On the mantel stood a small framed page. Not a photograph. A page of paper behind glass. She crossed the room before she fully decided to. It was the line from the archive notebook. "Cowards always become administrative first." Her own handwriting stared back at her from under glass. The breath left her. "You framed it." Behind her, she heard him move no closer, only enough to make his answer carry. "Yes." She looked at the page. At the pressure of the pen strokes. At the impatient angle of the words. She could feel, all at once, the woman who had written them, sharp, exhausted, brilliant with anger, standing somewhere just beyond her shoulder waiting to be remembered. "Why?" Elena asked. His answer came gently. "Because it was the first thing of yours that became mine." The room blurred. Not from tears at first. From the sheer softness of the sentence. She turned slowly. He stood near the center of the room, coat still on, one hand resting lightly at his side, as though he knew any movement toward her now might break something delicate rather than comfort it. "What did I leave here?" she asked. His expression changed slightly. "Besides yourself," repeatedly. Despite everything, she laughed. The sound surprised both of them. Then he said, "Books. Notes. Anger. Once a glove. Twice an earring. A scarf you claimed for 6 weeks not to miss and then accused me of stealing. 3 letters you wrote and didn't send." Her heart gave an uneven beat. "I wrote to you?" "Yes." "Why didn't I send them?" A long pause. "Because in them you were more honest than you were ready to let me read." The answer entered her with painful intimacy. She looked around the room again. This was where she had come when thought became too loud. Where she had argued. Where she had remembered. Where she had loved him. The knowledge was not yet visual, but it lived in the air of the place so strongly that it almost reached touch. He moved at last, but only toward the table near the window. "There's something else," he said. He opened a shallow drawer and took out an envelope, cream-colored and worn slightly at the corners. Her pulse quickened. "What is it?" "One of the letters you wrote and didn't send." She stared at the envelope. "I don't know if you should read it," he added quietly. "But if you want to know why I found you, and why I stayed, this may answer more honestly than I can." He held it out. Elena did not take it immediately. Because suddenly the room seemed full not just of the past but of its most fragile material. Handwriting. Private language. Versions of herself that had spoken without the self-protection she now wore automatically. "Did you read it?" she asked. "Yes." "Without permission?" "Yes." There was no apology in the answer. Only truth. Oddly, she did not resent it. "Not here." Not now. Because the younger self who had written and withheld it belonged to a life already shared with him in ways she did not yet fully remember. The privacy between them had once had different boundaries. She took the envelope. The paper was warm from his hand. Her name was not on it. Only the date, written by her own hand in the corner. She slid the folded page out carefully. The sight of her handwriting hit her first, quick, pressed too hard in places, certain and restless. She began to read. I don't know what to do with the fact that you found me before I was ready to be found. This should be irritating enough to cancel out whatever else is happening, and instead it's only making it worse. I keep thinking that if you had arrived in my life at any other time, I would have known how to resist you better. But you arrived when everything hidden was beginning to split open, and now you keep speaking to the part of me that has been awake for years while the rest of me was pretending to sleep. Elena stopped. The room had gone very quiet. Not because there was no sound. Because all sound had receded from importance. She continued. You asked me yesterday why I trust you when I distrust almost everyone. I didn't answer properly. The true answer is unbearable. I trust you because you look at me like my mind is not a thing to tame. No one has ever done that. They either romanticize it, dismiss it, or fear it. You don't. You treat it like whether you intend to survive beside. Her breath caught. She looked up, but he had not moved. So she read the rest. I think you found me because you recognized something. Not in the records. In me. And I think I let you stay because I recognized it too. If this ends badly, which statistically seems likely, I want it written somewhere that before it went wrong, there was one person in the world beside whom I did not feel like a warning disguised as a woman. The paper trembled once in her hand. At the bottom, the letter remained unsigned. It did not need a signature. For a long time she could not speak. When she finally looked up, his face was unreadable in the way only very readable faces become when they are holding too much. Why didn't I send it? She whispered. He answered after a pause. You gave it to me instead. The room tilted softly. What? You wrote it and left it on that table. He nodded toward the window. Then stood by the fireplace for 10 minutes trying to decide whether to take it back. Then you told me not to read it until after you'd gone. I said I wouldn't. You said you didn't believe me. I said you were right not to. A laugh escaped her, shaky and small and on the edge of tears. That sounds like us? Yes. The tears came anyway. Not violently. Not beautifully. Just quietly, one after another, while she stood in the middle of his sitting room holding her own lost honesty in her hands. He did not come to her immediately. That, more than anything, told her how well he had once learned her. Only when she lowered the page and met his eyes through the blur did he cross the room. Even then he stopped an arm's length away. Elena. The way he said her name undid her more than the letter had. Because now she understood. Not only why he had found her. Not only why he had stayed. Because somewhere in the beginning, beneath danger and archives and Briar House and old crimes, there had been something simpler and rarer. Recognition. He had found her because a name in a file alerted him to danger. He had stayed because when he met her, he recognized a mind he could neither dismiss nor protect from itself by force. And she, even frightened and furious and half awake inside her own life, had recognized in him the first person who did not meet her strangeness with management. That was why he found her. And why, once found, she had not truly wanted to be lost again. She reached for the back of the nearest chair to steady herself. "I think," she said, voice uneven, "I've been lonely much longer than I knew." Pain moved across his face, quickly and without self-pity. "I know." The answer was too soft. Too exact. She laughed once through her tears. "You always say that." "Yes." "Why?" His hand lifted slightly, then fell again at his side. "Because sometimes it's the truest thing I have." The light in the room had shifted while they stood there. Evening had begun gathering at the windows, turning the glass reflective. Their shapes floated faintly in it now, her with the letter in hand, him a step away, both suspended between what had been and what was returning. She folded the page carefully and slipped it back into the envelope. "I want to remember the rest," she said. "I know." "No," she said, and this time a faint smile touched her mouth despite the tears. "That one isn't for you to know. It's for me to say." Something warmed in his face, so slight and so real that for a moment she saw the younger version of him beneath the years of restraint. "All right," he said. She looked around the room one more time. The shelves. The windows. The mantel. The framed page. The table where she had left the letter because sending it was somehow too direct when placing it in his life physically was not. Then she looked back at him. "Show me where I stood when I gave it to you." He did not ask why. He simply crossed to the fireplace and turned. "Here," he said. "You were there." She moved to the window table. Even before she reached it, something inside her tightened with recognition. The angle of the room. The distance between them. The light that must have been evening then too. Her own hands flat against the wood. His gaze on her from across the rug. The terrible vulnerability of having already said too much and refusing to take it back. A memory rushed in. Not complete. Enough. Her own voice, unsteady but defiant. "If you say anything kind after reading that, I'll never forgive you." His answer, immediate, "Then I'll have to say something true instead." The memory vanished. But this time the feeling did not. It stayed. Warm and devastating. Elena looked at him across the room as she must once have done, and for the first time since all this began, she felt not only the sorrow of what had been lost but the undeniable shape of what might yet return. He had found her first through danger. Then through recognition. Now, standing in the room where the first private honesty between them had taken form, she understood something with quiet certainty. He had not come back because he hoped to be chosen again. He had come back because once, long ago, she had chosen truth with him instead of safety without him. And somewhere in the buried country of her memory, that choice was still waiting to be lived back into. Outside, evening lowered itself gently over Kingsmere. Inside, the room held its breath around them. And Elena, envelope still in hand, knew that the next truths would not be about archives or legal removals alone. They would be about what two people had become in the space between being found and being lost. And whether, this time, either of them could survive being found again. Chapter 8, The Night She Understood. For a long time after he showed her where she had stood, neither of them moved. The room had shifted fully into evening now. The last natural light remained only in the upper panes of the windows, a fading blue-gray sheen that held the city in outline rather than detail. Inside the flat, the unlit lamps and darkening corners made everything feel suspended, as if the room itself were waiting to see what would happen next. Elena stood by the window table with the envelope in her hand. Adrian remained by the fireplace. Between them stretched the same distance he had just named from memory, and the knowledge of that distance, of how precisely it had once mattered, made the air feel full. Not awkward. Not fragile. Simply dense with all that had already happened here and all she had not yet recovered. From the street below came the softened sounds of evening. A carriage of traffic somewhere farther off, footsteps passing and fading, a door opening and closing in the building opposite. A kettle ticked faintly in the kitchen as though it had once been used and not fully cooled. The quiet among those sounds was intimate in a way public quiet never was. It belonged to inhabited rooms. To places where things had been said that remained after the voices left. Elena placed the envelope very carefully on the table. Then she turned toward him and said, "If I asked you to tell me everything now, would you?" The question had been waiting in her for some time. Not because she didn't know the answer. Because she wanted to hear whether the answer had changed. Adrian looked at her without moving. "No," he said. The honesty of it passed through her with almost physical force. On another day, perhaps the first day, she might have resented it. Heard control in it. Distance. The arrogance of someone deciding what another person could bear. But tonight, standing in the place where memory had begun to lean back toward her, she heard something else. Trust. Not the trust of giving her everything. The trust of believing she wanted the truth in the shape she could truly hold, not merely in the shape of urgency. She let out a slow breath. Because of the order. Yes. Even now. Yes. A small, almost unwilling smile touched her mouth. You are infuriating. I know. That answer, so familiar by now, might have made her laugh if the room had not felt too full for easy laughter. Instead she crossed to the sofa and sat, not from weakness but because the gravity of the evening seemed to require a different posture. Standing had become too charged. Too declarative. Sitting let the room breathe around her. After a moment, he came no closer than the armchair opposite and sat there, one hand resting lightly against the armrest, his coat still on, as if some part of him had not yet fully permitted himself the idea of staying. She noticed that. Of course she noticed it. She was beginning to understand that one of the reasons memory felt so alive in his presence was not only because he knew more than she did. It was because he held himself in relation to her remembered boundaries even now. He did not inhabit the room as if it belonged equally to them in the present. He inhabited it as if waiting to be readmitted to a place he had once known by heart. The thought made her chest ache. You kept everything the same, she said quietly, looking around the room. His gaze followed hers, moving over the shelves, the table, the mantel with the framed page. Not everything, he said. What changed? He was quiet for a moment. Less than there should have been. The answer landed softly. Elena leaned back against the sofa and looked at the ceiling for a second, then at him again. That sounds like sorrow disguised as housekeeping. A faint shadow of warmth touched his face. It probably is. She folded her hands in her lap. Tell me about this room. What about it? What it was to me. He lowered his eyes briefly, then returned them to her face. A refuge, at first. The word moved through her with instant recognition. Yes. Not because she had remembered it consciously. Because the room itself radiated that function. It had not been decorative comfort. It had been shelter structured carefully enough to allow thinking. Books, light, privacy, order. A place where one could let the mind remain fully itself without the social work of disguise. I came here when I was afraid, she said. Yes. And when I was angry. Yes. A little more warmth entered his expression. Also when you were determined to prove I was wrong. That sounds plausible. It happened often. She almost smiled. Then her face sobered again. And when I was happy? The question changed the room. He did not answer at once. When he did, his voice had gone softer. Yes. Then too. A memory brushed close, light as breath. Not enough to see. Enough to feel. The window open on a warm evening. Her legs tucked under her on this same sofa. A glass in one hand. His voice from the kitchen. The astonishing, almost painful sensation of being unguarded without noticing it until afterward. The fragment dissolved. She closed her eyes briefly. What is it? He asked. I keep getting feelings before scenes. That happened before too. She opened her eyes. Did it frustrate me? Yes. Good. That made him almost smile again, and this time the expression stayed a fraction longer. It altered him more than she was prepared for. Not because it made him look younger. Because it made visible the version of him who must once have answered her impatience with a steadier humor than he allowed himself now. She looked down at the envelope on the table. I think I want to know what happened the night I wrote that. He followed her gaze. All right. You said I left it there and stood by the fireplace. Yes. And then? He leaned back slightly, not to withdraw but to give the memory room. Then you told me not to speak immediately after reading it. That does sound like me. Yes. What did you do? I read it. She huffed a small laugh. Naturally. And then, he said, I asked whether you wanted the kind thing or the true thing. That struck her. Because she remembered, all at once, not the whole exchange but the emotional shape of it. The knife-edge vulnerability of wanting reassurance and mistrusting it at the same time. Wanting to be seen accurately more than comforted, even if accuracy hurt. What did I say? She asked. His gaze held hers. You said, if there's a difference, I'm already in trouble. The line entered her like a key turning. She could almost hear her own voice saying it, dry, tired, exposed despite its irony. She pressed her fingertips together to steady herself. And what did you say? A pause. Then, I said, there isn't, not with you. The truth is that I want more of you than is fair, and the kind thing is to tell you while you can still decide whether to leave. The room went very still. Outside, a carriage wheel hissed through a wet patch in the street below. Somewhere a door closed in another flat. Those sounds seemed impossibly distant. Elena stared at him. The words did not feel invented. They felt too specific, too disciplined, too careful in their damage. Something warm and unbearable rose in her chest. You said that. Yes. Her throat tightened. And I stayed. Yes. The answer, quiet as it was, undid something in her completely. Not because it was romantic in the obvious way. Because it was honest in the exact way she would have needed. No performance. No vague longing. No seduction by fog. A declaration measured as risk and choice. Truth first, then tenderness if it survived. That was how it had happened between them. Of course it was. She rose suddenly and crossed to the window because the room had become too full to remain seated in. The glass was cool under her fingers where she touched the frame. Her reflection hovered there in the dimming pane, and beyond it the city had begun to glitter with early evening lamps. Behind her, she could feel him waiting. Not pressing. Never pressing. That, she thought with a kind of helpless grief, might be the cruelest thing of all. If he had been less careful, less exact, less patient with her autonomy, she could have resisted him cleanly. Instead he left her all her choices, and in doing so made her feel how much of herself had once moved toward him freely. Mara said earlier, she murmured, still looking at the window, that you look at me like a man who has already survived losing me once and has no intention of doing it politely again. Silence answered first. Then, behind her, Mara is very perceptive when she isn't being theatrical. She's perceptive while theatrical. It's one of her worst qualities. A soft sound. Almost a laugh, came from him, and the fact that he could still laugh at all made something turn over in her heart. She looked back. He was watching her again. That look. She understood now why it had unsettled her from the beginning. Not because it was too intense. Because it held history she could not yet access. He was always seeing two women at once, the one before him now, and the one whose maps, fears, wit, and tenderness he had once known in detail. No wonder every glance from him felt layered. What happened after that night? She asked. His expression sobered. Not all at once, he said. I know. The order. Yes. She leaned one shoulder lightly against the window frame. Then tell me the next part. He was quiet. At last he said, the next part is that you became happier for about 6 days. The answer surprised her. Not because happiness was impossible. Because the number was so precise and so heartbreakingly brief. 6 days? Yes. What sort of happiness? His gaze drifted, not away from her but toward memory. The kind that made you inattentive to your own self-protection. The phrase touched her with strange gentleness. What does that mean in practice? It means you left books here on purpose. You fell asleep on that sofa twice. You laughed more. You stopped editing what you said halfway through. And once, another brief shadow of warmth. You stole my pen and then spent 20 minutes pretending you had no idea what I meant. She laughed before she could stop herself. The room eased a fraction under the sound. Did I give it back? No. That seems unlike me. You said it wrote better in your hand. That felt so exactly like something she would say that another small laugh escaped her, and with it came a memory fragment, brighter than the last. Her own hand holding up a fountain pen to the light. His voice from very near saying, that is theft. And her reply, immediate and pleased with itself, its adoption. The fragment vanished, but the afterglow remained. She looked down at her empty hands and smiled despite the ache. You remember that? Yes. He said it not triumphantly, only with the deep attention of someone listening for returning footsteps in the dark. She crossed back into the room slowly. 6 days, she repeated. What happened on the 7th? The warmth left his face. The same thing that always happens when danger realizes it has been briefly forgotten. A chill moved through her arms. What? You were followed from the archive. She stopped midway to the sofa. All at once the room sharpened around the sentence. The bookshelves. The mantel. The envelope on the table. Her own pulse. And I knew. By the time you reached the square, yes. Memory struck then, hard and bright. Not from the flat. From outside. Evening rain. Gaslight reflected in black pavement. Her own footsteps changing pace. The unmistakable certainty that another pace adjusted after hers. Not panic, worse. Precision. Calculation. The body becoming suddenly all attention. She inhaled sharply. His eyes narrowed with focus. Tell me. The square, she said. Wet pavement. I turned left and then, she pressed her fingers to her temple. I don't know. Only that I was sure. You were. She looked at him. How do you know? Because you came here soaked through and furious. The image arrived as if summoned. The flat door opening. Her entering with rain at her collar and anger holding her upright more than fear. His face changing the instant he saw her. She swallowed. What did I say? You said, either I'm losing my mind or someone has taken an administrative interest in my lungs. The line was so absurd and so exactly hers that she had to laugh, though the laugh shook. I really was unbearable. Yes. Did you tell me I was overreacting? No. What did you do? His voice lowered. I locked the door. Something in her chest tightened painfully. Locked the door. Not dismissed her. Not calmed her through condescension. Not explained her into shame. Believed her first. That, more than anything, might have been the beginning. She sat again, more slowly this time. The flat had darkened enough now that the room lived mostly in outline, and Adrian rose without comment to switch on the lamp beside the armchair. A warm, amber light unfolded across the shelves and floorboards, softening the edges of everything. When he sat again, the light caught half his face and left the other half in shadow. The effect was unbearable in its intimacy. You understood me too quickly, she said, not quite intending to say it aloud. He looked at her. So did you. The answer entered her with the quiet force of confession. Yes. That too. This had not been one-sided understanding. She had met him there. Recognized him not because he resembled safety, but because he resembled someone who would not ask her to become less precise in order to be loved. The realization sat between them for a long moment. Then she asked the question she had been circling all evening. Why did you really come back now? He did not answer immediately. I know the practical reason, she went on. The note. The woman in the shop. The sense that something else had already started moving. I mean underneath that. The lamp made his expression difficult to read, but not impossible. She had learned enough of him by now to see when he was not avoiding a question but deciding how much truth belonged in the first answer. At first, he said, because I thought I might still be in time. In time for what? To keep your memory from being reopened by someone else's design. She absorbed that. And after that? His gaze remained on her face. Because I saw you at the shop. Her pulse shifted, just slightly. What about that changed anything? He was quiet. Then, you looked at me like you almost knew. The room went still. And that was enough, she asked. No. What else? Something in his face softened, and the softness was almost harder to bear than pain. You smiled without meaning to when you were annoyed, he said. Exactly the way you used to. You still wrapped books by hand when you were distracted. You still turned your ring when thinking, though you don't remember when you started doing it. And when I said your name, you went pale the way people do when they hear music from a room they'd forgotten existed. Elena looked away first. Not because she wanted to. Because the tenderness in the answer was too precise. He had not come back merely because of danger. He had come back because seeing the ordinary continuity of her, the gestures, the habits, the unconscious syntax of her body, had made restraint impossible to maintain against the urgency of what was coming. She touched the ring she hadn't realized she'd been turning. The metal felt suddenly significant. I hate how much you notice. No, you don't. The answer came so softly that for one startled instant she forgot to defend herself. Then, to her own surprise, she smiled. No, she admitted. I don't. The lamp hummed faintly. Somewhere outside, rain began again, light this time, no storm in it, only a soft brushing sound against the windows. The room seemed to gather closer around that sound. And with the rain came another memory. Not visual at first. Physical. Warmth. This sofa beneath her, but later at night. A blanket over her knees. The rain louder then. Adrian somewhere just out of sight in the kitchen. The devastatingly peaceful knowledge that she was expected here and did not need to explain herself. The image sharpened. He entered carrying 2 cups. She looked up at him and said, with tired sincerity, I think this is the first room in years where my thoughts don't brace before they arrive. The memory left as quickly as it came. She pressed a hand to her mouth. What? He asked at once. She repeated the line. For the first time that evening, he looked briefly undone. Not outwardly by much. Only enough that she saw what it cost him to hear her remember something that had once belonged wholly to the private country between them. Yes, he said. You said that. The rain kept falling. Not heavy enough to isolate them from the city, only enough to draw a veil over it. Elena leaned back against the sofa cushions, exhausted suddenly in the deepest parts of herself. Not sleepy. More like overfull. As if each recovered fragment used a little strength and gave back a great deal of ache. He saw it. Enough for tonight. She almost protested. Then realized he was right. The thought alone made her smile faintly. You've been deciding when enough is for me for a very long time, haven't you? His answer was immediate. No. I've been trying to notice when you've gone past it and pretend I'm not worried before you tell me not to. That, of course, was so truthful it disarmed her entirely. She let her head rest back. Did I tell you not to? Often. Was I serious? Sometimes. The faint smile deepened. Then faded. Because another thought had come. If the first part of this evening had been about why he found her, then perhaps the second part was this, why she had let herself be found. Not merely in the practical sense. In the emotional one. Why she had stayed when she was frightened. Why she had written the letter. Why she had trusted him with the very part of herself her mother had taught her to hide. She looked at him through the amber light. "Do you know," she asked, "when I first loved you?" He went very still. The rain at the window seemed suddenly louder, though it had not changed. "I know when I first believed it," he said. "When?" "The night you fell asleep here without meaning to." She blinked. "That's your answer, not mine." "Yes." "Then tell me yours." He rested one elbow lightly on the arm of the chair, fingers against his mouth for a moment before lowering them again. "You were exhausted," he said. "You'd been reading all day and pretending not to be frightened by what you'd found. You kept insisting you should leave. Then the rain started properly, and I said the streets would be miserable. You said misery wasn't fatal. I made tea. You sat there," he nodded toward the sofa, "with one shoe half off because you'd meant to put it back on and forgot. And when I came back from the kitchen, you were asleep." A warmth spread slowly through her chest. Not because of the image itself. Because of the way he remembered it. Not as an anecdote, but as a moment of quiet revelation. "And then?" she asked. His voice softened. "And then I knew that whatever existed between us had already become a place in me I would not recover from gracefully." The sentence left her unable to speak for several seconds. She looked down at her hands, then up again. "That's not when I loved you," she said quietly, surprising herself with the certainty of it. He held her gaze. "No?" "No," she frowned slightly, feeling for something not yet fully returned. I think by then it had already happened." A long silence followed. Neither of them moved. Then he said, almost under his breath, "Yes." The word struck her. "You know." "Yes." "How?" He looked toward the rain-dark window, then back at her. "Because you told me once that love didn't arrive with sleeping or letters or saying the thing aloud. It arrived the first time someone frightened you less than the loneliness did." The room went very still. The sentence entered her not as a memory first, but as truth. Then the memory came. A dark street. Her and Adrian walking too close without touching. Her own voice, low and unsparing. "I knew I loved you when being careful with you began to feel lonelier than being honest." The fragment vanished. But now she was crying again, not sharply, just helplessly, quietly, because some things hurt precisely because they were true before they were remembered. He rose this time. Not quickly. Not as if her tears obligated him. He crossed the room and stopped beside the sofa. "Elena." She looked up at him, and the expression on his face was too much, too careful, too torn open beneath its control. Without asking, he sat on the far end of the sofa. Still giving her room. Always room. It was that, perhaps, that decided her. Not impulse. Not weakness. Only the unbearable accumulation of all his restraint. She turned slightly toward him and, after one brief pause in which she could still have stopped herself, put her hand over his. He went completely still. The contact was simple. Nothing dramatic. Her hand over his where it rested on the cushion between them. But the effect was not simple. The room seemed to change temperature. Her own pulse deepened. And beneath that, in some old buried chamber of her mind, a recognition moved like light opening through water. His hand was warm. Still. She felt, with sudden and devastating certainty, how many times she had known these hands before. In conversation. In argument. In quiet. In fear. The memory did not arrive in image but in the body, and the body believed faster than thought. His fingers shifted once beneath hers, not to take hold, only because stillness itself had become difficult. "You remember," he said softly. "Not exactly." "That's enough." She let out an uneven breath that almost became a laugh. "You keep saying things like that and pretending they aren't dangerous." His mouth moved very slightly. "I'm failing, apparently." The rain continued at the windows. The lamp cast its amber pool. And for one suspended, impossible minute, the world outside the flat ceased to matter. This was the night she understood. Not everything. Not the full map. Not the end of the danger or the shape of her father's disappearance or what Silas Vane would do next. But something just as important. She understood that the love between them had not been built on mystery. It had been built on recognition, discipline, honesty, and the radical relief of not being misread. She understood that he had not come back to claim the past. He had come back because the past was already moving toward her and he would not leave her to meet it alone. She understood that what frightened her most was not loving him again. It was realizing she never had entirely stopped. The knowledge settled into her like the deepest kind of quiet. When she finally withdrew her hand, it was only to wipe her tears with the heel of her palm and laugh softly at herself. "I'm exhausted." "Yes. You're not allowed to be right every time." "I'm right less often than you think." "That sounds false." "It should." The small exchange eased something between them. Not diminished it. Made it breathable. He stood then and crossed to a narrow linen cupboard beside the hall. When he returned, he carried a folded blanket. She looked at it, then at him. "You think I'm sleeping here?" "I think you're too tired to walk through the rain and explain this evening to Mara in coherent sequence." That was annoyingly fair. "She'll be furious if I don't return." "I'll send a message." She studied him for a second. "You've done this before." "Yes." "Put me on this sofa with a blanket and tea and decided the world could wait until morning." "Yes." Something warm and sorrowful moved through her. "Did I let you?" "Eventually." She smiled despite the heaviness in her bones. "Then I suppose consistency matters." He spread the blanket over the back of the sofa with a familiarity that almost hurt to watch. Not because it was domestic. Because it was practiced. This, too, they had once known. He fetched water. She removed her shoes. He lit the second lamp and dimmed the first. The room softened around them into a shape more suited to night than evening. When she lay down at last, drawing the blanket over herself, the sofa felt astonishingly familiar. Not from this exact moment. From another life layered beneath it. He remained in the armchair. Of course he did. She looked at him through the low warm light. "You're not sleeping." "Eventually." "You'll keep watch." A pause. "Yes." The answer should have bothered her. Instead it made the last of her resistance go quiet. Rain moved against the windows in a hush that sounded almost like breathing. The city below had dimmed. Somewhere a clock struck the hour, muted by walls and distance. Elena closed her eyes. And for the first time since all this had begun, sleep did not feel like surrender. It felt like crossing. She drifted. Not into dream at first. Into that strange tender borderland where memory and sleep touched one another. Then the dream came. She stood in a corridor she had never seen and knew at once. Briar House. Not because anyone told her. Because the walls themselves carried secrecy like old perfume. The corridor was lined with portraits whose faces she did not look at directly. Candlelight moved along dark paneling. At the far end stood a closed door. She walked toward it. Not afraid. Only certain. As she neared, she heard voices on the other side. A man speaking in that smooth, bloodless tone she had already come to hate. Silas. Another voice, female, strained, lower. Her mother. Then a third voice, distant but unmistakable in the body before it was known in the ear. Her father. Elena stopped. Her hand touched the doorknob. On the other side of the door, someone said clearly, "If the child has inherited it, we cannot leave the line unsecured." The dream broke. She woke with a gasp. The room was dark except for the low lamp. Rain still moved at the windows. And Adrian, awake in the armchair, was already rising before she had fully opened her eyes. Elena. She pushed herself halfway up, heart beating too hard. The dream remained in her with unusual clarity, not dissolving, not symbolic. It had edges. Voices. A sentence. "I heard them," she said. He came no closer than the side of the sofa. "Who?" "My mother." "Silas." Her throat tightened. "And my father." His expression changed instantly. Not skepticism. Recognition sharpened by fear. "What did you hear?" She told him. Word for word. When she finished, the room had gone very still. He looked at her for a long time. Then he said quietly, "That isn't only a dream." She knew. That was the most terrifying part. She knew. Rain slipped softly down the window glass. The lamp hummed. The blanket had fallen half from her shoulder and she pulled it back absently, every part of her attention fixed on what had just moved closer. "If the child has inherited it." Her own voice sounded thin in the room. He did not try to soothe her. "No, it's only stress." "No, you're overtired." "No, the mind makes stories." He knew better than that. "You're remembering," he said. "Yes. And not just pieces." She looked up at him. "No." For the first time that night, unmistakable fear passed through his face. Not for himself. For her. That, too, she understood now. The night she understood was not only the night she finally saw the shape of their love clearly. It was also the night she understood why he had found her, why he had come back, why every word from him was measured against the breaking point of truth. Because somewhere ahead of them, beyond sleep and rain and the amber-lit safety of this room, stood a memory with the power to alter everything. And now, at last, it had begun to speak. Chapter 9, Love or Destiny. For a while after she spoke the line from the dream, neither of them said anything. The room remained just as it had been a moment earlier. The low amber lamp burning beside the armchair, the rain moving in silver threads down the window, the blanket gathered around Elena's waist, Adrian standing near the end of the sofa with one hand resting lightly against the wood as though he had stopped himself from stepping closer without first deciding whether closeness would help or harm. But the stillness had changed. It was no longer the quiet of night held safely indoors. It was the quiet that follows when a door opens in the dark and someone hears movement on the other side. Elena sat with her pulse thudding low and hard in her throat, the dream still so vivid she could almost smell the old wood of the corridor and feel the cold brass of the doorknob under her hand. The words remained exactly as she had heard them, not blurred or symbolic or dreamlike in the usual way, but distinct. Spoken. Chosen. If the child has inherited it, we cannot leave the line unsecured. She looked up at Adrian. You said that wasn't only a dream. No. His answer came without any trace of doubt. How can you be sure? He was silent for one beat too long to be casual. Then he said, because there were moments before the accident when memory and intuition overlapped that way for you. You didn't only remember places. You remembered pressure. Intent. The structure beneath what was happening. She stared at him. And you trusted that? Yes. You never thought I was imagining things? A faint shadow crossed his face, as if the question itself hurt him. No. The simplicity of that undid her again. In another life, or with another man, she might have had to defend the difference between fear and perception, between dream and recall, between symbolism and fact. She might have had to explain why certain fragments arrived with a weight the ordinary mind could not counterfeit. But Adrian had always known that language with her. That was one of the things love had been built on, she realized. Not only desire. Not only recognition. Belief. He had believed her before she knew how to believe herself without apology. She looked down at her hands gathered in the blanket. They were talking about me. Yes. The rain gave a soft shiver against the windows. The child, she said, though the phrase made her skin tighten. They meant me. Yes. And inherited what? This time he did not answer at once. Not because he meant to evade her. She knew that now. Because he was trying, even here, even in the middle of the night, to keep the sequence from breaking. Elena. She looked up. I don't know if they would have used the same word we would. What word would they have used? He hesitated. Gift, he said at last. Or trait. Or burden, depending on who was speaking. She almost laughed, but there was no humor in it. My mother wouldn't have called it a gift. No. Silas? No. And my father? A long pause followed. Then, very quietly, your father might have called it truth, and let other people name their fear around it. Something about the answer entered her like warmth entering a cold room. Not because it was comforting. Because it felt right in a way that went beyond preference. She could almost imagine him now, not in full image, not enough for a face, but in moral outline. Someone who understood that what frightened people was often not strangeness itself but what strangeness revealed about the systems holding their lives together. She closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, Adrian was still standing there, still restrained by that same invisible line he seemed always to draw around her distress, close enough to be present and far enough that she could choose. Sit down, she said. He obeyed immediately, taking the armchair again instead of the sofa, and somehow that too moved through her with painful familiarity. He had probably done that once before. More than once. Chosen nearness without assumption, presence without pressure. No wonder the room itself had remembered him around her body before her memory did. She drew the blanket higher and said, "Tell me what happened after Briar House." Not all of it. Just enough to understand why that sentence matters. His expression tightened with concentration. "You came back from Briar House convinced of 3 things," he said. First, that your father's disappearance had not been private but procedural. Second, that your mother's family was more entangled in that procedure than anyone had ever admitted. And third, that whatever had been done was connected not only to legal inheritance but to inherited perception. She let the phrase sit there. Inherited perception. It felt cleaner than gift. Less sentimental than trait. More precise than instinct. So I knew that much. Yes. But not enough. No. What was missing? You hadn't yet proven whether your father had been removed because he knew too much, because he refused to cooperate with something larger, or because someone feared what would continue through you. Elena stared at him. The categories fell into place like metal bars. Each one terrible. Each one plausible. And which did I believe? His answer came after a pause. By the end? All 3. The rain seemed louder then, though perhaps it was only that she had gone still enough to hear it more clearly. The room, with its books and amber light and the old familiarity of danger once survived there, had become almost unreal in its containment. Everything important now seemed to be happening either years ago or inside her, and the present was only the narrow bridge between them. She looked at him carefully. "When did you become part of it?" she asked. "I was already part of it by then." "No," she said softly. "Not legally. Not because you saw my inquiry in a ledger. I mean, when did it become yours?" Something changed in his face. "Not much." "Enough." The answer, when it came, was low. "When you stopped being a person in danger and became someone I could no longer imagine turning away from." The truth of it did not dazzle. It deepened. That was the strange thing about him. He never made declarations like a man offering jewels. He offered them like evidence, clean, costly, and almost impossible to dismiss once set down. She turned her face toward the rain-dark window because she could not look at him for a second longer and still breathe properly. "Did I know that?" "Yes." "How?" He did not answer at once. "Then, because you asked me once whether I would still help you if none of this concerned your family, your father, or the letters. And when I said yes, you cried and then denied it." She shut her eyes. A fragment came. Not image. Sound. Her own voice, trying for irony and failing. "That's deeply unwise of you." His answer, close enough to feel before hearing, "I know." The fragment dissolved. But her chest remained painfully full. "How much did we talk about us?" she asked. The question felt childish and enormous. His mouth moved slightly, almost a smile. "Less than we lived it." That answer felt too true to bear and too beautiful to let pass. "What does that mean?" "It means," he said, "that we spent more time talking about archives, records, routes home, duplicate copies, and whether people in old families ought to be publicly ridiculed for moral weakness than we did talking about what was happening between us." Elena let out a small breath that almost became laughter. That does sound like me. It sounds like both of us. The warmth in his voice was very slight, but she heard it. And hearing it, she began to understand what kind of intimacy theirs had been before memory broke it. Not one made dramatic by endless declarations, but one built in work, in argument, in practical loyalties, in the dangerous relief of being able to think aloud in front of someone who did not need the thought prettied before hearing it. No wonder it had survived in her body even when the facts had gone. The rain slowed. Not stopping, only thinning to a gentler brushing sound. Somewhere below in the street, a taxi door shut. Footsteps passed. A man coughed. The city continued with indecent normalcy. Elena looked at the envelope still lying on the table by the window and said, "Did you ever write to me?" He seemed surprised by the question. "No. Never. Never in the way you mean." She turned back toward him. "What does that mean?" "It means I wrote things down," he said. "But not as letters. More like notes to a future I wasn't certain I had the right to imagine." The answer moved through her quietly. "Do you still have them?" "Yes." The room changed again. Not visibly, but with possibility. She almost asked to see them. Almost. Then stopped herself. The order, she thought. Truth in the shape that could be born. If he had notes written into the years of her absence, she did not yet know whether reading them would feel like comfort or theft. He seemed to sense the exact point where her wanting met her caution. "You don't have to decide tonight." She looked at him with a mixture of gratitude and exasperation. "You keep saving me from my own appetite for knowledge." "No," he said. "Only from taking it all at once." There was a difference. She knew that now. She let her head fall back against the sofa and watched the ceiling for a few moments, letting the conversation settle. Then, because the question had been forming ever since she woke from the dream, she said, "Do you think this is love or destiny?" He did not move. The lamp hummed quietly beside him. The city breathed beyond the glass. After a moment he asked, "Which part?" It was such a maddeningly precise answer that she almost smiled. "All of it." Another pause. Then he said, "I think destiny is a word people use when they want to make a pattern sound kinder than choice." That sentence went into her like a bell tone, clear, resonant, impossible to unhear. She turned her head and looked at him. He continued, his voice low and even. "I think there are structures in the world. Histories. Inheritances. Pressures that move long before we notice them. I think some people are drawn into one another's paths because those structures align. But I don't think that's the same as destiny." His gaze held hers. Destiny excuses too much. Love doesn't. The room was so quiet after that she could hear the faint settling of old wood in the floorboards. She had asked him a dangerous question, and he had answered as himself rather than as any story might prefer. Not "we were always meant to be." Not "fate brought you back to me." Something far more difficult, and therefore more meaningful. Pattern, yes. But choice within pattern. Recognition, yes. But not absolution from responsibility. What would love do, then, she asked. The answer came almost immediately. Love would stay honest even when destiny would rather become myth. The sentence entered her with devastating softness. Because that was exactly what he had done. Refused myth. Refused grand narratives where everything became inevitable and no one had to answer for what they chose. Refused to make her memory loss into romance. Refused to use fate as an excuse to press where she had once drawn a boundary. Even now, with everything pulling them toward one another, he still spoke as if she remained free. And perhaps that was the deepest proof of it. She thought of the line from the letter she had written and left on his table. I trust you because you look at me like my mind is not a thing to tame. Yes. That. Love, then, not destiny. But love shaped by an old and terrible pattern that neither of them had chosen. She let out a slow breath. I think, she said, that if anyone else had said that to me, I would have accused them of being insufferably philosophical. His mouth moved slightly. And with me? With you, I'm forced to admit it's annoyingly exact. For a brief second, his smile became visible enough to change him. Not dramatically. Just enough that she saw what the years before the accident must have seen more often. The man beneath vigilance. The one who had once sat across from her in rooms like this and allowed himself, occasionally, to be amused. It made her heart hurt in a wholly new way. What would destiny say? She asked after a while. He leaned back in the chair, his expression returning to its quieter shape. That we were drawn together because of what happened to your father, because of Briar House, because of inherited danger, because your name crossed my desk and your life crossed my work and your mind crossed something in me that recognized itself in tension. He looked at her directly. And all of that may be true. But destiny would say none of us could have done otherwise. And that isn't true. She held his gaze. No. No. His answer was absolute. I could have ignored your name in that ledger. I could have watched from a distance and convinced myself it wasn't my concern. You could have treated me as an annoyance and never let me near enough to matter. We could both have become smaller than we were because danger made smallness seem sensible. His voice dropped even lower. We didn't. Something in her chest tightened and opened at once. Because yes. That was the thing she had been circling without language. Their history was not romantic because it was inevitable. It was romantic because it had not been, and they had chosen anyway. The idea settled over the room like another lamp being lit. She looked down at the blanket gathered over her knees and remembered, not in scene but in feeling, how tiring choice could be when danger was already everywhere. To choose truth then. To choose love then. To choose not to become narrow in order to survive. That would have been no small thing. No wonder the memory of it had weight. She lifted her head again. What did I call it? Call what? What was happening between us? His expression altered again. This time not pain, not quite. Something more tender and more difficult. You said once that you were not interested in calling it anything while the future remained unstable. That definitely sounds like me. Yes. What else? He hesitated. Then, later, you said if it survived the truth, then it had earned a name. Her breath caught. And did it? The question might have been unfair. She knew that even as she asked it. But she asked it anyway because there were moments when only the unfair question opened the right room. His answer came after a long pause. Yes. The rain had nearly stopped by then. Only a few drops still moved at the window, thin and intermittent. What name? She whispered. His gaze did not waver. Love. The word entered the room and remained. Not adorned. Not dramatized. Not offered like a plea. Simply placed there, in the low amber light, between the armchair and the sofa and the years that had broken one life into before and after. Elena did not speak immediately. She felt the word in two directions at once. Forward, into the present. Backward, into the woman she had been in these rooms and on these streets and in that dangerous season of her life when she had loved him under pressure and chosen him without the illusion of safety. A tear slipped free before she could stop it. She wiped it away impatiently. You say things too quietly to defend myself against them. Something like sadness warmed by affection moved through his face. I know. She almost laughed. Almost. Instead she said, and if I had never remembered? The question changed him. Not visibly to anyone who didn't know him. But she knew him enough now, or perhaps remembered enough of knowing him. To see the minute tightening in his jaw, the stillness that came when a pain had been considered too long in private and then named aloud. He answered carefully. Then I would have lived with that. Her throat tightened. And left it there. Yes. Even if you still loved me. Yes. The room had become unbearable in the gentlest possible way. Because no grand speech could have carried more devotion than that plain answer. To love someone and accept remaining unwitnessed inside it because forcing recognition would violate the very thing one loved in them, that was not destiny. It was character sharpened by grief into discipline. She looked away because she could not bear him and the truth together for another second. The city beyond the window was dark now, windows lit in opposite buildings, roofs shining faintly. Somewhere far off a siren moved and faded. The world remained large and indifferent and full of other stories. Yet this room had become its own weather. When she turned back, he was still there, exactly as before. I don't know what to do with this, she said. You don't have to tonight. It keeps being tonight with you. A weak smile touched her mouth. It's very inconvenient. I'm sorry. No, you're not. A faint pause. Then, with the smallest warmth, not especially. That actually made her laugh. The sound softened the room. It softened him too. And because the hour had already crossed too many thresholds for caution to remain intact, she asked the next question that rose. Did we ever talk about leaving? His expression changed at once. Leaving Kingsmere? Yes. Or all of it. The danger, the records, the families. Did we ever decide to run away and become tragically happy in a cottage while the world burned itself elsewhere? The line was half joke, half begging. He understood both parts. Yes, he said. Her heart stumbled. You're serious? Yes. When? The week before the accident. Everything in the room seemed to draw closer. It was astonishing how often the week before the accident appeared now, not as a blank wall but as a country full of roads leading toward one terrible weather front. What happened? He was quiet for so long she almost thought he would refuse. Then he said, You came here one evening convinced that if we stayed in the city, something worse than surveillance was coming. You said you were tired of making yourself available to people who thought inherited fear gave them the right to manage your life. I told you if you wanted to leave, I would go with you. Elena's pulse had gone loud again. And you asked whether I meant for a few days or for real. The room held its breath. What did you say? His voice lowered. I said, for real, if you ask it. The answer struck her like a bell underwater, deep, muted, impossible to mistake. A fragment rose then, unexpectedly clear. His flat at dusk. The lamp already lit. Her own hand flat against the mantel. Her voice shaking despite every effort. Don't say things like that unless you understand what they do. And his answer, closer than before, almost rough with restraint. Elena, everything you do to me has already happened. The memory vanished, but she was left breathing too quickly. He saw at once. What did you remember? She told him. For the first time that night, he looked not merely moved, but shaken by the precision of it. Yes, he said. Yes. She pressed the heel of her hand to her eyes for a second. We really did this. Yes. We really were. She did not finish. He did. In love? She nodded once. Yes. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely. The silence afterward was almost luminous. She thought then of destiny again and hated the word a little for its laziness. Destiny would have made this prettier than it was. Made all the roads seem pre-written. Made their love inevitable and therefore less frightening. But there had been nothing inevitable in any of it. Not in finding one another. Not in staying. Not in saying yes to a future while danger watched from the edges of the room. That was what made it matter. Did we ever choose a place? She asked softly. For what? The cottage. The escape. The naive and statistically unsound life. This time his smile came easier, though sadness remained under it. Yes. Where? A town by the sea. She looked at him. Not Blackwater Cove. No. Why not? Because you said if we were going to disappear, it should be somewhere neither of us had already used for survival. The answer was so exactly her that it hurt. Of course. No borrowed refuge. No accidental symbolism. If they left, they would leave towards something not already marked by old pain. What town? North of Arden Head. There was an old keeper's cottage for sale near the cliffs. A feeling went through her, sudden and soft. Not memory exactly. More like emotional recognition of a possibility once held seriously. She could almost see the outlines of it, sea light, wind, shelves, tea going cold on a sill while maps and letters lay unopened because for one day the world had been refused entry. You would have gone, she said. Yes. Just that. Yes. The simplicity of it was devastating. She sat very still. Then, because she could not keep carrying the thought without speaking it, she asked, Do you ever resent me for asking you to stay away? He did not answer immediately. At last he said, Sometimes I resented the accident. Sometimes I resented fear. Sometimes I resented every careful thing in the world that trains people to sacrifice what they love in order to make danger easier for others to manage. His gaze held hers. I never resented you. The tears came again, and this time she let them. Not because she meant to be dramatic. Because the answer reached some deep bruise she had not known she was still pressing with every breath. All her life, fear had been translated into responsibility and then quietly handed to her to carry. Be careful. Be smaller. Don't say that. Don't know so much. Don't cause distress. Protect others from what they may do in response to you. And here, opposite her in the amber light, sat the one person who had never accepted that translation. Who had refused to place the cruelty of others back in her hands as her duty to prevent. No wonder she had loved him. No wonder that love had survived even memory badly enough to haunt her before she could name it. He stood then, not abruptly, and crossed to the table where the envelope lay. He set it gently beside her on the sofa arm, then went to the kitchen and returned with fresh water without asking whether she needed it. Again that practical tenderness. Again that refusal of spectacle. She drank because he had brought it and because her throat hurt. When she lowered the glass, she said, "I understand now why you found me." He remained standing a little to one side, one hand in his pocket. "Do you?" "Yes." She looked down at the envelope, then up again. "At first because my name passed through something hidden. Then because when you saw me, you recognized someone already moving toward the truth they were trying to keep from her. Then because," she paused. He waited. "Because love is not fate," she said quietly, "but it is a pattern some people are brave enough to choose." Something in his face broke open then, not visibly enough to call it breaking, but enough that she saw what the sentence meant to him. A long silence followed. Then he said, "Yes." She smiled through the remnants of tears. "One day," she murmured, "you'll have to use a longer word." "No." The answer was so immediate that she laughed. The laughter tired her more deeply than crying had. She felt the weight of the hour at last, the dream, Judith, the cafe, the letter, the room, the rain, the impossible tenderness of understanding too much and not enough at once. He saw it. "Sleep. I'm not a child." "No. You're exhausted." "That is rude." "It's accurate." She shifted under the blanket, surrendering by degrees. He dimmed the lamp slightly and took the armchair again, his coat still on, his posture alert in that way she now knew was less tension than vigil. She watched him for a moment. "Adrian." "Yes. If I dream again, I'll be here." No hesitation. No embellishment. Only fact. She let her eyes close. And because the night had already stripped away all but the truest structures, her last waking thought before sleep took her was not of Briar House, or Silas, or the corridor in the dream. It was simpler. More dangerous. Love, not destiny. Choice within pattern. And the terrible, beautiful realization that she was not falling toward him again. She was remembering the fall had never ended. Sleep came slowly, like water filling a room. When the dream arrived, it was not Briar House. It was the sea. A cliff road under a pale sky. Wind moving through tall grass. Her own coat whipping at her legs. Adrian walking beside her with both hands in his pockets, listening to something she had just said with that still, exact attention he gave as though other people's words deserved a structure more careful than they themselves had offered. They stopped at a gate overlooking dark water. In the dream she knew this was the place where they had once chosen the cottage they would never reach. She turned to him and asked, if all of this vanished tomorrow, what would remain? He answered at once. You. Then she asked, and if I vanished? This time he did not answer. He only looked at her. The way he always had. The dream shifted. The gate was gone. The sea remained. A hand in a black glove rested on the latch where none had been before. She woke before dawn with that image still burning at the center of her mind. The room was gray-blue now, the lamp turned off at some point in the night. The city beyond the windows had not yet fully woken. Adrian was still in the armchair, asleep only lightly by the look of him, one hand against his temple as if sleep had found him in the middle of thought rather than fully persuaded him into rest. Elena sat up slowly, careful not to startle the room into another kind of quiet. The image remained. The glove. The latch. A gate that might not have existed at all except in dream. And beneath the image, a new understanding had arrived, not in words first, but in certainty. Whatever came next would ask them to distinguish again between pattern and choice. Between what had already been shaped for them and what they still had the power to decide. She looked at Adrian sleeping in the half-light and felt the answer form before the question fully did. Love was not the thing that happened to them. It was the thing they kept choosing while danger tried to narrate their lives for them. And that meant the next choice would matter more than any memory she had yet recovered. By the time he woke, pale dawn had filled the room. He opened his eyes and looked at her as if the interval between sleep and seeing her was an old, dangerous place to cross carefully. "What is it?" he asked at once. Elena drew the blanket closer around her shoulders. "I think," she said, "that whatever happens next, someone is going to ask us to confuse necessity with surrender." He sat up straighter, all sleep gone. "What do you mean?" She looked at the windows, at the first fragile light of morning gathering over Kingsmere, and then back at him. "I mean," she said, "that if love is choice, then they will try to make us feel as if we no longer have one." The words settled between them like a warning. And in the stillness that followed, both of them understood the same thing. The night she had understood was over. Morning had arrived. And with it, the first real shape of the test ahead. Chapter 10, The Secret That Changed Everything. Morning in Kingsmere arrived quietly, as though the city itself did not wish to disturb whatever had survived the night. The first light was pale and diffused, softened by thin cloud and the lingering dampness left by rain. From the windows of Adrian's flat, the roofs opposite looked washed in pearl gray, and the chimneys held a faint silver edge where dawn touched them. Somewhere below, a delivery cart rattled briefly over wet stone and then moved on. A door opened. A voice murmured. The city was waking by degrees, with the discretion of old places that had learned how much of human life was best approached gently. Elena sat on the sofa with the blanket around her shoulders and watched Adrian pour water into the kettle in the kitchen alcove. He had not asked whether she was certain of what she had said a few minutes earlier. He had not corrected her or reassured her or turned her intuition into something smaller and therefore more socially manageable. He had only listened, become fully awake in that immediate way he had, and accepted that if she felt the shape of the next danger, there was no use pretending otherwise. That, she thought, was still one of the strangest mercies of him. He came back with 2 cups and set one on the table before her. The steam rose pale between them. "Elena." She looked up. "What do you think they'll ask us to surrender?" The question was calm, almost practical. And yet it went to the center of everything. She wrapped both hands around the cup and let the heat settle into her palms before answering. "Not truth," she said slowly. "Truth is too obvious. If they asked for that directly, I'd know how to refuse." She lifted her eyes to his. "I think they'll ask for something that sounds responsible. Something that feels protective. Something that makes love look reckless and obedience look like wisdom." He stood very still for one moment. Then he sat down opposite her in the armchair, elbows on his knees, the untouched cup in one hand. "That sounds like Silas," he said. "Yes." The word came out almost as a breath. Because now that it was morning, now that the dream and the night and the hard-won tenderness between them had settled into a quieter shape, she could see the larger pattern more clearly. It was not just that Silas Vane concealed things. It was that he translated fear into legitimacy. He made violence sound procedural, betrayal sound necessary, and surrender sound mature. Her whole life had been shaped by variations of that translation. Don't say that. Don't know so much. Don't make things harder. Don't frighten people. Be smaller and call it kindness. Be silent and call it safety. Across from her, Adrian seemed to arrive at the same thought. "He'll speak in terms of consequence," he said. "He'll make it sound as though every choice is already narrowed by what came before." Elena nodded. "Destiny," she said. He held her gaze. "Yes." The room went very quiet. Not empty. Only attentive. As though even the morning light understood that something important had just become visible. He reached into the inside pocket of his coat, which still hung over the chair from the night before, and drew out a folded paper. "There's something you should read before we go anywhere." Her pulse shifted. Not with fear exactly. With readiness. "What is it?" "One of the notes I told you about." He handed it to her. The page was smaller than the letter she had read the night before, torn from a lined pad and folded twice. His handwriting was spare and deliberate, the kind that looked as if each word had been considered before being allowed to remain. She opened it. "If she remembers me before she remembers the fear, there may still be a chance to tell her the rest without losing her to it. If she remembers the fear first, she will turn protective and call the sacrifice clarity. She has always mistaken loneliness for a form of moral discipline when frightened enough. If I ever have to choose again between her love and her safety, I still do not know if I am strong enough to choose correctly." Elena read it once. Then again. The page trembled slightly between her fingers, though her hands did not otherwise shake. He had written this alone. Sometime in the long blank years she had not shared. Not as an appeal. Not as a speech. As thought disciplined into language because there had been no one else to hear it. She looked up. "When did you write this?" "A little over a year ago." The answer ached. A year ago she had been in Blackwater Cove shelving books, drinking tea by the window, laughing at Mara's impossible stories, living a life arranged carefully around manageable silences. And somewhere else, he had sat in this room and written of her as if she were both beloved and unreachable, trying to think his way toward a future he had no right to ask for. Something warm and sorrowful moved through her. "You were still trying to choose correctly." "Yes." He did not soften it. He never did. She folded the page carefully and placed it beside the envelope on the table. Then she said, "I think the secret isn't only what was done to my father." He waited. "It's what they wanted from my mother." His eyes sharpened at once. "That's what the dream is circling," she went on. "Not only that my father knew too much. Not only that I inherited something. But that at some point she was asked to make a choice, and whatever choice she made changed everything after." He leaned back slightly, thinking. "Yes," he said after a moment. "That fits." "She didn't only hide the truth from me," Elena murmured. "She agreed to something." The idea settled into the room with terrible calm. Not because it was proven. Because it made too much sense not to be near the truth. A woman like Celia, frightened, complicated, under pressure from family, from money, from old structures she could not entirely resist. A child already showing signs of the same unsettling perception that had made one man disappear. An administrative man like Silas offering a bargain so polished it almost resembled prudence. Choose the child's future. Choose safety. Choose silence. Choose not to look too closely at what the choice requires. Elena shut her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, Adrian was still watching her with that same infuriating exactness. What? You're remembering in thought now, not just in fragments. She almost smiled. Am I? Yes. There was no praise in it. Only recognition. That made it more meaningful. They sent Mara a note by messenger first. Not because Mara would have forgiven being managed, but because neither of them wanted her bursting through the door in righteous panic when she woke to find Elena absent. Adrian wrote 3 lines. Elena added a 4th. I'm alive, complicated, and temporarily at war with inherited structures. Tea later. He let the messenger go before either of them could reconsider. Then they left. The city had lifted fully into morning by then. Shopkeepers were opening shutters. Delivery boys moved quickly through the streets with crates of milk and bread. Women with tidy hats and tired eyes walked children toward school. The air smelled of rain, coal, and the sweet warm drift of a bakery just beginning to flood the block with pastry. Elena walked beside Adrian in silence, her coat buttoned high, one gloved hand holding the notebook beneath her arm. They were going back to the archive. She knew it before he said it aloud. Perhaps because there was nowhere else the morning could reasonably begin. Whatever Briar House contained now, whatever Silas might already be preparing, the city archive remained the first door. Not the oldest truth perhaps, but the first one she had learned to approach. At the end of the broad avenue, the building came into view, dark stone, tall windows, the 2 carved lions flanking the steps with permanent indifference. This time, when she stopped before it, the memory came not as shock but as layered recognition. The doors heavy in the hand. The smell of paper and damp dust. The corridor below ground where she had first met him with annoyance in her mouth and truth already in her blood. I hated the lighting, she said unexpectedly. Adrian glanced at her. Yes. And the heating. Yes. She let out the smallest laugh. The sound steadied her more than she expected. Inside, the foyer was exactly as her body had remembered before her mind. Pale stone underfoot, a reception desk with brass trim, notices under glass, the faint stale cold scent peculiar to buildings where paper had been entrusted with more importance than people for generations. At the desk sat a woman Elena did not recognize, perhaps 30, with dark hair pinned neatly back and spectacles halfway down her nose. She looked up with professional courtesy. Can I help you? Before Adrian could speak, Elena heard herself say, I used to work here. Temporary cataloging. Basement records. The woman blinked, then smiled. Then I'm very sorry. The joke was dry enough that Elena almost liked her on sight. I'm hoping to look at transfer ledgers from 3 years ago, Elena said. Briar House and related family holdings. The woman's expression altered only slightly, but Elena felt it at once. Not fear. Not exactly. Alertness. This request touched a live wire somewhere in the institution, even now. Those materials aren't open access, the woman said. I know. Then you'll need written authorization. Elena looked at the woman for one calm, unbroken moment. Behind the courteous words was irritation mixed with wariness. Not personal. Learned. Someone had taught the archive to feel tense around these lines of inquiry. When did that policy change? Elena asked. The woman frowned. I'm sorry. It wasn't closed when the transfer first arrived. Only restricted after review. Who requested the review? For a second the woman simply looked back. Then, very faintly, her composure shifted. Elena felt it before she saw it. Not because she had trapped her. Because the right question had landed in the right place. I can't discuss internal review procedures, the woman said. Adrian stepped forward at Elena's side. She doesn't need internal procedures, he said mildly. Only the public log of amendments to access status. The woman's eyes moved to him, narrowed almost imperceptibly, then back to Elena. I'll need to check. She stood and disappeared through an inner door. Elena let out a slow breath. That still works, she murmured. What does? Adrian asked. That feeling when a question goes in and I know it found the right hinge. His expression softened. Yes. A minute later the woman returned with a narrow ledger and a stiffness in her smile that had not been there before. I can show you the amendment dates, she said. Nothing more. That's enough, Elena replied. It was. The amendment list took only seconds to find. Briar House Family Transfer Materials. Provisional restriction requested. Date. Secondary review ordered by external estate oversight. Date. Access suspension pending legal consultation. Date. And next to the final entry, written in careful black ink, a name. S. Vane. No title. No explanation. Just the initial and surname, as if power did not need introduction where it expected obedience. Elena stared at it. There he was. Not a rumor. Not a shadow. Not only in dreams or second-hand descriptions or the tremor in Judith's voice. Here. On paper. Mild as a notation. Changing the course of lives with initials neat enough to pass for clerical. Bastard, Mara would have said. Elena almost smiled at the thought. The woman at the desk watched them both with constrained impatience. Will there be anything else? Yes, Elena thought. Everything else. Aloud she said, where are the legal consultation records stored? That isn't accessible. I know. Where are they stored? The woman hesitated. There it was again. The hinge. Off-site, she said. Where? I'm not permitted. Where? Elena repeated. The woman's jaw tightened. Then, against her own better judgment, she said, temporary legal storage at Hawthorne House Annex. Adrian's head turned very slightly. He knew the name. Elena felt it. Hawthorne House, she said. Yes. The woman's annoyance had become visible now. You'll need formal authorization. Of course, Elena said. They left before the situation could harden into refusal. Outside, the morning had brightened further, but the city now felt different. Less like a backdrop. More like a field of pressure points. Names, annexes, ledgers, quiet signatures, off-site rooms full of papers no one wanted connected too clearly to one another. Hawthorne House, Elena said once they had turned the corner. Old legal annex, Adrian said. Smaller than the main archives. Used for estate disputes, sealed settlements, and private consultations no one wants in the central system. That seems hygienic. It isn't. She looked at him. Can we get in? Yes. The certainty of his answer startled her. How? I still know people who prefer records to men like Silas. There was no boast in it. Just fact. The line touched her unexpectedly. Because beneath it she heard something else too. While she had been gone, he had not stopped moving through the same landscape. He had kept threads in his hands. Not obsessively, perhaps. Not always actively. But enough to be able to step back into the maze now without wandering blind. Take me there. He looked at her. There was that minute pause again, that internal checking of sequence, pace, cost. Then he nodded. All right. Hawthorne House stood at the edge of the legal district, set back behind black railings and a line of dark yew hedges that made the pale stone facade look even more severe. It had the air of a building designed to reassure the powerful that their arrangements could become permanent if stored in the right rooms. Elena disliked it at once. Not because it was grand. Because it was too tidy. Windows aligned too precisely. Steps too clean. Brass too polished. The sort of place where decisions that ruined lives would be described as regrettable necessities and filed before lunch. A narrow side entrance admitted them after Adrian exchanged only a few words with an elderly clerk who seemed to know him well enough to ask no unnecessary questions. They were led down a corridor lined with frosted glass doors and then into a small records room that smelled of paper, polish, and the long habit of closed secrets. The clerk left them there with a muttered instruction to be quick and quiet, which Elena suspected was his version of courage. Rows of boxes lined the walls. Adrian moved at once to a shelf near the back and drew out a narrow index file. How do you know where to look? She asked. Because if Silas reviewed Briar House through legal consultation rather than direct family request, there would be a parallel trail. Men like him believe compartmentalization is elegance. Elitist evil. Beautiful. Something like that. He handed her a stack of cards. Names. Dates. Annex numbers. Cross-references written in neat administrative hands. Elena looked through them slowly. At first the index was only what it claimed to be: property transfers, trust amendments, estate correspondence, settlement addenda. But beneath the official categories, she began to feel the pull again. Not toward a name this time. Toward pattern. Certain notations repeated. Certain dates clustered. The same initials appearing beside different families, different properties, different legal pretexts. S. Vane. S. Vane. S. Vane. Everywhere mild. Everywhere decisive. Then one card stopped her. Not because the handwriting changed. Because the category did. Protective continuity agreement. Her skin went cold. She stared at it. What is it? Adrian asked. She handed him the card. For the first time since entering the annex, something like visible anger passed across his face. Yes, he said. Have you seen that phrase before? No. But it's exactly the kind of phrase he'd use. Protective continuity agreement. The words seemed to pulse with the same polished cruelty as the dream sentence. Protection. Continuity. Terms beautiful enough to disguise almost anything. Her eyes moved lower on the card. Associated parties. C. Veil. S. Vain. Witnessed family council. No father's name listed. No child's. Only the mother. Celia. The room tilted very slightly. This is it, Elena said. Not the whole truth. The secret around which everything else had been built. She knew it before proof. The old certainty came through her so strongly she had to brace one hand against the edge of the shelf. Adrian stepped closer at once, not touching, but near enough that she felt the steadiness of him before he spoke. Elena. She signed something. Yes. Not just hiding papers. Not just agreeing to silence. Something formal. Her voice dropped. Something that turned me into a condition. He took the card from her carefully and looked at the annex reference written at the bottom. Box 12, he said. The room seemed to go silent around those words. They found box 12 3 shelves down and one row over. The file inside was thinner than Elena expected. Of course it was. The most terrible things were often brief when written properly. A single folded document sat inside, tied with faded legal tape. The clerk must have left them enough trust, or enough plausible deniability. Not to ask what, exactly, they intended to review. Adrian broke the tape. Elena watched his hands. Calm. Precise. But not unshaken. She could feel, with near painful clarity, how much it cost him to open a file that might finally answer what had stood between all their other truths. He unfolded the document and laid it flat on the narrow table beneath the window. For a moment neither of them read. Then Elena stepped forward. The heading was exactly as the card had promised. Protective Continuity Agreement. The language below was dry. Formal. Almost elegant in its cruelty. In consideration of the continued safety, stability, and non-disclosure interests of the involved lines. Associated perceptive inheritance risk. Minor child to remain outside all documented knowledge of paternal estate and related continuities. Maternal compliance to include permanent non-reference, discouraged development, and managed social adaptation. Elena stopped breathing for a second. Managed social adaptation. That was her childhood. Not a temperament. A strategy. Discouraged development. That was Celia's fear translated into legal language. And then, halfway down the page, came the sentence that changed everything. In the event of demonstrable inheritance manifestation in the minor child, recommended course shall be emotional separation from all activating paternal knowledge structures until containment by ordinary identity is secured. Elena stared. Read it again. Read it a third time. Then looked up at Adrian, though she did not really see him, because the world had narrowed to one terrible and luminous line of understanding. Containment, she whispered. He had gone pale. Yes. They weren't only hiding my father from me. Her voice rose despite herself. They were trying to erase what I might become by keeping me away from anything that would wake it. Yes. The answer came rougher this time. She looked back at the paper. Not my father. Not the letters. Not the family shame. Not money alone. Me. She had been the subject of an agreement before she was old enough to understand a signature. A whole architecture of silence had been built not simply around the past, but around her future. Her mother had signed. Perhaps frightened. Perhaps convinced. Perhaps believing she was saving her child from becoming visible to the wrong people. But she had signed. And that was the secret that changed everything. Not merely that her father had been removed. That her life afterward had been designed. Her caution. Her loneliness. Her training away from certainty. Her exile from inherited knowledge. All of it had not grown naturally from grief. It had been curated. The force of it was too much for stillness. She stepped back from the table and turned away, one hand over her mouth. The room swayed, then steadied. Behind her, Adrian did not speak immediately. She knew he was reading the rest. Knew the lines were confirming what neither of them had fully dared say aloud. At last he said, very quietly, "There's more." She turned. Below the paragraph on containment, beneath witness signatures and legal seals, another clause had been added in narrower script. Should paternal contact be re-established in violation of this agreement, external corrective oversight may be enacted without further maternal consent. The date beneath it came 2 years after the original document. A later amendment. A colder hand. Silas. Elena's stomach turned. My mother signed the first. Yes. The second? He looked carefully. No. Family counsel and external oversight only. So there it was. The first betrayal and the second. Celia's fear turned into agreement. Then Silas tightening the structure without her. Somewhere between those two signatures, the shape of Elena's life had hardened into something even her mother may no longer have fully controlled. The thought did not absolve Celia. It made her tragic. Which was somehow worse. Elena sank into the chair by the wall because her legs no longer entirely trusted the floor. For a little while the room held only the sound of paper in Adrian's hands and the faint ticking of some unseen clock further down the corridor. Then she said, "I understand the dream now." He looked at her. They weren't discussing whether I had inherited money. Or land. Or scandal. They were discussing whether I had inherited the same way of knowing that made my father dangerous to them. Yes. And if I had, the plan was not simply to hide the truth from me. She looked at the document again. The plan was to shape me into someone ordinary enough not to activate it. His expression changed with a kind of quiet devastation. Yes. Her eyes stung. Not only from grief. From the raw insult of it. Ordinary identity. Containment. Managed adaptation. As if the deepest parts of her were an infection to be controlled by narrative and distance. No wonder she had felt lonely all her life. No wonder she had reached Adrian and known, before any logic, that he saw her mind as whether to survive beside rather than a flaw to cure. No wonder love had arrived there, in that exact recognition, with such force. It changed everything, she said. He knew at once what she meant. Not the document. The secret. Yes. Because this was not merely an explanation of the past. It altered the meaning of every memory that had returned and every memory yet to come. Her mother's fear. Her father's removal. Briar House. The archive. The note by her bedside. Adrian's return. All of it rearranged itself around this one central truth. She had not simply been kept from knowledge. She had been systematically kept from herself. The room seemed too small for that understanding. She stood again. This time when Adrian came closer, she did not even notice the moment he crossed the space until his hand rested lightly, carefully, at the back of her coat between her shoulders. Not possession. Support. She leaned into it before she could think better of it. The contact steadied her at once. "I'm sorry," he said, so quietly she almost missed it. For what? That the proof had to look like this. She let out an uneven breath. Would I have believed anything smaller? He thought about that. No. Then don't be sorry for the scale of the truth. She turned slightly, enough that his hand fell away and she could look at him fully. Be sorry only if we let it decide what comes next. Something in his face sharpened then, and she saw the old, fierce recognition between them return whole. No, he said. We won't. The certainty in his voice met something in her that had been lonely too long and lit it from within. She looked back at the document. There's still one question. There are many. The central one. He understood. Your father. Yes. The annex room went very quiet again. Because this, too, had changed shape now. Before, finding her father had meant recovering an absence. Now, it meant confronting the original target of the machinery that had shaped her life. If she could find him, or the truth of what became of him, then the whole structure built on concealment would lose its center. She touched the lower corner of the document with one fingertip. Do you think he's alive? Adrian did not answer immediately. At last he said, I think the question has never stopped mattering to the wrong people. That usually means something living remains at stake. Hope moved through her so sharply it hurt. Not certainty. Hope. After years of refusing even to form an image of him too clearly because the absence felt too vague to touch, hope was almost violent in its suddenness. She closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them again, she knew 2 things with equal clarity. The first. Mara needed to know everything. The second, Silas would know, very soon, that this document had been found. She looked at Adrian. We don't have much time. No. He'll move. Yes. Then we move first. There it was again, that terrible steadiness in both of them when danger finally took a recognizable shape. He folded the agreement carefully and slipped it into the inside pocket of his coat. We go back to the flat, he said. We tell Mara. We decide whether the next move is Briar House or whoever still knows where your father's trail ends. Elena thought of the dream corridor, the voices behind the door, the sentence spoken in cold certainty. Then she thought of Celia, alone with a paper like this before her, frightened enough to sign. Then of Adrian's note. If I ever have to choose again between her love and her safety. Love or destiny, she thought. No. Love or fear dressed as destiny. That was the real question. And she knew her answer now. Yes, she said. We go. On the way back through Kingsmere, the city looked different again. Not transformed. simply more honest. Every respectable facade now seemed capable of containing some polished compromise. Every orderly office might be the site of someone's life being translated into procedure. Yet the city was not only that. There was also the bakery warm with sugar, the flower girl laughing in the square, the old man feeding birds with the concentration of a priest. Structures harmed. People survived within and around them. Sometimes they loved one another despite the architecture of fear built around them. That, too, was part of the truth. When they reached the flat, Mara was already there, standing in the sitting room with her gloves still on and the expression of a woman preparing either to embrace or murder on sight depending on what she was told first. "You vanished," she said. "I had exactly 40 more seconds before I began a dramatic search." Elena crossed the room and hugged her hard enough to stop the speech. Mara froze, then softened instantly, wrapping her arms around Elena with equal force. "Well," she murmured into her hair, "that is never a good sign." "No," Elena said, voice thick. "It isn't." They sat. Tea was made. Of course tea was made. Mara listened to everything with the rigid stillness she reserved for moments when humor was the only thing keeping her from weeping or breaking objects. She interrupted only twice, once to call Silas a bureaucratic ghoul, and once to whisper, when Elena repeated the phrase ordinary identity, "I will burn the world very tastefully." When the story was done, the room fell silent. Mara stood, crossed to the window, and looked out for a long time before speaking. "So," she said quietly, "the secret that changed everything is not only that they took your father away." "No," Elena said. Mara turned. "It's that they built your whole life afterward around making sure you would never become fully yourself." "Yes." The words landed with new weight spoken aloud in this room. Mara's eyes shone, though her mouth remained set in its determined line. "Well," she said softly, "that was a very poor decision on their part." Elena almost laughed. Then didn't, because the tenderness in the line was too deep. Adrian sat in the armchair, watching them both with that same grave attention he had carried through all of it. Not intruding on this moment between women, between loves of different kinds. Just there. Holding the room with them. Mara came back and knelt in front of Elena, taking both her hands. "Listen to me," she said. "Whatever they wrote in that hideous document, whatever your mother feared, whatever that man arranged, you are not a thing they failed to contain. You are a person they tried to reduce because they were smaller than what they saw." Elena felt the sentence strike somewhere deep enough to last. And before she could answer, Mara went on. "They built your loneliness on purpose. That is what I cannot forgive. Not the fear. Fear is common and dull and everywhere. But teaching a child to mistrust the clearest parts of herself until she feels alone inside her own mind? No." Tears came again. Elena laughed through them, because apparently that was how this chapter of her life intended to unfold. Mara squeezed her hands once and stood. "All right," she said, blinking quickly and reclaiming style. "Who are we ruining first?" That broke the spell just enough. Adrian's mouth softened. Elena wiped her face and looked from one to the other. "The answer is my father." They both stilled. Not because they disagreed. Because the line had finally been crossed from understanding into action. "Yes," Adrian said. Mara nodded once. "Then that's where we go." Outside, evening had begun its long descent again, drawing blue into the windows and turning the city's edges soft. Inside, among the lamplight, the teacups, the rain-washed quiet, and the three people now bound by all that had been hidden and all that had been chosen anyway, Elena understood the shape of the story at last. Not a mystery solved. Not a life restored untouched. Something truer. The secret that changed everything had not only broken the past open. It had shown her what love had been doing all along, refusing the identities fear wrote for them. They would go after her father. They would face Briar House, Silas, the old agreements, whatever remained of the machinery built to make her manageable. But for one suspended evening, before the last journey began, she sat in the room with the two people who had most stubbornly refused to let her disappear from herself and felt, through grief and fear and the raw ache of becoming legible to her own life again, the first unmistakable peace. Not safety. Something stronger. Belonging. And in that belonging, warm and fragile and hard-won, the ending did not feel like an ending at all. It felt like the first true beginning.